Chapter 1401 Shadow is really nothing. Boom. The violent sound of thunder is still endless. Feeling the suffocating thunderstorm, the people who had saved their lives could not help but swallow their saliva with a gurgle. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the lightning explosion, and the first thing that came into view was the Hokage rock that was directly flattened. The original Hokage rock was cut off by half after being hit by Uchiha Chinyu's shaking hand. Because they were competing for the study guidance quota, they had not had time to repair the Hokage rock. However, now after the lightning Kirin's swift and fierce attack, the only remaining half of the mountain was completely blown out with a big hole. When I thought about it, if this shocking attack just now fell into the courtyard, I am afraid that not only the entire Hyuga family was blown away, but they were also severely injured or even wiped out. The power of this attack is so terrifying. If Uchiha Chinyu took action personally, how powerful would it be? And Huang Tu's panicked speech just now shook many people's nerves. In the Third Ninja World War, he killed hundreds of Kyumo ninjas with just one strike. The value of this famous battle is too shocking. What happened just now? Did the attack miss? Naruto couldn't help but speak. It was the first time he felt his feet trembling and his spine shivering. After all, as the third generation of Kage, he has always been a greenhouse flower. Naruto, how could such a person miss? It was the teacher who arrived in time. Fortunately, I informed the teacher of what happened here, otherwise I really don't know how it would end just now. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. The pain just now was a bit too much to swallow. However, it is not a bad thing to let the younger generation of juniors feel the shadow of death up close. Dad is here? Naruto's face changed slightly. Soon there was a sound of breaking through the air behind him. Bang! Naruto somersaulted and flipped out directly. After rolling on the ground for several circles, he quickly turned over and stood up, covering the back of his head with his hands. Dad, I am the 7th Hokage after all. There are people from the 4 major countries here. If you hit me like this, it will damage my Hokage dignity. Looking at Minato Namikaze, who suddenly appeared on the scene, wearing the cloak of the 4th Hokage and with golden hair, the expressions of the people from the other 4 major countries couldn't help but change. Especially those old consultants from the previous era who came with the team, their faces also became a little more livid. After all, compared with the 4 major Hokage coexisting in Konoha village, and they are still in their prime. The previous generation of Hokage of the other 4 major countries is old. He was already in his 60s or 70s. Like Onoki, half of his body was buried in the earth, and death was just a matter of time. It can be said that the biggest reason why Konoha village can look down on the entire ninja world is that there are 4 living Hokage. Naruto, you still have the nerve to say that you are the 7th generation. If I hadn't arrived in time for that attack just now, you would have died with everyone. Namikaze Minato glared and said. I have already warned you that you must be cautious with anything related to Chinyu, not to mention a wooden house, even a piece of toilet paper he used is no exception. To put it another way, if you really want to try to break through this wooden door, at least you must make full preparations. This time, the Hokage rock was destroyed, but next time, I don't want to destroy the Hokage building as well. And the 4 of you, don't think that I am the Hokage and I dare not scold you. If Luo Xia and the others know, you will be in trouble. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's see how this wooden door opens first. I also want to see how strong Chinyu's student, Escanor, is. Chang's words echoed in the courtyard. However, this time, even the rebellious new generation was speechless and could only stare at each other. Look, the wooden house is broken. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to it. A spider web-like crack spread across the door without warning. The next moment, this cracking trend seemed unstoppable and spread across the entire wall in an instant. Bang! A dull sound of collapse echoed. The huge wooden house collapsed in full view of everyone. When everyone reacted, a thin figure took the lead and appeared in front of everyone. Tetsuzuki, are you okay? Mifune was the first to rush out. This is his last disciple, the most talented swordsman in the Iron Kingdom. After seeing the mystery of the wooden house and Escanor's strength with his own eyes, he knew that Taijiki would not be in danger, but he still couldn't help but worry about being accidentally injured. Is this wooden house damaged by my attack just now? I said a long time ago that my masculinity is okay. Darui was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but say. The lightning Kirin of the previous moment made his black spots completely lose their luster. It was rare to see the wooden house destroyed now, which undoubtedly made Darui unable to help but want to save some face. However, as soon as these words fell, Tai-kun's cold voice sounded first. Sorry, this wooden house was not destroyed by you. It was destroyed after I completed the first stage of training with teacher Escanor and reached the most basic standard for leaving. Unfortunately, my talent is still too poor. I can't reach the genius standard mentioned by teacher Escanor. I only stayed for half of the time. If, let me continue to persist, let alone being a jonin, I can even try to fight against a shadow-level strongman. The voice was not loud, and it was still vaguely immature. However, when the voice fell, the huge courtyard fell into silence. Especially looking at Tai-kun, who looked serious and didn't look like a joke at all, even Sanfen couldn't help but reach out and touch her forehead. I want to ask, are you having a fever? Tetsuzuki, stop joking. The cages of the 5 great nations and the elites of various nations are gathered here. Please pay attention to the occasion. Mifune was the first to lose his temper. Also, don't forget that you have only been training with Lord Escanor for half a day. He may be able to bring a lot of insights that you don't understand, which may make you feel enlightened, but it is too exaggerated to say that you can defeat the Jonin with these breakthroughs and compete with the cage-level existence. Moreover, it is too embarrassing to boast in front of so many cages. Tetsuzuki, please apologize quickly. The Iron Country is a neutral existence in the ninja world, but if it offends the 5 great nations at once, Mifune is also in trouble. However, the words that fell into his ears next made him want to bang his head against the wall. Compared to the teacher, the shadow is really nothing. Chapter 1402. A man's absence for 3 days can be a shadow. The huge courtyard suddenly fell into a dead silence. Mifune's expression also became stiff. He never thought that Tai-kun would continue to speak wildly. Tai-kun, don't be presumptuous. I am your real teacher. Don't think that you can integrate his arrogance into your bones by following Escanor for 1 day. Mifune and Escanor's contact was only a short half-day. But Mifune deeply felt the arrogance and contempt for others engraved in his bones. Now that Tai-kun appeared, he directly offended the 5 major countries. This scared Mifune and made him sweat. In order to preserve the Iron Country, the only thing he could do was to push all the changes of Tai-kun onto Escanor. Half a day. Tai-kun still did his own thing, looking around indifferently. Feeling this arrogant gaze, Naruto and the others' faces suddenly changed slightly. As cage-level beings, they really don't like to haggle with their juniors. However, now they are being looked down upon by a junior in public. It's even more talking nonsense. Now he is looking at them with strange eyes. For anyone, it is as if Buddha is angry. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, the cold words that fell into their ears the next moment made their nerves suddenly move. It turns out that teacher Escanor really didn't lie to me. I spent a year in the House of Time and Spirit, and it was only a day outside. Unfortunately, my qualifications are not enough. I only persisted for half a year. Now, it should be half a day. Lord Mifune, my inference is not wrong. Tai-chun looked at Mifune indifferently. The slightly childish voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, sweeping the whole audience. Looking at Tai-chun's eyes, they all changed. Tai-kun, you, don't joke, this joke is not funny. Where is Lord Escanor? You hurry up and let him out, the shadows of the 5 major countries want to meet him. Mifune suddenly woke up and grabbed Tai-kun's shoulder. However, as soon as the hand stretched out, Tai-kun moved sideways as if he had changed his shape and shadow, and barely avoided the big hand of Mifune. He frowned and said, "Sorry, Lord Mifune, I'm not joking. Teacher Escanor left before the end of the training, and I don't know where he went. He said that my qualifications are only here for the time being, and the 3 million courses have ended. Maybe my talent is too poor," which disappointed teacher Escanor. Mifune was stunned. He was Tai-kun's last teacher. Now he was easily shaken by Tai-kun in a sudden capture. In the past, this would never have happened. General Mifune, please don't get angry for now. We must first find out the truthfulness of Tetsuzuki's words. Namikaze Minato appeared beside Mifune like a ghost, pressed his shoulder and shouted urgently. If Tetsuzuki didn't lie, she and Lord Escanor have been alone for more than half a year, and her personality will definitely be affected. This is not his fault. What we have to do now is how to confirm that the time and spirit house that Tetsuzuki mentioned is 1 year in the outside world. The scene was suddenly awakened. Facing Namikaze Minato's words, the people present were obviously nervous. Especially as a new generation, Darui and Kochiro, who were still questioning Uchiha Kainu and Escanor the moment before. Mifune finally remembered the seriousness of the matter. He quickly looked at Tai-kun and shouted, "Hefeng, when you came to Konoha village, you updated Tai-kun's physical data. Now Tai-kun feels like he has grown taller, come and have a look." The samurai standing by reacted hastily. The eyes of Heibun Minato and others also lit up. They could not judge the truth of Tai-kun's words by words for the time being. But the changes in the body will obviously not change. Yes, there have been changes, and the changes are still huge. Tai-kun has grown 5 centimeters in half a day, and his bone age has also changed. There are also obvious improvements in other parts of the body. Moreover, the amount of chakra in the body has almost doubled. Hefeng looked at the test sheet in his hand, and after a slight comparison, his expression changed drastically. Mifune on the side couldn't hold back his breath, and snatched the test sheet. After checking it again and again, he showed a look of shock. If they were skeptical the moment before, then the changes in Tai-kun now are enough to show that the 3 million per tutorial class he was doubting just now is not worth the money. I'm afraid it's really offensive. Snap! A crisp slap sounded suddenly. "General Mifune, why did you hit yourself?" Hefeng was the first to lose control. Tai-kun offended the 5 major countries with her words, but that was her fault alone. It has nothing to do with Lord Mifune. Shut up! Not only do I deserve to be beaten, but I also deserve to die. I clearly had an opportunity in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. If God gives me another chance, I will definitely buy 10 classes, 100 classes, even if I lose my life, there is no problem. That's 1 day, equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. How many people can't even ask for it?" Mifune wailed with resentment on his face. Minato, Namikaze and others were also stunned. Mifune is indeed a little out of control now. However, when I think about it, if Tai-kun really stayed in the so-called House of Time and Spirit for half a year, it would only take half a day outside. This means that as long as they can make good use of this time difference, then any one of the 5 major countries can exert a strength improvement that is like pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. It is completely a cheating device to win at the starting line. Imagine that they all graduate at the same time. The other party just slept for a while, and I became a chunin. The other party slept again, and I became a jonin. If I sleep for a few more days, I am afraid that a soldier will become a shadow after 3 days of separation, which is not a joke. When I think of this, many senior officials present suddenly brightened up. Especially in each village, those think tank level consultants obviously think further. I am afraid that in their minds, they have already interpreted themselves, using the mysterious hut to make the ninja village and the country become the first existence in the ninja world. For a while, everyone's eyes looked at Tai-kun, as if they saw a sweet cake. I wish I could go forward to compete for it. Hey, just some simple changes, the transformation technique, the physical changes that occurred. I thought this training was amazing, it was just a scam. Chapter 1403, Existence that cannot be measured by common sense. The disdainful words broke the oppressive atmosphere in the field. Let the people who were immersed in infinite fantasy come back to their senses. Boruto, what are you talking about? Naruto suddenly appeared beside Boruto and almost slapped him. This time, the matter is of great importance. If the mysterious hut can really have such a time difference against this guy, I'm afraid no one of the 5 major countries present is willing to miss it. 7th generation, please be patient. Tai-chun suddenly spoke. Teacher Escanor told me that when facing other people's doubts, what we should do is not to explain, but to prove it with our fists. Just now, you yellow-skinned orange, you can say that I am eloquent, but you are not qualified to evaluate Teacher Escanor, because you are just a weakling who I don't even take seriously. I can beat 100 of you alone. The scene fell into dead silence. They never thought that Teach-shun would speak again. Moreover, he would try so hard to defend Escanor, the teacher he had only known for half a day. The most important thing is that the person Teach-shun scolded was a 3rd-generation Hokage. Don trademark T. Look at the monk trademark S face, look at the Buddha trademark S face. In front of the 4th and 7th generations of Hokage, he gave such an evaluation. It felt like he was slapping the faces of the older generation. You bastard arrogant guy, I am the elite of Konoha trademark S Genin, I don't trademark T believe that a broken hut and AI can make you reborn in half a day. Boruto rushed out and shouted angrily. If you have the guts, fight me, I will definitely defeat you head on. Boruto, don't trademark T be rude. Naruto hurried forward. However, Kakashi on the side soon reached out to stop him. Naruto, let Boruto go. Mifune-sama, you should not mind, let Boruto and Tetsuki fight. It's not that we don't believe what Tetsuki said just now, but it's hard to believe that there is such a huge time difference in a small room. And Boruto's suspicion is not wrong. As for the truth of this matter, the only way is to measure it by strength. After all, Tetsuki and Naruto were both genin. If she really followed Lord Escanor and trained for half a year, her strength would definitely improve. It shouldn't be difficult for Tetsuki to defeat Boruto. Mifune's expression changed. The insights and experimental methods that Kakashi suddenly proposed were indeed very thoughtful. At the same time, it also gave both sides a temporary way out. It also allowed Mifune to calm down a little from his initial excitement. At the same time, facing the doubts raised by Kakashi, he also felt uncertain in his heart. After all, 1 day outside is 1 year inside. This time difference is indeed too unbelievable. Tetsuki, what do you think? Mifune lost his patience. Yes, I can beat 10 of his kind alone. Tetsuki nodded indifferently. Crazy. It was simply crazy. At least, in Boruto's eyes, Tetsuki's contempt. It really made him feel like he was being treated as a rookie. Dad, Grandpa, let me defeat her myself. I want him to know that under the fist, any words are pale and powerless. Boruto rushed out at once. Naruto, who was standing by, wanted to block him. However, he was blocked by Kakashi. Let's start. Boruto took out a kunai from 7 or 8 meters away and took the correct fighting posture. Let me see how you, a arrogant guy, can beat 10 of me by yourself. Teach-shun looked around. Mifune and Minato Namikaze looked at each other and quickly retreated. Although, they did not agree with this kind of fight. However, as Kakashi said, the first thing to be sorted out now is the authenticity of the mysterious hut mentioned by Teach-shun. The most direct way is to check the improvement of strength. Boruto is a third-generation shadow who is not doing his job properly. However, the strength and talent he possesses are also first class in Konohagakure. It is for this reason that Kakashi will let Boruto mess around. Why is there no reaction? Let me make the first move? You are such an arrogant fellow. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Boruto's face suddenly darkened, and he turned his hands suddenly, forming a series of seals. Bang! 2 streams of smoke rolled back, and 2 shadow clones appeared out of thin air. Just a shadow clone. Just now you said I was arrogant. Tetsubaki shook his head and said indifferently, I'm just afraid that I will kill you in 1 second as soon as I make a move. Instant me. Boruto was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted angrily. He is the best among the genin of Konohagakure. He is even like the 3rd generation of Kage. When has he been looked down upon by others like this? Now he is threatened to kill him in 1 second in front of the 5 major countries. This is the first time he has heard of such a thing. Mifune-sama, is Tetsubaki serious? She used to be a little conceited, but now she is too arrogant. Heifeng couldn't help it first. Ahem. Mifune coughed dryly and glanced at Naruto and Minato Namikaze subconsciously. He was now worried that Tetsuzuki's excessive arrogance would cause dissatisfaction among the 4th and 7th Hokage of Konoha. Once that time came. If the 2 of them came to him to talk about the rest of their lives, I'm afraid that this old bone would be in danger. Tetsuzuki usually looks quite quiet and low-key. She must be influenced by Escanor. Mifune added hurriedly. However, as my last disciple, I believe that Tetsuzuki may win, but the premise is that she will have to go through a hard battle before she can do it. As a teacher, no one is unwilling to see their students shine. However, facing the occasion of the gathering of the 5 major countries, Mifune dare not speak out. However, these words are indeed from Mifune's heart. Haha, General Mifune, you are too kind. We in Konoha can still afford to lose. Maybe Tetsuki can really give us a surprise. Hyuga Hayashi on the side patted Mifune on the shoulder and said. After all, Lord Chinyu is an existence that cannot be measured by common sense. Mifune was stunned. Facing Hayashi's superstitious expression, he felt like he couldn't recover. After all, in his cognition, Naruto is Hayashi's grandson. Now Hayashi doesn't support Naruto, but values Totsuki instead. This makes people feel uncertain. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Mifune would not believe that Hayashi would give such an answer. Chapter 1404 Killing People with Momentum. Bang! Naruto grabbed the kunai in his hand and moved first. The shadow clones on the left and right rushed out at the same time without any hesitation. The short distance of 7 or 8 meters was just a blink of an eye. 3 figures that rushed out like tigers and leopards, and even showed a posture like horns, hitting Totsuki in it. The sudden scene tensed everyone's nerves. Looking at the kunai in Naruto's hand, which was glowing with black light, he showed a hint of surprise. After all, this shadow clone technique is not comparable to ordinary clone techniques. The difficulty has reached A. Naruto can perform A-level ninjutsu while being a genin. Although there are only 2 clones, this kind of talent and ability is no longer comparable to ordinary genin. This is enough to show that Naruto has his own arrogant confidence. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Totsuki, standing in the original place, disappeared from the original place like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had passed the 2 shadow clones and appeared in front of Naruto. The right hand pressing on the hilt was also slightly raised. Bang bang! The abdomens of the 2 shadow clones suddenly sank, and then they exploded, turning into white smoke that spread in the wind. Too fast! This absurd thought flashed through Naruto's mind. The next moment, a dull collision sound suddenly sounded. Naruto was like a cannonball, holding his belly and flying backwards. Bang! After rolling several somersaults on the ground, he suddenly stopped. However, due to the heavy blow to the abdomen, it was obviously impossible to stand up for a while. The huge courtyard suddenly fell into silence. Most of them were still lingering on the scene of Naruto's shadow clone attacking violently. When they reacted, Tai-kun and Naruto fell to the ground respectively. Only one was still standing in the same place. The other one became a little embarrassed. Is this the instant body technique? It's too fast. I'm afraid it's not much different from the instant body technique of Master Mifune. Hei Feng lost his temper. As a samurai, and Mifune's personal bodyguard, he can be called a senior disciple, and it's not an exaggeration. However, compared with the instant body technique that Totsuki just performed, Hei Feng obviously felt it was not enough. No, the way Totsuki moved just now is very different from the ninjutsu. Rather than saying that she used chakra to stimulate her legs and burst out a strong impact force to move at high speed, it is better to say that she stepped at high speed in 1 second, generating a fast recoil force to move. This is a pure way of using power. This is the first time I have seen it in the ninja world. The blood in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned red. With the help of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he clearly captured the changes that happened to Totsuki just now. Is this probably the fighting technique that Totsuki learned under the guidance of Lord Escanor? Kakashi was the first to lose his temper. Since this is not a common way of using power in the ninja world, then the mysterious hut that Totsuki mentioned is probably real, right? Then there should be no need to continue this battle. The scene was dead silent. Facing Kakashi's speculation, there was obviously a feeling that there was no way to refute it. After all, with Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, no matter how powerful Totsuki was, I'm afraid he would never be able to escape the eyesight of a cage-level pupil technique. No, I haven't lost yet. Naruto's shouting sounded intermittently, covering his abdomen with one hand, and suddenly raised his head. He turned his hand to the palm of his hand. Bang! A scroll fell into Naruto's hand. The next moment, he pinched his hand, and the violent chakra exploded. Water-style water-breaking waves. Boom! A large wave of water, starting with Naruto, turned into a huge wave of 7 or 8 meters and hit Tite-shun head-on. At the same time, Naruto's movements did not stop. With a backhand tap, another miniature scroll engraved with the word thunder fell into his palm. You arrogant fellow, I just ignored the important distance between samurai and ninja. Now I adopt a distance tactic. It will only take a moment to defeat you. Try my composite ninjutsu now. Lightning-style snake thunder. Bang! The lightning in Naruto's hand burst out and immediately turned into an electric snake, diving into the huge wave. The next moment, it merged directly with the huge wave. Fusion ninjutsu? As expected of the grandson of the 4th generation and the son of the 7th generation, the combination of water and thunder has skyrocketed several times in power, and in such a large range, it is probably difficult for a single ninja to escape unscathed. Darui was the first to lose his temper. He is the 5th generation Raikage, and his best skill is lightning release. Now Boruto has chosen lightning release as his killer move, which is unavoidable for Darui, who has always believed that lightning release is the strongest. This is of course a flattery. Teacher Escanor said that momentum can also kill people invisibly. I have been practicing hard for half a year, and Teacher Escanor only taught me one move. Now it's just right to use you to practice swordsmanship. I hope you don't let me down. Tai Chun suddenly spoke. In the public eye, facing the oncoming thunder waves, there was no thought of dodging. He turned his hands and clenched the handle of the knife with his 10 fingers. The next moment, his eyes were as dazzling as stars and lit up quickly. A sharp and unparalleled momentum quickly rose on Tai Chun's body. At this moment, the air flowing through the whole world seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. It gathered madly above Tai Chun, turning into an invisible blade that rose to the sky, pointing directly at Boruto behind the wind and waves. The fierce momentum that burst out in the awe-inspiring moment seemed to turn into a wild dragon, piercing through the sky and locking onto Boruto. At this moment, Boruto's nerves exploded. The whole person seemed to be stared at by a prehistoric beast. An inexplicable breath of death swept through his body, making him feel the urge to turn around and run away. However, before he could react, Tai Chun took the lead. The katana clenched in both hands, without any fancy, accompanied by a big step, directly chopped out with force. Boom! The invisible sharp blade that soared into the sky in the void chopped down with a bang. The thunderstorm waves that hit the front were directly torn apart. At this moment, everyone present felt a sharp blade rushing straight into their hearts. When they reacted, Tai Chun had passed the torn waves and Boruto, and appeared 2 or 3 meters behind him. The samurai sword held in both hands had been sheathed back. Bang! The torn waves collapsed on the courtyard. Boruto, who was still terrified, fell to the ground with a crash, staring at his empty eyes, and lay dead on the ground. Chapter 1405 The Killer of Fighting Above the Level. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed between heaven and earth, and could not be dispersed for a long time. The waves wrapped with electric currents were directly guided away by the jonin who swept through the formation. When they came to their senses, they looked at the scene in front of them with stunned expressions. Just now, they just felt a surging momentum, like a raging tide. Facing the terrifying and majestic sharp aura, even the jonin's mind also had an inexplicable feeling of being small. If they were not experienced in hundreds of battles, they would have experienced the tempering of blood and fire. I'm afraid he must be like those chunin and genin in the field, with a pale face and white sweat on his forehead. Some of the weaker ones were breathing heavily, as if they were drowning, and they couldn't recover for a while. However, the most concerned person was Boruto, who was under attack. At this moment, his pupils collapsed, and the vitality of his body was gradually extinguished, as if he would die at any time and anywhere. What kind of trick is this? A chunin couldn't help but mutter. He stepped back slightly and stumbled. He couldn't stand up and sat on the ground. Looking at Tai-kun, who was 5 or 6 years younger than him, he couldn't help but say, "This method can kill people invisibly. If I face it, I'm afraid this will be the only outcome." The noisy situation suddenly fell into silence. Especially in the face of this, mumbling words of weakness. No one could laugh out loud. No matter if they were genin, chunin, or jonin, they were no exception. None of the jonin looked particularly embarrassed. However, after witnessing the stunning slash just now, they firmly believed that if this attack was aimed at them, the impact would be even greater. At that time, they would probably have some flaws even if they tried to defend themselves. This created an opportunity for Tai Chun's next attack. And this flaw was enough to turn the tide in the life and death struggle between the strong. Most importantly, seeing Tai Chun's expression of having some strength left, many people had an absurd thought in their minds. Could it be that what she said just now was true? Can she really defeat a jonin and fight a cage-level person? His vitality is rapidly weakening, hurry up and save him. Harano Sakura rushed out first. As Konoha's chief medical consultant second only to the Hokage, in order to avoid any unexpected events during the gathering of the 5 major countries, Harano Sakura is obviously on standby at all times. Naruto and Namikaze Minato suddenly woke up and quickly used the instant body technique to rush to Boruto's side. When he saw the dilated pupil, his face turned pale. Boruto is a mischievous third-generation Kage. But he has always been a single-line existence. His talent and strength have always been within their estimation. Compared with the genin of the same level, his strength is definitely much stronger. At the same time, the fusion ninjutsu that Boruto just performed is beyond the scope of genin. They never thought that the victory that was originally a sure thing would still fail. Naruto, 4th generation, don't be nervous. I'm here to save Boruto's life. Harano Sakura hurriedly performed medical ninjutsu to maintain Boruto's life, and quickly checked his body. There are no obvious internal injuries, and the organs of the body have not been damaged, and there are no signs of poisoning. This situation is too rare. Boruto obviously has no injuries at all, why is there a sign of death? As the chief medical consultant of Konoha Ninja Village, Harano Sakura's judgment is very quick. However, facing the strange symptoms that appeared on Boruto, she didn't react for a moment. This is the death of consciousness. Uchiha Sasuke appeared beside Boruto like a ghost, his expression slightly gloomy. In illusion, there was once a saying that when a person is deeply trapped in an illusion and cannot extricate himself, then his own consciousness will judge himself as dead. Once you fall into this situation, the person's brain and body organs will gradually die. At this point, Uchiha Sasuke looked back and said expressionlessly. However, what she cast just now was not an illusion, but relying on her own powerful will to win, she cast an invincible sword intent, which made Boruto, who was under attack, subconsciously think that he was killed, so this situation occurred. It can be said that this is the first time I have encountered such a method. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and was hailed as one of the strongest of the new generation. His illusion ability should not be underestimated. Perhaps with the powerful pupil power of the Mangekyo, Sasuke can achieve the effect of this spell. But if you attack with faith alone, you can wipe out the enemy's will. Even Sasuke can't do this. Sasuke, don't say anything, hurry up and use the Mangekyo Sharingan to save Boruto first. Naruto said hurriedly. Although Naruto was also shocked by Tetsuki's method. But now facing his own hard knot, he dare not fool around. Let me do it. I'm good at this. But I didn't expect that the students guided by Brother Chinyu really can't be measured by common sense. Otherwise, we will lose if we take it seriously. Uchiha Itachi appeared like a ghost. Facing Boruto's death of consciousness, his Tsukuyomi was obviously more applicable. Tsukuyomi. Buzz. The Megatama suddenly turned in Uchiha Itachi's pupils. As the blood rolled back like a tide, the shape of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan was quickly reflected in Boruto's disintegrating pupils. Wait until everyone reacted. Boruto suddenly coughed and bounced up on the ground like a shrimp, gasping for breath with a face full of fear and paleness. When he saw Naruto and Minato Namikaze surrounding him, he threw himself into his arms with a splash. Dad, wasn't I killed just now? Why am I still alive? Did Grandpa use a forbidden technique to save me? The silence was broken all of a sudden. The 5 nation ninjas, who originally had different expressions, were even more furious. They all turned their eyes to Mifune, who was also stunned. Is this a conscious killing? Lord Mifune, did you secretly teach it to teach Shun? You are too partial. As a personal guard, Hefeng was the first to lose his temper. Having witnessed the stunning blow just now, Hefeng knew clearly how powerful Teach Shun's blow was. This is a killer that can fight against opponents of higher levels. A genin can exert such power. If it falls into the hands of a samurai with the strength of a jonin, how powerful will it be? Chapter 1406 New Power System. The samurai present, after hearing Hefeng's question, their eyes suddenly became hot. For a long time, their Iron Country has been a neutral country in the ninja world. So as samurai, they have not encountered too many challenges. But in the eyes of ninjas, their status as samurai is not very high. The vast majority of the reasons are because their samurai strength is too limited. Compared with the ninjas' methods of turning the world upside down at any time, the samurai only rely on the samurai sword in their hands to fight. However, now Tai Tsubaki has used a consciousness attack method that can kill people invisibly like a high-level illusion, which undoubtedly raises the samurai's status by several levels. Just ask, if a large group of samurai can easily kill the enemy's consciousness with one move, is there still a need to fight? This is unstoppable. Sorry, Mr. Mifune can't do it. Teach Shun spoke indifferently. Mifune's old face, like a dead tree, couldn't help but twitch. Originally, he had an impulse to shamelessly acquiesce in his heart. He never thought that Teach-shun would point it out so cleanly and neatly. This undoubtedly made him, as a teacher, lose face. However, it was precisely because of this reason that many people who served as think tanks of various countries in the field changed their expressions. Kakashi's eyes flashed a strange color and looked at Teach-shun. With the knowledge of Kakashi, a genius who is almost omnipotent, it is not difficult to infer what happened to Boruto just now. There is no third way to cause the self-death of consciousness, except for the description of Uchiha Sasuke. But what shocked Kakashi the most was not that Teach-shun knew the consciousness-killing method similar to the advanced illusion. Instead, it was the source of this move. Since Teach-shun said that even Mifune would not know this move, Kakashi doesn't believe that such a skill can be learned by Tetsuzuki at such an age. The only explanation at the moment is that this move of using momentum was taught by Escanor. But combined with what Hyuga Hayashi and Mifune said just now, Tetsuzuki and Escanor only knew each other for half a day. Then the fact that Tetsuzuki can grow to this point is probably related to the mysterious hut that can reverse the time difference. 1 day in the outside world is equal to 1 year inside. This amazing conversion makes people feel numb just thinking about it. Most importantly, according to the information given by Mifune about Tetsuzuki. In Kakashi's eyes, Tetsuzuki is a genius in the Iron Country. But among the 5 major countries, especially in Konoha Ninja Village, the talent and ability he possesses are undoubtedly incomparable to the top-tier geniuses. However, Tetsuzuki has grown to this point in half a year. I'm afraid everything is attributed to Escanor, or related to the mysterious hut. For a moment, a large amount of fragmentary information was quickly connected in Kakashi's mind, and finally gathered into several important inference clues. This is also the key that Kakashi needs to figure out now. Gode, it seems that you have sorted things out, and now it's time to solve everyone's doubts. Nara Shikamaru suddenly spoke. As the first think tank of the new generation, according to Kakashi, Shikamaru has a mind that is not inferior to him, or even surpasses him. The people who were in a trance came back to their senses one after another, even Boruto, who was frightened, was no exception. However, when Boruto saw Tetsubaki, his expression was obviously unnatural. It seems that his consciousness was killed and awakened with the help of Uchiha Itaka's moon reading. But the psychological fear trauma still cannot be healed for a while. Teacher Kakashi, do you have an answer? Naruto also recovered a little, and after taking another look at Tetsubaki, he did not show any resentment. As the strongest of the new generation, Naruto is arrogant, but at least he can afford to lose. It is for this reason that Chinyu is willing to lower his status and play with this group of juniors. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Kakashi, and there was a hint of urgency on their faces. Even Mifune was no exception. Shikamaru, you may have figured it out earlier than me. Kakashi rolled his eyes helplessly and sighed. But since you are afraid of trouble, let me summarize it. First, according to Teach-shun's explanation, Mifune will not kill people with momentum, so this move should come from the guidance of Lord Escanor. But Lord Escanor and Teach-shun only knew each other for a short half-day, until our 5 major countries gathered here, no more than 12 hours before and after. Then Teach-shun can reach this level. I am afraid that the mysterious hut she mentioned can really reverse the time difference and make 1 day in the outside world become 1 year inside. There was a sound of sucking in cold air at the scene. Many people couldn't help but look at Teach-shun for a second time. If they hadn't seen Teach-shun's changes with their own eyes and heard the explanation of the 5th Hokage Hotaki Kakashi, they would never believe that there is such a magical thing in this world. Okay, everyone, be quiet. What I'm going to say next is the second point, which is also the most important point. Kakashi spoke again. The second point is about why Teach-shun can make such great progress in a short period of time. According to my inference, one is because Mr. Escanor has extraordinary guidance ability. The second is because of the mysterious hut, or it has other important auxiliary functions besides reversing the time difference. Teach-shun is right, right. The scene was silent all of a sudden, and everyone looked at Teach-shun. Even Mifune was no exception. After all, what happened today really subverted their worldview. As expected of the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, you are right in your guess. Teach-shun nodded coldly. It's a pity that I don't have enough talent to stay in there for a longer time, otherwise I would definitely be able to become an elite jonin now. In fact, Mr. Escanor taught me a strange power system. Whether it is physical skills or swordsmanship, the use of chi is pure power different from chakra, and then combined with the use of chakra to strengthen it, it becomes my fighting skills. It can be said that I can become stronger so quickly. Escanor teacher Nyo plays the most critical role. A new power system? Everyone present changed their faces. The samurai system is already different from the ninja system, and now there is a new power system, which undoubtedly makes them feel a little pressure. After all, the current ninja world is not the warring states period. It has reached a new mechanical age, and even ninjas are gradually eliminated. Chapter 1407 Shadow Level Maker. Tai-kun suddenly proposed a new power system, and it was from the students of the legendary Shadow Emperor Uchiha Kainu. This is undoubtedly more competitive. Everyone is quiet, let Tai-kun continue to speak. Kakashi took the lead in interrupting the noisy scene. After a brief glance, Tai-kun continued to speak. After all, no student likes to see his teacher being despised. The second point, the House of Time and Spirit is not as simple as you think. In addition to the time difference, there are also changes in environmental factors such as gravity, air, and mental power. Although, Mr. Escanor, the first stage only asked me to swing the sword continuously, but now I can swing the sword 10,000 times a day under triple gravity. The only pity is that I can't withstand the increasingly powerful mental impact, which means that I don't have enough invincibility awareness yet. Endless regrets were mixed in Er Chang's words. Tai Chun was infected with Escanor's pride, but he also knew clearly. This time the opportunity has been exhausted. If you want to encounter such an opportunity again next time, it may be harder than ascending to heaven. The scene was silent for a while. Facing the wooden house that they tried their best to break through at the beginning. They finally understood why even the 5th generation Reikage Darui was almost killed. Possessing a time difference that defies the sky, it can also control gravity, mental pressure, thin air, and other effects. It means that this wooden house is completely tailor-made for training. Otherwise, Tai Chun would have to transform to this level in just half a day, which is completely indispensable. Mifune, you made the right bet this time. No matter whether Tai Chun can get the guidance of Lord Escanor in the future, at least the good fortune she got today will make the warriors of your Iron Country shine in the future. Hinata Hayashi sighed. Mifune suddenly woke up, and then laughed and said, haha, this is also thanks to the reminder of the head of the Hyga family, otherwise I really don't have the courage to spend 3 million to buy a future for our Iron Country. Although this half-day makes people feel that it passed by in a flash, but Lord Escanor obviously did not live up to the reputation of Lord Qinyu. The movie Emperor is still a legend that we can't touch. It's a pity that the head of the Hyga family, you didn't ask Lord Escanor for a quota just now. The people present also reacted. I felt a little more envious and jealous of Mifune's out-of-control laughter. Who would be willing to give up 3 million to become a genius who changes an era? Not to mention 3 million, I would be willing to give it even if it was 30 million. And I would be willing to get 8 or 10 places. Father-in-law, you really didn't ask Lord Escanor for a few places, General Mifune was joking, you wouldn't really forget that you still have 2 grandchildren. Naruto was anxious all of a sudden. Especially when he thought that Boruto, as the 3rd generation of Kage, was completely defeated. Boruto and Himawari could have the same opportunity to guide him, but now the duck that was in front of his mouth flew away. This feeling is like losing a lottery ticket that won the first prize. Ahem, Hyga, Naruto is a bit too much, but did you really forget to ask for a place, or did Lord Escanor agree to give you a few places? Minato Namikaze couldn't hold back his temper. After witnessing the transformation of Tetsuki with his own eyes. After learning about the extraordinary power of the spirit and the House of Time, and the experience of Tetsuki's predecessors. They knew clearly that if they had another chance, they would definitely make full use of it 200%. As long as they stayed in there for a year, the guidance they received would definitely be much stronger than that of Tetsuki. This means that 1 place is 1 Kage. If Hyga Hayashi can get 3 or 5 places, then Konohagakure will be in the future. But Kage-level strongmen are everywhere, and dominating the entire ninja world is no exception. When they thought of this, Minato Namikaze and other Kage-level strongmen became eager and fiery in their eyes. This, in fact, I also asked Lord Escanor to buy 8 or 10 places. The juniors present and General Mifune can all testify. Hinata Hayashi explained with a wry smile, he didn't want to be a sinner of Konoha. However, Lord Escanor said that the Wanja shop is about fate. This time he is only destined to be with Tai-kun, so the quota was not reserved for me. But this time, Lord Escanor personally brought me good news. Hanabi, who has been missing for 2 days, has gone to learn and train with Lord Chinyu. Just think about it, Lord Escanor is a student of Lord Chinyu, and he can easily transform Tai-kun. Now that Hanabi has become a disciple of Lord Chinyu, will our Konoha Ninja village have a cage-level maker in the future? The old voice, at the end, the boasting and excitement mixed between the lines could not be concealed. Especially the last cage-level maker, made Hina Hayashi laugh out loud. What? Hanabi followed that guy to train, so can she get more earthen jars? Naruto was stunned. Although, Hyuga Hayashi did not get more places. However, when he thought that Escanor was just a student following Chinyu, he had such a powerful ability. Then when Hyuga Hanabi returns in the future, even if she is only half of Escanor, that would be a huge benefit for Konohagakure. After all, it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Hanabi, who has mastered the guidance knowledge, is undoubtedly more powerful than the transformed Titsuki. 7th generation, what is the earthen jar you just mentioned? Could it be the second strange thing in the hands of Lord Chinyu that can make people transform? Maki, who was standing next to Gaara, spoke first. Naruto's face changed drastically. Unfortunately, before he could explain, Kakashi had already glared at Naruto and said, "You guy, I thought you became a Hokage and could be more mature, and you can't even hide a little secret. However, since the spirit and the House of Time have appeared this time, things related to the 10,000 Worlds shop will continue to appear in the future, and there is no point in us continuing to conceal it." The faces of the think tanks of the 5 major countries, such as Maki, suddenly changed. From this, they first inferred that the spirit and the House of Time were probably just one of the products derived from the so-called 10,000 Worlds shop. 5th Hokage, are you saying that the 10,000 Worlds shop is related to Lord Chinyu, and the spirit, the House of Time and the earthen jar mentioned by the 7th Hokage are the products of it, and do both of them have special and heaven-defying uses? Huang Tu couldn't hold his temper anymore. It can be said that at this moment, the 4 major countries were clearly on the same side when their interests were touched. After all, if the earthen jar is really related to the spirit and the House of Time, it may have a heaven-defying use. Chapter 1408 Flying Up the Tree and Becoming a Hokage. The eyes of everyone present fell on Kakashi at once. Facing Huang Tu's question, their nerves were also pried. If the earthen jar is really related to the House of Time and Spirit, then the value of this thing may not be measured by common sense. Teacher Kakashi, I'm sorry. Naruto's face was full of bitterness. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Forget it, the truth will come out sooner or later. Let's talk about it today, which can also be regarded as a way to consolidate the alliance of the 5 major countries. However, I still want to remind you in advance that the 10,000 Worlds shop was opened in Konoha Ninja Village after Lord Chinyu suddenly returned 5 days ago. Only those who are destined to trade can get the opportunity to trade. However, the items sold are all beyond common sense without exception. Of course, this is just my personal speculation. After all, in these days, in addition to the House of Time and Spirit, we have only encountered the 10,000 Worlds earthen jar, an inconspicuous broken earthen jar." At the end, Kakashi's tone also added a hint of helplessness. Broken earthen jar? Could it be that you Konoha ninjas, from the beginning, did not believe in what Lord Chinyu sold? Maki couldn't hold his temper. After witnessing the heaven-defying abilities of the House of Spirit and Time, and the transformation of the Iron Tree, he didn't believe that this earthen jar was an ordinary thing. "Advisor Maki, if you see an old jar that seems to be buried in the soil, and the price is 3 million or even 5 million, would you want it?" Naruto said with a wry smile. The muscles at the corners of Maki's eyes twitched slightly, and he finally shook his head. "That's right, it seems that I was not too stupid that day and wasted the opportunity." Naruto secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. 4 days ago, the first transaction sold in the Wanja shop was Hyuga Hanabi. At that time, Hyuga Hanabi only had the strength of a special jonin, but after buying the earthen jar, she found that it contained an unimaginable physical technique. At that time, Lord Chinyu called this physical technique the Holy Elephant Collapse, and with Hyuga Hanabi's strength, she actually broke the elite jonin, Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata, who were both the strongest young generation of the Hyuga family, with one move. Naruto paused, looked at Sasuke and said. Later, Sasuke challenged Lord Chinyu. At that time, Sasuke used the complete form of Susanoo. Unfortunately, the Holy Elephant collapsed the sky, and in the hands of Lord Qinyu, it was brought to its extreme. In that blow, Suzuki was almost seriously injured, and the entire Valley of the End was destroyed. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air echoed in the huge courtyard. If the battle of Hinata Hanabi could not realize the power of the holy elephant collapsing heaven, then the battle between Uchiha Kainu and Uchiha Suzuki was enough to explain everything. After all, Uchiha Suzuki is the best of the new generation. If Uchiha Itachi was not the 6th generation Hokage, he would need to avoid suspicion. I am afraid that Uchiha Suzuki is definitely qualified to become the 7th generation Hokage. At least, this identity that is enough to compete with the Kage has long been recognized by the ninja world. However, now this Kage-level existence was almost seriously injured by a blow. This is too shocking. Suzuki teacher actually lost. Boruto was stunned. All along, Suzuki, who lurked in the dark and performed Anbu tasks for Konoha Ninja Village, was his idol. However, the idol actually but he couldn't withstand a punch. Is this nonsense? Master Qinyu, you are still as strong as ever. After more than 20 years, you are still beyond our reach. Maki's face showed a trace of bitterness, but he was also glad that Konoha Ninja Village severed its relationship with Qinyu that day. Otherwise, if there was a legendary movie star like Uchiha Qinyu, who served as the Hokage of Konoha, I'm afraid that the current ninja world has long ceased to have 5 major countries. There is only one Konoha Ninja Village. Maki, you are right, but I still have a little presumptuous question. I hope that the 7th generation cannot hesitate to answer 1 or 2 for our 4 major countries. We will be grateful in the future. Huangta suddenly spoke. 7th generation, we want to know how the holy elephant collapse and crash is taught after the earthen jar is opened. Is it the same as Teach Shun's experience? And how long does it take to learn to reach the level of Hyuga Hanabi? For Huangtu, this discovery may be able to resolve the knot that Onoki has accumulated over the years. After all, compared with Konohagakure and even other ninja villages, the so-called performance of the new generation of Uegakure is simply unbearable to watch. Actually, this is the secret of our Konohagakure, but since it has been said, let Asuma-sensei explain it. After all, future was there with Hanabi. Naruto turned around and looked behind him. Sarutobi Asuma, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth and putting it in his trouser pocket, was stunned and rubbed his head helplessly. In fact, what I know is similar to that of the 7th generation, but since the 7th generation has opened his mouth, let me answer it. The question of consultant Huang Tu is actually very accurate. According to the description of the girl in the future, the holy elephant collapse of the earthen jar is actually similar to spiritual inheritance. You can get started the moment you get it. No training is required, and there is no requirement for innate chakra, etc. As long as you open the earthen jar with your own hands, you can get the gift inside. That day, Hyuga Hanabi had a conflict with Hyuga Hinata after opening the earthen jar, and it eventually turned into a duel. During this process, Hyuga Hanabi had absolutely no chance to practice the holy elephant collapse of the heaven. If you have to use a word to describe it, the earthen jar should be a tailor-made product with unimaginable functions. Chang's voice was mixed with a sense of certainty. Huang Tu and Maki and other consultants subconsciously swept their eyes across the faces of Naruto, Kakashi, and others. When they saw Uchiha Suzuki, who had a livid face and was a little embarrassed, they couldn't hold back their expressions and rushed forward. 7th generation, where is the 10,000 worlds shop of Qinyu? Please tell us for the common interests of the 5 major countries. The unanimous questioning made the remaining ninjas come back to their senses. Whether it was the 4 major countries or even the people in Konoha Ninja Village who were kept in the dark, they were no exception. After all, this matter was too much. As long as you pay enough, you can get tailor-made and directly become stronger. This means that Genin can also fly up to the branches and become Hokage. Chapter 1409, Touching the Mage. Dad, you owe me a birthday gift for 10 years. Give me 3 million first as compensation. I will pay you back when I have money in the future. Boruto spoke first. Thinking of the failure just now, his mental trauma was healed by Uchiha Itachi with the help of Tsukuyomi. However, Tsukuyomi's murderous aura still made him a little embarrassed. Now suddenly, a clay pot product with the same supernatural effect appeared. How could Boruto keep calm? 7th generation, I can give you 1 million yuan as an introduction fee. I can give you 2 million yuan. We, the Cloud Ninja Village, will give you 3 million yuan. Darui's shouting overwhelmed everyone at once. As a military power, the lightning country has comprehensive financial resources that are enough to compete with the fire country. In the field of weapons development, it is far superior to the fire country. It can be said that Darui's bid is definitely affordable. Naruto was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the people of the 4 major countries would be so crazy for a mere piece of information. However, after thinking about it carefully, Naruto believed that if he stood in their position, he would probably be even crazier. Something that can make him stronger in a thought, but even he was tempted. Ahem, 5th Raikage, I'm really sorry. It's not that we in Konoha don't want to tell you the location of the 10,000 Worlds shop. Kakashi coughed dryly. In fact, after Mr. Chinyu sold the cans of Hyuga fireworks, he disappeared along with the 10,000 Worlds shop. Even we are looking for Mr. Chinyu's whereabouts. If you don't believe it, you can let Asuma take you there in person. However, I still say that the 10,000 Worlds shop only does business with people with predestined relationships. If you and Mr. Chinyu are destined to meet, perhaps the 10,000 Worlds shop will appear in front of you. If there is no fate, then I'm afraid that even if you try your best, there is no way to find the 10,000 Worlds shop. I hope you can forgive me. For the Konoha Ninja Village, even Kakashi is a wise existence. After learning that the mysterious 10,000 Worlds shop disappeared, Konoha also used all its strength to find it. It's a pity that the 10,000 Worlds shop disappeared as if it had never appeared. If it weren't for there are many witnesses and video surveillance. I am afraid that even Kakashi is unwilling to believe that all this is true. The 10,000 Worlds shop has disappeared. Maki's expression changed. This means that the duck at his mouth has flown away. However, when he thought of the mystery of the earthen jar and the house of time and spirit, Maki couldn't help but say. 5 generations, it is presumptuous of the wind country. We still want to try our luck in the 10,000 Worlds shop. If we and Lord Chinyu continue the fate of more than 20 years ago, it may not be a bad thing. Yes, our Earth country also had a lot of fate with Lord Chinyu back then. Huang Tu also hurriedly echoed. The remaining consultants of the Water country and the Thunder country also expressed their opinions. When Sarutobi Asuma got Kakashi's approval and gave his answer, Maki and others rushed out before they could thank him. For a while, the 500 or 600 people gathered here, like a competition, directly chose the right direction and rushed. Even the people of Konoha are no exception. Looking at the courtyard that suddenly became empty. This is a whole nation trying their luck. It's a bit too much. Well, now the 4 major countries have all gone to try their luck, and even the samurai of the Iron country are no exception. Kakashi glanced at it, walked to the corner, and said to Tetsuki who was sitting cross-legged. Now we still have to review the question of Mifune asking Tetsuki to stay in Konoha Ninja Village for training. At the same time, we have to prepare for the Chunin exam to be held the day after tomorrow. I seem to have a feeling of restlessness. On the other hand, in the world of fairy tale, a magic carriage was moving fast on the road. Looking at the gradually clear outline of the town, Lucy, who was sitting next to her, showed an excited expression. Master Chinyu, is the important town of Marino, where Fairy Tail is stationed, ahead. After making a big fuss at the wizard selection meeting, Chinyu took Lucy and Hanabi away from the Zero Coast and headed straight for Marino town. According to the original story, Lucy's opportunity to join Fairy Tail was to meet Natsu at the Zero Coast. But now there is Chinyu, the reincarnated person. All of this was skipped directly. Yes, as long as we go straight along this road, we can see the Fairy Tail Guild. Chinyu took a look and said to Hanabi, who was constantly supplying power to provide mobility for the carriage. Do you need to rest? Sir Chinyu, no. Hanabi opened her eyes, but her brows suddenly frowned. Be careful, get out of the way quickly. Bang! The blazing flames, like a hurricane, shot out from the city gate. Wherever they passed along the way, the ground was directly burned black. Those obstacles that blocked the road were instantly pierced. Looking at the oncoming attack, Lucy was startled at first, and quickly grabbed Chinyu's arm. Gossip back to heaven! Bang! The large flames were instantly defeated by the first-hand attack of the fireworks. It turned into a sky full of flames, dissipating between heaven and earth. When the fireworks fell on the carriage again, 3 figures landed in front of the carriage first. The leader was Urza. Following closely behind, there were Natsu and Gray who continued to fight. The 3 people in front of Chinyu were no different from what Chinyu knew. Among them, Urza was wearing a silver armor and a very conspicuous blood-red hair. According to her description, only by wearing armor at all times can you respond to all unfavorable emergencies. Of course, as a reincarnated person, Qin Yu knew clearly that this was only Urza's powerful appearance. Lack of security caused it. I'm sorry, this guy attacked casually and almost hurt you. Urza grabbed Natsu's head and directly pressed him to bow and apologize. Gray on the side was also not spared. Looking at this scene, Lucy was stunned. This is a big difference from the rumors she knew. At least in Lucy's eyes, the Fire Dragon King should be wise, handsome, and reliable. Compared with the dwarf in front of him, it is obviously far behind. Haha, Urza, please forgive me. This time we are visiting you presumptuously and disturbing your fairy tale. The attack just now is just a gift for meeting. Otherwise, if it were someone else, it might be a scam by the magician. Qin Yu laughed dryly and glanced at Hyuga Hanabi. Urza and the other two were stunned for a moment, and the muscles at the corners of their eyes twitched. They quickly looked at Hyuga Hanabi. When they saw Hyuga Hanabi still standing there without any problem, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. There was a hint of gratitude in their eyes when they looked at Qin Yu. After all, the magician of their fairy tale has a bad record. Chapter 1410. Love, are you really not going to fall? A snicker suddenly sounded. Happy, shut up. It's rare that we can successfully complete the mission and come back. If someone hits you again, I'm afraid you won't even have money to eat fish tomorrow. Urza grabbed the blue kitten with wings next to her and shouted. This handsome guy is a reasonable person. I don't think you will regret it. After saying this, Urza almost used her least good feminine skills. Fairy Tale is the leading guild in the kingdom of Fiori. However, because every mission will cause great damage. Therefore, every time a mission is completed, in addition to the money lost, the remaining reward is almost there are very few. If you encounter some black-hearted people who deliberately make trouble because of their bad deeds, even if they go to the Magic Council, they, Fairy Tale, cannot win the case. After all, Natsu and others have caused too much damage. Now that she can meet a reasonable person, for Urza, it is simply a bosom friend. Haha, Urza, you are laughing. After all, we will soon become a member of Fairy Tale. Of course, we will not let our companions lose money. Qin Yu smiled warmly. Urza, who was showing off her armored muscles, and Natsu and others were stunned for a moment. You want to join our guild? Urza frowned and said first. Although I don't know what kind of magic this person showed just now, he should have good strength to be able to take on Natsu's flame, but you too. Lucy suddenly became nervous. This time she ran away from home, but to join Fairy Tale and experience a new life. If, at this critical moment, you are rejected, this is not a good thing. Hehe, Urza, don't scare Lucy. Isn't your fairy tale based on fraternity and welcomes people who have a pure heart for magic to join? Qin Yu smiled and patted Lucy's shoulder. I know that it is a bit unqualified to ask you to recommend 3 people to join Fairy Tale at once. However, the people who want to join Fairy Tale are Hanabi and Lucy. I just come here to travel and open a small shop here. For Qin Yu, the magic of this world is indeed different from the system of other dimensions. But it does not mean that he wants to join Fairy Tale. Appearing here is just to use Fairy Tale to upgrade Hinata Hanabi to the status of an S-class wizard and complete the tasks assigned by the system. Only then can you travel freely in the dimension. Get dimensional freedom. The two of them. Urza was slightly startled and said. If that's the case, I can recommend 1 or 2 to the president, but whether it can be passed depends on the vote of others. By the way, I don't know what your name is yet. Looking at Urza who agreed, Lucy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, on the way here, Lucy had collected a lot of information about joining Fairy Tale. The most important one is to get the recommendation of guild members. Now with Urza's approval, it is undoubtedly the best. I am Uchiha Qin Yu, a traveler. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Uchiha Qin Yu, this name seems a little familiar? It seems that I have heard of it somewhere. Urza frowned. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure it out. Forget it, it's getting late. If we go back late, I don't know what the old president will say. Let's go back first. This time, there is no need for compensation. He shouldn't be angry. Urza directly dispelled her thoughts and turned to lead the way. You are lucky. That guy is not here today. I think it will be easier to join the guild. However, I still remind you that if you have any ability, try to show it as much as possible to make the president happy and it will be easier to pass. As Urza left, Natsu and Gray entered the state of quarreling again. This noisy look made Chinyu smile and shook his head. As for the troublesome guy mentioned by Urza, the figure of Laxus flashed in Chinyu's mind first. As the template owner, Chinyu knew clearly what Laxus's temper was like. In the early stage, he was merciless to the weak. Hanabi's strength is good, but Lucy is undoubtedly a beginner. If Laxus was here, Lucy would probably be directly removed from the list of joining. Of course, if Chinyu insisted on letting Lucy join Fairy Tail. I'm afraid no one in this world can say no. The Fairy Tail Guild is located in the second half of the town of Marino, near the cathedral. Just after passing through the city gate and walking for 7 or 8 minutes, I saw the open gate of the guild. The noisy sound was endless. However, as soon as I approached the gate, I saw a group of people rushing out. Seeing the thin figure on the stretcher, Urza's face changed suddenly. Without thinking too much, she rushed out directly. Myra, what happened to Levi? A girl wearing a red off-shoulder dress and waist-length silver hair turned back first. Urza, you are finally back. We don't know what happened. It seems that Levi's team was attacked by an unknown wizard while performing a mission. Levi's injuries were serious and she was poisoned by an unknown poison. The president asked us to send her to Consultant Polaka for treatment. A surprise attack? Urza was stunned. This kind of thing rarely happens in normal missions. Of course, it is not ruled out that it was done by the Dark Guild or the Hostile Guild. But in Urza's cognition, Levi's team is not strong. Their overall strength is only at the level of B+. So the difficulty of carrying out the mission and the low reward should not be attacked. However, after seeing the deep wound on Levi's chest that was torn to the bone and her black lips, Urza couldn't help but clenched her fist and hit the pillar beside her. Damn guy, who is so cruel that he not only attacked her but also poisoned her. He also used it. This is simply planning to kill Rebecca. I will dig 3 feet deep to find him. The stern words came out, and there was a sense of determination between the lines. As the trump card of Fairy Tail, Urza has made a great reputation in recent years. The title of Fairy Queen is not covered. Arisa, we will talk about these things later. Now we should send Rebecca to Advisor Polishika as soon as possible. Rebecca's injuries are too serious. Even the High Priest can't treat her. If we delay like this, I'm afraid that within an hour, Rebecca will die of poison. The little old man wearing a blue and white hat and walking stick squeezed out of the crowd. Chapter 1411 The Strongest Village Doctor. 1 hour? Urza and others' faces changed suddenly. President, it takes at least 2 hours to get from here to where Advisor Polishika lives in seclusion. Now Levi will be poisoned within an hour, I'm afraid she won't be able to catch up. Sarasuke, one of the members of the Lane Engine team, suddenly changed his face. It takes 1 hour to travel a 2-hour journey, which means Levi will definitely die. Sarasuke, I know this is difficult, so we can only let Urza and Natsu borrow the magic carriage and shorten the time as much as possible by going all out. Makanov said solemnly. I have notified Polishika to let her travel at the same time. In this 2-way travel, the time should be shortened to the maximum extent. Now we can only hope that God will favor us and a miracle will happen, so that Levi's poison will be delayed by 1 or 2. Iluza and others turned pale. As a magician, they knew clearly how ridiculous it was to place such so-called hopes. Time is running out, let's take Levi and set off quickly. Urza turned around and said hurriedly. Mr. Chinyu, we want to borrow your magic carriage. I'm afraid your joining Fairy Tail will have to be shelved. Fairy Tail is one of the largest guilds in the kingdom of Firio. However, magic carriages are not often used, so few people have them. Moreover, magic carriages are also very valuable. For Natsu and others who sabotage when they perform missions. I'm afraid the reward for each mission is not as much as a magic carriage. Just from the original work, every time Urza goes on a mission, she pulls a carriage with luggage by manpower, which can be seen. Sorry, I don't think you need to borrow the carriage. Hinata Hanabi spoke first. You don't want to borrow it. Natsu was anxious all of a sudden, and quickly took out all the rewards he had for this mission. We can rent it, but if it doesn't work, we can buy it with money. For Natsu, who has only one brain, his companions are his biggest weakness and his biggest reverse scale. Natsu, Please retreat quickly, Hana. Hanabi should not mean this. Urza raised her eyebrows and kicked Natsu away. Ms. Urza is really smart. She saw my intention so quickly. Hinata Hanabi took a look and saw Natsu being kicked dozens of meters away. She finally understood that she still underestimated the fairy tale guild. It seems that Chinyu chose to come here for a big reason. At least, the person in front of him, who is called the Fairy Queen, is definitely not to be underestimated, which makes Hinata Hanabi feel pressured. However, it is precisely because of this that Hinata Hanabi is more willing to remind him. In fact, you can ask Lord Chinyu to treat him. He is the strongest healing ninja in the history of Konoha Ninja Village. Mage. Even if he dies, he can be revived. After learning about Uchiha Chinyu's existence, Hyuga Hanabi asked Hyuga Hayashi about everything about Chinyu. At first, Hyuga Hanabi thought that Hyuga Hayashi's words must be deliberately exaggerated to avoid her from provoking Lord Chinyu. However, after personally experiencing the mysterious products related to Uchiha Chinyu, Hyuga Hanabi completely reached a mysterious worship of Chinyu. Are you saying that the dead can also be resurrected? Isn't this a big joke? Sarasuke couldn't help but said. Ribi is in danger now, we are not in the mood to joke with you, quickly lend us the magic carriage, otherwise if you delay Ribi's illness, I will definitely fight you to the death. As a member of the lane track team, Sarasuke is also a scumbag in the guild. Being able to speak so desperately is enough to show his importance to his companions. Ayu can trademark T use the carriage because the high priest who gave her emergency treatment ignored Libby trademark's own physique. Chinyu said lightly. Her physique is originally inferior to her peers. The same injuries and toxins will shorten her poisoning time by half, so if she doesn't trademark T get treatment, she will die of poisoning in half an hour. Or even if Posalia Sika arrives, it will be too late to save her. Half an hour? Sarasuke and others turned pale. It trademark's already a dream to be able to reunite with Posaliuska in an hour. Now they have to arrive in half an hour. ISN trademark T this is sure death, or what? Ayu you must be a charlatan, Libby is a lucky person, she will never. Standing aside, he has not Durail, who was talking, couldn't hold back any more. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Makarov. Durail, shut up. Boy, I don't know who you are, or where you are a village doctor. Can you really save Levi? If you can really save Levi, let alone join Fairy Tail, even if I give you my position as the president, it's no problem. President. Natsu and others' faces changed suddenly. The position of the president involves the honor and disgrace of the guild. Now Makarov uses the position of the president as a bargaining chip. It is enough to see that he values his companions. Haha, President Makanov, you are embarrassed, but I am not interested in taking the blame. Chinyu laughed dryly. This time I came here only to recommend Lucy and Hanabi to join Fairy Tail for training, as for me, forget it. However, since we are meeting for the first time, I will just give you a gift. This kind of injury and poison can be easily solved. Very easy? Makarov was stunned for a moment. Just now, the High Priest and Persiluka both thought that this injury was very difficult to treat, and only a pharmacist like Persiluka could think of a solution. Are you really okay as a village doctor? In Makarov's eyes, the so-called Konoha Ninja Village is just a village in an unknown corner of the territory. Even the High Priest stationed in the town has no way to treat it. It is obviously too difficult to trust a village doctor. What village doctor? Please be careful with your words. Hinata Hanabi's face suddenly darkened. Now Chinyu is her idol. Although Makarov is the guild president for her for a period of time, still not qualified to insult her idol. Haha, Hanabi, don't be rude. Even if I am a village doctor, I am also the strongest village doctor in the world. Saving people is the most important thing now. You should leave first. Chinyu laughed loudly and walked closer to Rebecca. Looking at the blue lips and the people who hesitated to retreat, his right hand reached out to Rebecca's chest in full view of everyone. Chapter 1412 Help me again. You pervert, Rebecca is our goddess. Sarasuke roared in a hurry. However, this time, what came towards him was Urza's flying kick. Stay aside and don't make trouble for me. I hope Chinyu can really suppress Rebecca's poison and buy more time. Urza didn't know what Chinyu was up to. However, she believed that Chinyu was a smart man and would never do anything ridiculous in front of all the members of Fairy Tail. That would undoubtedly be a way to his own death. Urza, I'll get some medical supplies, maybe they can be used. Myra Jane came to her senses and hurriedly turned away. No need, it's a simple operation, just separate the toxins from the blood and heal the wounds. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Under the agitation of the medical ninjutsu in his right hand, he directly performed the fine wound separation technique. With Qin Yu's current strength, his senses can easily cover the whole body of Levi. The next moment, he slightly activated the medical ninjutsu. The wound that was deep enough to see the bone directly sprayed out a black smelly liquid. Before everyone could react, it fell into Qin Yu's hands as if being pulled. What is this? Is it poison? Dolores was stunned on the spot. No. It should be said that everyone present was no exception. They also saw for the first time that someone could use magic to directly extract blood and toxins. Especially seeing the black and purple color on Levi's face gradually dissipating, and the wounds that healed quickly. The dilemma that seemed certain to end in the previous moment was actually solved in just 1 minute. When the snow-white skin on Rebby's chest was restored to its original state, the stunned people in the field woke up in a gasp. They were worrying about the injury that could be cured in 1 minute. Or was the treatment method used by the person in front of them too much? S.A. Sarasuke, Dolor, your eyes are red. Did you cry just now? By the way, I felt warm in my chest just now. What happened? Did Grandma Polyasica save me? Rebby slowly opened her eyes and pulled everyone's thoughts back. However, when they heard the last words, they were speechless. They couldn't say that the person who saved you just now was almost killed. If they said that, I'm afraid even Rebby would lose face. However, facing the miraculous rescue method, everyone present looked at Qin Yu with a different look. As a magician who makes a living by performing bounty missions, it is common for him to get injured during missions. Therefore, every guild will be equipped with a magician with medical attributes. Unfortunately, due to Polishika's personality, she likes to live in seclusion in the mountains. At the same time, Polishika, as a person from another world, is also not good at magic. So in some cases, especially after returning from a failed mission, it is obviously difficult to get treatment. Often, they can only pay high treatment costs and go to the church to find the high priest for help. Now there is a strongest villager like Qin Yu who can detoxify and heal injuries with just a touch. Doctor. This undoubtedly tightened the nerves of many people. Qin Yu, I have a scar on my back that has not been removed. Can you help me solve it? I also have one on my leg. I just performed a mission, but I hurt my butt. The scene suddenly exploded. As a magician who makes a living by accepting bounty missions, it is common for him to be injured. Now seeing that the serious injury that penetrated the chest of Levi can be completely healed without scars. How can people be impatient? Qin Yu, you must come to my room tonight and give me a full-body resurrection treatment. Urza grabbed Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu was also stunned for a moment, and smiled helplessly. Faced with such a tough request, it can only be encountered in the world of fairy tale. Mr. Qin Yu, as a man, I have a question to ask. Can you really resurrect people? Elfman squeezed out of the crowd. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Elfman was startled at first, and then suddenly came back to his senses. Sister Myra, Elfman, shut up. How can there be a way to resurrect people in this world? Even if Qin Yu is the strongest village doctor, I'm afraid he can't do it. Urza shouted anxiously. This is against the laws of the world. Regarding the Beast King incident that happened that day. As long as they are members of Fairy Tale, they all know clearly that Myra Jane lost her sister Lysana's life because of a momentary negligence. It is precisely because of this reason that Myra Jane, one of the two beauties of Fairy Tale and the Queen of Satan who was said to be able to overpower the Fairy Queen, finally became an ordinary person. Even the receiving magic that she is best at cannot be performed, and finally she can only stay in the guild and become a bar girl. Take some photos from time to time to make a living. Sister Myra, I didn't mean it, but just now Hanabi said that Qin Yu has the ability to resurrect the dead. Elfman hurriedly explained. Compared with Mirajana's self-blame, Elfman, who always prides himself on being a man, also feels a lot of self-blame for Lysana's death. He just wants Myra Jane to have less psychological burden, so he has been struggling to support himself. Don't worry, Elfman, this is all caused by my negligence. Myra Jane put on a stiff smile and shook his head. However, How can there be a real resurrection in this world? Even the Dark Guild can't do it, let alone a healing magician. If it weren't for me, Lysina wouldn't have been unable to preserve her body that day. The pale and weak words came out of Mirajana's mouth. The originally depressing atmosphere became even more unbearable. It was as if an invisible big hand tightened people's hearts. Looking at Myra Jane, with red eyes, Hinata Hanabi and Lucy suddenly spoke. Master Chinyu, help her again. The atmosphere in the field was broken in an instant. Urza and others were stunned. Didn't Myra Jane just say that even the Dark Guild couldn't bring the dead back to life in a meaningful way? Not to mention the Light Guild. Even a village doctor like Chinyu. After all, treatment and resurrection are two completely different fields. However, now Hyuga Hanabi and Lucy suddenly asked in unison. This strange behavior is undoubtedly puzzling. Master Chinyu, I know you can do it. Chapter 14-13 The Only Way to Resurrect. Hyuga Hanabi was anxious. As a person in the Naruto world, she knew more about Chinyu's deeds. An existence with godlike abilities. Hyuga Hanabi believed that it was not difficult to resurrect a person. Most importantly, in the deeds described by Hyuga Hayashi, Chinyu was not the first to do resurrection. For a moment, the huge scene fell into silence. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Chinyu. This joke is not funny. If nothing happens, I'll go back to mix the drinks. It's rare that Levi is safe and sound. We should have another drink to celebrate. Myra Jane suddenly turned and left. I say, if Lysina appears in front of you again, are you willing to protect her with your life? Chinyu suddenly spoke. Myra Jane seemed to be electrocuted, and her whole body froze in place. Chinyu, don't joke around. Lysina is Myra's most cherished sister and our best companion. If we are given another chance, we will defend her with our lives. Urza was anxious. She had never thought that a festive event would evolve to this point. If Chinyu hadn't saved Levi just now and became the benefactor of their guild. I'm afraid if it were someone else, they would open up the scar here. Urza had already changed her clothes to cut her. Urza, I'm asking Myra. Chinyu spoke again indifferently. You. Urza was speechless, having never expected Chinyu to persist. However, before she could finish her words, she saw Myra Jane suddenly turn around and rush towards Chinyu with tears in her eyes. You don't know anything, you have no right to ask me. I was desperately trying to save Lysina at that time, and I would rather die than be the one who died. It's just that I couldn't do it, so God let me live, so as to bear the guilt of killing Lysina. Miraja grabbed Chinyu's clothes. Hinata Hanabi, who was standing by, saw this scene and subconsciously wanted to help. However, soon saw Chinyu reach out and hold down Miraja's head in public and rub it. With the other hand, he gently wiped away the tears that overflowed from the corners of his eyes. This intimate move made everyone stunned. If Miraja's magazine fans saw this scene, most of them would definitely vomit blood and die. And the rest would definitely fight with Chinyu. Haha, congratulations, you are my chosen guest, I will give you another chance to protect Lysina. Chinyu smiled warmly. Guest? Iluza and others suddenly woke up. Even Miraja was no exception. Chinyu, what are you talking about? Iluza spoke first. What do you mean just now is that you can revive Lysina? What does guest mean? Urza had no hope for resurrection. But now Chinyu repeated it again and again, even Urza was eager to find out. Master Chinyu, are you going to sell the earthen jar to Myra Jane? Hyuga Hanabi spoke suddenly. Even Lucy beside her was stunned. What's wrong, don't you want to? Chinyu glanced at the two of them. He knew clearly that after seeing the charm of this earthen jar with his own eyes, absolutely no one could resist it. Unfortunately, Chinyu could not interfere with the purchase of goods in the 10,000 Worlds shop. So after this earthen jar is sold, it will be completely gone. No, Master Chinyu, I don't want that earthen jar anymore. Lucy clenched her fist and shook it. Give it to Sister Myra, she needs it more. Master Chinyu, Lucy is right. You said that the earthen jar is only sold to the destined person. Only when the heart desires it most, the earthen jar can produce what she needs. Hinata Hanabi also nodded in agreement. I believe that Sister Myra will definitely be able to realize the wish of resurrecting Lysina. Words came out one after another from the mouths of Hinata Hanabi and Lucy. This confident attitude made the people in the field stunned. They never had hope for resurrection. It can be said that after Listena's death, they have looked for various ways for Myra Jane, both openly and secretly. Unfortunately, all efforts seem pale and powerless in the face of death. However, now Hinata Hanabi and Lucy are very sure that the strongest village doctor in front of them can resurrect Lisana. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. Three of you, are you really not kidding? Lisana is my favorite junior. If I know that you are rubbing salt into my child's wound, I will never let you go. Makarov stood out from the crowd. The huge magic power dormant in his body exploded. In the void behind him, a giant's shadow flashed out of thin air, turning into a huge pressure, and came towards Qin Yu. Hinata Hanabi's face suddenly changed, and she grabbed Lucy and quickly retreated. President, don't be impulsive. Urza was anxious all of a sudden. After all, she promised Qin Yu to introduce them to Fairy Tail. Qin Yu also rescued Levi just now. If he attacks now, it will not be a good thing. The president's magic pressure is ineffective. Urza's legs stopped moving. Looking at Qin Yu, who was still calm under the pressure of magic. Her faith was shaken for the first time. This village doctor is definitely not simple. President Makarov, don't worry, I said Myra is the destined person I chose, and I will definitely help her realize this wish. Qin Yu smiled and spoke again. No, it should be said that she herself can save Lisana, and no one else can do it except her. Qin Yu didn't know the details of the fairy tale plot. But he also knew that Lisana was not killed. It was just that at the last moment, she was teleported to the dimension of Escalent by the space crack that appeared. If it was a simple resurrection, Qin Yu had many ways. Unfortunately, to break through the boundary and cross the dimension, Qin Yu can only rely on the system now, and he obviously can't do it at this stage. Of course, Qin Yu can't do it, but it doesn't mean that the 10,000 Worlds Earth Jar can't do it. The verbal question just now was Qin Yu's way of asking to confirm how determined Myra Jane was to save people. As long as you have enough determination, it is not surprising to open the Earth Jar to save Lisana. Me? Myra Jane was stunned for a moment, and broke free from Qin Yu's hand. I don't know the magic of resurrection, and Lisana didn't even leave her body, there is no medium to cast the spell. After Lisana's death, Myra Jane also searched for all the ways he could find. Unfortunately, all the replies and information he got were like despair. Hehe, you misunderstood. If I tell you that when I touched you just now, I found out that Lisana was not dead, but trapped in another, unreachable place, would you believe it? Qin Yu said without blushing or beating his heart. Chapter 1414 It's just a sister. Lisana didn't die? The people present were stunned for a moment. Facing Uchiha Qin Yu's words, it was obvious that they couldn't react. It's impossible. I saw with my own eyes that day that Lisana disappeared in front of me. Elfman spoke hurriedly. He always claimed to be a man, but the mention of Lisana's death undoubtedly became the softest part of his heart. Facing Qin Yu's words, he was a little hesitant. Qin Yu, this kind of thing can't be joked about casually. If you do this again, don't blame me for not considering my promise and refusing to recommend you to join Fairy Tail. Urza shouted hurriedly. Myra, don't mind it. If you think you are in a bad mood, I can take a leave to accompany you to take photos. As partners since childhood, Urza and Myra Jane have always been rivals. Unfortunately, since the incident with Lisana, Myra Jane has been devastated. This is also Urza's heart disease. Haha, Urza, you misunderstood, I just proposed a feasible method for you to choose, as for whether you believe it or not, that is another matter. Qin Yu didn't mind and laughed dryly. Some things exist if you believe them, and they don't exist if you don't believe them. After all, no one wants to do a thankless job. I just made this clear because I have a connection with Myra. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and returned to the carriage. He came this time just to allow Hinata Hanabi and Lucy to join Fairy Tail smoothly. As for saving Levi and Lisana, it was just a whim for a while. Sister. Elfman was anxious all of a sudden. Looking at Qin Yu's back as he walked away, his heart was moved all of a sudden. Myra's face turned pale, and her lips were bitten directly. The next moment, Huo Ran raised his head and said, Qin Yu, I want to try. Please tell me how to save Lisana. If you can really save Lisana, I am willing to agree to any of your conditions. Myra. Urza was anxious. She didn't want Myra's old scars to be opened again because she brought Uchiha Qin Yu back. However, Urza had just taken a few steps when Makarov reached out to stop her. Let Myra try. I hope this time, I can really bring her hope. Otherwise, I will be the first one to not let that kid go. I'm the second one. Urza also quickly agreed. Since Makarov, as the president, also nodded in agreement. Urza obviously had no right to continue to object. The most important thing was that Urza was eager to know what the method that Uchiha Chinyu had vowed to do was. Have you really thought about it? If you are sure there is no problem, then give me 3 million taels, and this last earthen jar will belong to you. Chinyu stopped, took out the earthen jar that had been prepared long ago, and handed it to Myra Jane. The huge scene suddenly fell into silence. The sad atmosphere of the previous moment, facing this sudden change of style. It was obviously a bit unstoppable. Looking at the old earthenware jar, it was still covered with sand, highlighting the taste of years of sedimentation. But no matter how they persuaded themselves, they couldn't make themselves believe that this broken earthenware jar was worth 3 million. At the same time, they could also save Lisana, who had been dead for a long time. Uchiha Chinyu, I'm going to kill you. Urza roared, and the huge magic power exploded in her body. Heavenly Wheel Armor. The dazzling light bloomed on Urza's body. The next moment, it instantly switched to silver wing armor. The wings behind her suddenly opened, and dozens of sharp blades with cold light appeared out of thin air. Chinyu, you dare to tease Myra, you will give me a good lesson. Heavenly Wheel Dance. Bang! Dozens of sword blades, under the sudden vibration of Urza's wings, turned into streams of light and attacked Chinyu across the sky. The short distance of more than 10 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Urza, don't! Marajana's face changed suddenly. Unfortunately, with her current state, she obviously couldn't block it. She could only watch the dense sword formation stabbing Chinyu. Is this your armor magic? But the sword is not used like this. Chinyu smiled warmly and pressed his right hand towards the void. Thunder release, Chidori flow. Boom! The lightning exploded like a tide, with Chinyu as the center. The attacking flying sword was first stagnant in the void. The next moment, it was directly bounced out by the lightning in the sky. At the same time, Chinyu stretched out his right hand, and the flying blade fell into Chinyu's hand. His right foot suddenly stepped out. One sword style, step forward and slash. Whoosh! Chinyu disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Arisa, be careful! Makarov's face suddenly changed. When he came to his senses, the first scene that came into his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Dang dang dang! The crisp sound of metal cracking was heard. 7 or 8 neat cuts appeared on Urza's Tianlun armor. The pair of sword wings on her back, as majestic as an archangel, were directly broken in half. Like a winged angel, it fell heavily to the ground. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Especially Natsu and Gray, who had been completely abused by Urza, were full of disbelief. Looking at the entire fairy tale guild, there are very few people who can reach S-level wizards. Even Gray and Natsu, who have made a name for themselves, are only A-level wizards at this stage. This is enough to show how valuable Urza's S-level wizard identity is. However, now in one encounter, he knocked the attack away, and at the same time, he performed a slash as fast as thunder. This was too shocking. I'm sorry, I was in a moment of skill and took off your magic armor. Although the folk customs here are a bit unrestrained, Urza, you should change your clothes first. Chinyu handed the sword back. Urza suddenly woke up. She looked down at the armor on her body that cracked and finally broke. The exposed pink underwear made her cheeks red all of a sudden, and she quickly changed back to her usual outfit. However, Urza was still frightened when she thought of the scene that she had just caught a glimpse of. That attack was too fast. So fast that even Urza could only catch a trace of the afterimage. Moreover, her Tianlun armor, although not the strongest armor. However, it is the most balanced magic armor for changing clothes. Now it was torn apart by Chinyu in one encounter. This kind of method is definitely not simple. At least recall what happened just now. When it comes to playing swords, Urza thinks that in front of Chinyu, she is simply a younger sister. Chapter 1415. Did it fail? Okay, let's talk about this business again. Chinyu retracted his gaze and took out the earthen jar. This is a peaceful transaction. It's your own decision whether to buy or not, but fate only happens once. If you miss it, it will be a long time for Lisana to be resurrected. For this speech, Qin Yu also felt that he was a bit like a pyramid scheme. However, this is also a hard sell. Who made the goods provided in the Wanja store too shabby? To sell a shabby earthen jar at a sky-high price. Without the ability to be a charlatan, I'm afraid it really can't be done. Myra, let me pay the money. I have saved some over the years. Urza suddenly spoke. Iluza, you really hid the money secretly. Natsu rushed over at once. But unfortunately, he still couldn't overcome the historical fate of being completely defeated, and was kicked out directly. Looking at the one that Urza took out. The fat pig wallet that had been stuffed full and completely out of shape, Marajana's expression froze. Iluza, don't you not trust Qin Yu? Why lend me the money now? The moment before, Urza's gesture of taking action without a word, they can still remember clearly. Now suddenly taking out the aunt's book, this undoubtedly subverted their cognition. Humph, I owed him a life just now, I chose to believe him once, it's even. Urza snorted unhappily and said. However, your move just now was really powerful. I thought you were just a simple traveler, but I didn't expect you to have the strength of an S-level wizard. I want to fight you again if I have the chance in the future. This time, it must be a fair duel. And you can try it once by just spending some money. I don't believe that you, a traveling merchant, will ruin your own reputation. Looking at Urza, whose attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Everyone present was stunned. However, it was precisely because of this generous character that Urza was able to get the title of Fairy Queen in the guild. Okay, Urza is right. If you can spend some money to untie Marajana's knot, why not give it a try? Makarov also came back to his senses. However, Qin Yu, you can lie to all of us, but I don't want you to lie to Myra, otherwise I will be the one who attacks you next time. As the parent of these children, I will risk my life to let you experience the wrath of the fairy. The old voice was mixed with a stern taste. Qin Yu knew Makarov's character very well. In the original work, he risked his life again and again for fairy tale. It's a pity that this old man has a hard life, and the sky can't take it. Haha, President Makarov, you are embarrassed. I am also very happy that Hanabi and Lucy have a president like you who protects their shortcomings. Qin Yu smiled warmly. Now that I have received the money, this earthen jar belongs to Myra. However, before using it, let me, the owner of the 10,000 Worlds shop, explain it. This earthen jar is called the 10,000 Worlds Random Earthen Jar, which can capture what people desire most in their hearts. As long as the person who holds this earthen jar smashes it, he can get what he wants, provided that your belief is strong enough, otherwise I can't be sure what will happen. Charlatan. Black shop. Liar. Listening to this copycat, completely unintentional advertising slogan. The first thoughts that emerged in the minds of the people present were these. Even Urza's cheek muscles couldn't help twitching. Glancing at the Gupo Ben that she had accumulated for more than 10 years, her heart felt a little bit clenched. There was even an urge to snatch it back. However, when she thought of the fight just now, Urza suppressed her thoughts and walked forward quickly. Myra, don't listen to his nonsense. If this thing is really fake and has deceived my aunt, I will fight him again. If it is true, I will agree to any of his conditions. Maharaja came back to his senses and looked at the old earthenware jar in his hand, and his mood became even more nervous. After all, for a slim hope, anyone will pursue. But once touched, the fear of failure will be infinitely magnified. Sister, do you need me to come? Elfman lost his temper. After all, Qin Yu told him that this was the only chance. Elfman didn't know whether the earthen jar was real or not. But he couldn't afford to gamble and didn't want to give up any hope. No, Elfman, Lisena's death was caused by my negligence, so let me redeem it. I believe that no one can compare to my longing for Lisena. Milage shook her head, looked at the earthen jar in her hand, and said with her lips clenched. Qin Yu, if you can really revive Lisena, I will definitely repay you. Lisena, sister misses you. Bang! The earthen jar held by Milage in both hands fell to the ground all of a sudden. The worn-out jar body could not withstand the impact at all, and it shattered like fireworks. This scene made everyone in the field nervous, even Qin Yu was no exception. After all, Qin Yu was not sure what the earthen jar could produce. He was willing to let Myra Jane try because she missed Lisena. What if this earthen jar could not bring Lisena back? I am afraid that Qin Yu would not only lose his boast, but also lose the face to stay. Boom! A dazzling beam of light instantly penetrated the sky and the earth. The leaden clouds that had been accumulated in the air were penetrated at once. The powerful magic fluctuations even set off a large hurricane, which directly forced the people in the field to retreat. Looking at this sudden scene, Qin Yu frowned, and the 9 Magadama Samsara Eye and the Reincarnation Eye turned directly. The power of space controlled by him was even more stimulated to the extreme. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, Qin Yu disappeared from the spot like a ghost. By the time everyone reacted, the beam of light that penetrated the sky disappeared from the spot like a glimpse of a startled beauty. In the huge field, only the fragments of the earthenware jar that was broken by Myra Jane remained. As for Qin Yu and Lisana who needed to be resurrected, they were obviously nowhere to be seen. The empty scene made Myra Jane stunned for a moment. Failed? Failed? Is it because I didn't want Lisana to be resurrected deeply enough? I shouldn't have given the opportunity to Elfman just now. I once again implicated Lisana. Hot tears burst out of Marajana's eyes. As a demon who was once feared by everyone, Myra Jane showed such a delicate side at this moment. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid many people don't want to believe it. Chapter 1416 System Choice. The hot tears blurred Marajana's vision in an instant. The feeling of failure, deep in her heart, exploded like a volcano. Myra Jane squatted down and sobbed helplessly. Although, in her heart, she still hoped for a little comfort from the outside world. Unfortunately, the deathly silence that enveloped the huge field. It was like a big stone pressing on her heart, making her feel like she couldn't breathe. The sense of self-blame and helplessness made Marajana's tears flow unstoppably. At this moment, Myra Jane believed that her guild partners must also blame her for not saving Lisana. That's why she didn't express her opinion at all. Demon Myra Jane, how can you protect Lisana in the future if you cry like this? This has ruined her image in her mind. A warm big hand suddenly covered Marajana's head. The gentle movement made Myra Jane subconsciously raise her head. Under the blurred vision, the first thing that came into view was another slightly familiar figure standing in front of her. Which one? Like a brand, in my mind, in my heart, a familiar face that can't be erased. Let Myra Jane be stunned. At this moment, she finally understood why everyone was speechless. After all, the scene in front of her was too shocking. Sister Myra, it's me, I'm Lisana, I thought I would never see you again in this life. Happy, Sister Urza, Grandpa Makarov, and everyone, I don't know what to say. Lisana burst into tears, throwing her head into Marajana's arms. The howling sound rang directly. The helplessness and hesitation in the past were completely released at this moment. In another dimension, there are indeed these people in front of her. However, for Lisana, the guild in that world is just a spiritual sustenance. And the members of Fairy Tale in front of her are the real harbor for the soul to rest. Lisana, you are really Lisana. It's my fault. I was negligent that day. Don't cry. I can't bear it if you do this. Maraja came back to her senses. She spoke incoherently. The clumsy comfort could not stop the tears from her eyes. Looking at Lisana who was miraculously resurrected in front of her, as if she had lost and found her again. Maraja's tears, from despair and helplessness just now, undoubtedly turned into tears of joy. Wow, it's so touching. I want to cry too. Urza, get me some tissues. Makarov also cried with his head raised. As the president of Fairy Tale, Makarov has always regarded these members as his juniors. From the beginning, from the initial suspicion to now seeing Lisana reappear. A mere broken earthen jar did subvert his worldview. But this is undoubtedly the best result. Qin Yu, thank you this time. Looking at Lisana and Myra Jane hugging each other and crying, Urza came back to her senses. She put on a serious face. Looking at Urza, who had changed into a bunny girl costume and walked with a whip in her hand. Qin Yu was stunned at first, and an indescribable picture flashed in his mind. Is this a role-playing sport? In order to repay the contempt just now and the unhappiness it brought to you, here is a whip, you can beat me to vent your anger, I will never scream. Snap! Urza whipped the whip in her hand. The sour feeling of the picture made Qin Yu touch the tip of his nose helplessly. Ahem, I'm not interested in role-playing in public. If you want to apologize, I only need a bottle of good wine. Don't you men like this? Or is my outfit not to your taste? Urza showed a serious expression. Even Kana on the side couldn't stand it and pulled Urza down. Ahem, Qin Yu, don't be serious with Urza. She has never even been in love. You should erase what happened just now. I toast you with this bottle of wine. Qin Yu took the rum casually. Looking at Urza, who was dragged away in a flash, Qin Yu was really worried that this Urza, who seemed tough on the outside but was very fragile in love, would really be tough for the sake of face. He didn't want to be the male protagonist of the action scene in public. However, this time, Qin Yu still underestimated Marajana's obsession with killing Lisanna, and even made the 10,000 Worlds Earth Jar not have any products. A powerful force of breaking the boundary emerged directly. It instantly penetrated the barrier between the two dimensions. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yu directly opened the Samsara Eye and the Reincarnation Eye, and with the power of the Space Pupil technique, cut into this force of penetrating the boundary. Finally, he successfully entered another continent. After briefly explaining the ins and outs of the matter, he returned with Lisanna. However, what Qin Yu wanted to know most now was whether he had received the same reward for opening the earthen jar this time. Buzz! The vibration of the air suddenly sounded. Qin Yu's Reincarnation Eye and the Samsara Eye rotated autonomously. A huge space force overflowed, which immediately made Qin Yu feel connected to the world. The most surprising thing was that Qin Yu felt that he could easily break through the boundary wall connecting Adris and Shuttle between the two realms with just a thought. It seems that this is the power feedback after the earthen jar was sold. This change made Qin Yu's face happy, and he was eager to try whether he could return to the world of Naruto and pirates with his own strength. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for completing the earthen jar sales task. After the current task is completed, the host will get the next opportunity to select the goods of the 10,000 worlds and unlock the functional area of the store. Does the host want to make a choice immediately? The ethereal prompt of the system suddenly sounded, interrupting Qin Yu's thoughts. At present, even the last earthen jar in the 10,000 worlds store has been sold. There is only one spirit and house of time for training left. However, after using it once, Qin Yu found that there is a huge bug in the spirit and house of time. After each use, if the power cannot be replenished, it will be temporarily unusable. As a result, after Qin Yu sold the last earthen jar, his 10,000 worlds store is really going to be single. Now the prompt sound that suddenly popped up from the system has undoubtedly become a heavenly sound. However, when he thought about choosing between goods or store functional areas, Qin Yu hesitated a little. As long as the goods are sold successfully, Qin Yu will be able to obtain the same value of system rewards. But these goods are often one-time, facing the increasing system money requirements. A functional area that can be reused repeatedly is undoubtedly a hen that can lay eggs. Chapter 1417 New Functional Area. Host, do you want to choose the goods now? The ethereal prompt of the system sounded again. Qin Yu came back to his senses and frowned at the two options in front of him. Forget it, the goods are in short supply now, and I can't be a bachelor store manager. After thinking hard for a while, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. System, I decided to choose to unlock the functional area. Host, please wait. Congratulations to the host, the second functional area selection bar has been unlocked successfully. The current second functional area is 0. Do you want to pay 10 million immediately to extract the functional area items? The voice of the system sounded again. Qin Yu's face was covered with black lines. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. I thought the system would be merciful and give rewards for meeting the sales target. Now it seems that Qin Yu is still too naive. However, the second functional area has been opened, and Qin Yu can't leave it empty. During this period, the sale of 3 earthen jars, and the use of the Escanor template in the Naruto world, the use of the House of Time and Spirit. Qin Yu has obtained 14 million taels. After all the calculations, it is barely enough to pay the high cost of opening the second functional area. Host, do you want to draw the second functional area project immediately? The system's urging sounded again. Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, this is really a bit like a local tycoon squeezing migrant workers, leaving no food for the next day. Draw the second functional area project for me immediately. Host, please be careful with your words. This system is just worried that you will lose the title of Wanja Xiaodian, and it is starting for the sake of your face as a store owner. Next, this system will deduct 10 million taels to draw the second functional area project. Host, please wait. The system's voice sounded again. It looked a bit like a human-like complaining tone. Qin Yu was a little surprised, and he really doubted that this system would continue to transform. One day, will it really give birth to spiritual intelligence? However, this is obviously not what Qin Yu cares about now. Looking at the roulette wheel that appeared out of thin air and turned rapidly in front of him, the names of the functional areas that quickly passed by on the items pointed by the pointer. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Mirror area. Sutra area. Dungeon area. A series of functional area items passed by like a horse-drawn show. Qin Yu also felt a little dazzled. At the last moment, just like the last time, even if Qin Yu used the Samsara Eye, he could not catch any more. Forget it, it's all random choice questions anyway, just do whatever you want. Qin Yu simply put away the Samsara Eye. Stop. With one word, the wheel that was originally spinning at high speed stopped quickly as if it had stepped on the brakes. The items that could still be seen became blurred in an instant. When the compass stopped and the pointer landed on the items, the originally blurred items became clear again. Martial arts area. Qin Yu was stunned. In various fields, Qin Yu may not be a master-like existence. But with the one-click full-level system in the past, Qin Yu is confident that he can easily reach the peak level in each field. It is more than enough to guide others. This makes the martial arts area seem a bit useless. Forget it, let's take a look at the instructions above first. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. This time, the second functional area was opened, but it was the source of his next business. If he had a Waterloo at this critical juncture, then I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the capital to fool people. It can attract the projections of the heavens and the worlds, descending into the martial arts area to teach by example. When you defeat or injure the projections, you get a technical score and you will get a random reward. In the complicated instructions, Qin Yu suddenly saw a very important paragraph with a line. In particular, the last random reward made Qin Yu's eyes light up. Qin Yu claimed that he could become a master in various fields with the help of the system. However, there is one thing that cannot replace the heaven-defying nature of the system. That is the reward given by the system. I thought the martial arts area was a useless existence, but now just by defeating or injuring, you can get a technical score and get a random reward from the system, which is enough to make the martial arts area soar in value. It is not inferior to the spirit and the house of time. It also allows Qin Yu to have the capital to continue to fool people. Master Qin Yu, President Makarov invites you to hold a banquet. The voice of Hinata Hanabi suddenly sounded. Qin Yu withdrew from the consciousness space, looked at the nervous fairy tale members around him, was startled at first, and then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, an old friend came to the door just now, thinking of the temporary employment in my small shop, so I chatted for a few words and completely forgot the occasion." After experiencing the sale of earthenware pots, and the promotion of spirits in the House of Time, Qin Yu understands that doing business must be seamless. No matter what the occasion, you must bring your products lightly. Once the other party's curiosity is aroused, then the sales opportunity will begin to come. For this epiphany, Qin Yu actually thinks that he has the talent to be a black marketeer. Old friend. Makarov was stunned for a moment, looked around, and said with sudden enlightenment, "It seems that not only is Mr. Qin Yu extraordinary, but even his friends are no exception. It is really amazing that they can communicate with each other through magic even though they are far apart. However, Mr. Qin Yu, what do you mean by the small shop and temporary employment you mentioned? Does your small shop have the kind of small jar that can experiment with wishes?" As soon as these words fell, the originally happy situation was broken. Even Myra Jane and others, whose eyes were red from crying, subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. The effect of the worn-out earthen jar just now was vivid in their minds. Although it was not a real resurrection of Lysina, but it was able to penetrate the boundary wall of the two dimensions and bring Lysina back. This alone is enough to show that the earthen jar is definitely not a simple thing. Most importantly, they clearly remember that Qin Yu once mentioned it. As long as the person who gets the earthen jar has the thing he wants most in his heart. Once the earthen jar is opened, it can be obtained with a great probability. It can be said that everyone has his own wishes and things he wants in his life. If the earthen jar is really that amazing, I'm afraid no one would not want to get one. AI, Happy also wants to buy an earthen jar, and then use it to get a lot of fish. I want to eat fat fish for the rest of my life. I also want to not get dizzy on transportation. Happy and Natsu squeezed out of the crowd at once. However, it was not the earthen jar that first greeted them, but Urza's strong fist. Chapter 1418 Starting price 3 million. Shut up. Iluza kicked Happy and Natsu away. This kind of wish can be tested casually, there is no need to waste the jar at all, stay aside and don't interfere. After leaving this sentence, Urza looked at Chinyu suddenly. I want a set of clothes that everyone says are beautiful. Iluza, your wish is not a waste. Makarov rolled his eyes helplessly. Let me negotiate with Manager Chinyu. I feel guilty for the contempt just now, but if Manager Chinyu still has this kind of earthen jar for sale, I am willing to spend the same value to exchange for the earthen jar. After this, everyone's nerves were tense. No matter what their wishes are, they must have the magical earthen jar as a prerequisite. If they don't get the magical earthen jar, everything is nonsense. Sorry, I only sell my products to people who are destined to buy them. Just now, Myra and I were destined to buy them, so she is eligible to get the right to buy them. Chinyu said lightly. Besides, I only have 3 earthen jars in total. Hanabi got 1, Jurikis got 1, and the last one fell into Myra's hands. 3? The people present were disappointed. Many people subconsciously looked at Hyuga Hanabi and Lucy, trying to ask the truth of this statement. After seeing Hyuga Hanabi nod, the whole person deflated like a balloon. You said that Jurikis, the kid of the 10 saints, got the right to buy it. Makarov was stunned for a moment and asked anxiously. What did that guy get? The 10 saints is the strongest title in the Isha continent. Jurikis is the last one. However, now that he can get this mysterious earthen jar, his strength will probably increase greatly. He has opened the second source of magic and obtained a stronger magic inheritance. His current strength should be able to rank in the middle of the 10 saints. Chinyu did not hide it. This is a living sign. It is also the reason why Chinyu chose to sell the earthen jar to Jura. The middle of the 10 saints, isn't that as powerful as the president? Arisa, didn't you meet Jurikis before? Natsu squeezed out again like an indestructible cockroach. This time Urza obviously didn't want to do it, and said with a serious face. That's a man as strong as a monster. He was originally so strong that people felt helpless. Now he has opened the mysterious second source of magic in the human body and obtained a stronger magic inheritance. I'm afraid that next time we meet, I can't beat him. Jurikis originally had the title of Rock Iron. For Urza, who switches magic armor and relies on magic weapons to attack, it feels like fighting a turtle. It's a pity not to be able to break it. Now Jurikis's magic has been further strengthened. This is undoubtedly a nightmare. It seems that our fairy tale and toucan are not destined to be together. The next time we meet, I am afraid that my 5th place in the Holy 10 will not be safe. Makarov said with a sigh. Of course, at his age, Makarov no longer values the title of the Holy 10. If he could not have a say in the Magic Council, when he sabotages, he can use it as a bargaining chip to pay less money. I am afraid Makarov does not want this annoying title. After all, there are not a few magicians who are eyeing the position of the Holy 10 every year. Moreover, a large part of the hatred between the Fairy Tale Guild and the Phantom Ruler Guild, which is also famous in the Kingdom of Phileo, also comes from the competition for the title of the Holy 10. 6 years ago, at a cocktail party, the two had a conflict over who was stronger. In the end, the Phantom Ruler President Joseph was defeated. Because of this, the hatred between Fairy Tale and the Phantom Ruler has intensified. However, Makarov said this. Chinyu knew clearly that once Makarov started the desperate mode and used the 3 fairy magics, not to mention Jurikis, I am afraid that even the 3 queens of the 4 heavenly kings of Isha can be defeated by Makarov. By the way, Chinyu, your store should have other products, right? Urza suddenly spoke. Are there other things like earthenware jars? Everyone in the field was obviously very concerned about this question. Sorry, my store only sells fine products. Now there is only the earthenware jar that has been sold out, this single product. Chinyu replied indifferently. However, my shop also has 2 functional areas, one is the House of Time and Spirit, and the other is the Heavenly Dao Projection Martial Arts Field. It's just that someone used the House of Time and Spirit not long ago, and it hasn't been restored yet. The Heavenly Dao Projection Martial Arts Field can only be opened after my old friend comes to serve. Just now, Chinyu extracted the second functional area project through the system. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dao Projection Martial Arts Field requires a 24-hour cooling time. It can't be used for a while. What kind of house and what kind of field is this? Like the earthen jar, can it test people's dreams? Natsu couldn't help but say. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will say you are dumb. Urza said after slapping Natsu away. Qin Yu, what's the use of these two things you said? After experiencing the magic of the earthen jar, Urza obviously raised the status of Qin Yu's small shop with scarce goods to a higher level. Hehe, I don't like to say too much. It's enough for you to know that my shop's products are high quality. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. Can't you even reveal it? Urza rolled her eyes helplessly. Then you will finally charge, won't it be another sky-high price? Faced with Qin Yu's hard-to-get sales method, even Urza, the queen of fairies, her heart was a little itchy and began to be unable to hold back. However, curiosity is one thing. Urza still remembers the sky-high price of the earthen jar. The first opening of the Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Hall, the first 3 million. Qin Yu said with a smile. By the way, this is just the starting price, the price will be higher in the future. The scene was dead silent. Those people with eager faces froze. The starting price is 3 million. This is like a bucket of cold water poured on their heads, directly extinguishing their thoughts. Manager Qin Yu, can't you give us a better discount? Urza couldn't help but say. Just now, for Myra Jane, Urza even took out her aunt's book. She has the title of Fairy Queen. She also has the title of S-level magician, and can take on higher paying bounty missions. However, Urza's biggest reliance is the magic of changing clothes. This is like a bottomless pit, and Urza needs to constantly buy and update equipment. Chapter 1419 S-level bounty order. Sorry, this price is still discounted because of the fate between you and me. If other people come, I'm afraid it will be higher. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. However, for Urza's sake, I will keep this discount for you. No matter when you come, the trial price of 3 million will never change. Urza was stunned. He couldn't help but rub his head viciously. It's fate again, obviously fate, why can't it be free? Forget it, I'm a pauper anyway, I'll think about it later. After saying this, Urza obviously let it go. Other members of Fairy Tail who were eager to try saw that even Urza, who was like a rich woman, didn't have the confidence to try. Not to mention them. The only thing they could do was to temporarily dispel their curiosity. Looking at everyone who had lost interest, Qin Yu was not disappointed at all. He was now carrying out the system's tasks, just with the idea of playing games. If this task is too easy to complete, it will lose the fun. Well, it's getting late, you guys continue with the banquet. I'm going to rent a piece of land next to the Fairy Tail Guild to open a store during this period. Qin Yu looked around and quickly picked out an open space on the side. In the Kingdom of Fiori, Fairy Tail is a star guild with a first-class status. Otherwise, the guild arts mode would not have appeared in the town of Marilo. Therefore, in order to show respect for Fairy Tail, a certain amount of open space was left around the guild for buffering. Hehe, Manager Qin Yu, you don't need to be nervous. Let's have a banquet first. In order to repay you for saving Levi and Lysina, after we celebrate, I will let these bastards help you build the store. Makarov laughed and said. By the way, Manager Qin Yu, I still don't know your name, I am too embarrassed for Fairy Tail. The method Qin Yu used just now was just a glimpse. However, relying on this and the special earthenware pot product, Makarov has already raised Qin Yu to the same level as himself. Especially seeing Urza, an S-level magician of Fairy Tail, being directly stripped of her magic armor by Qin Yu in one encounter. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Uchiha Qin Yu, a traveling merchant, please give me more advice in the next period of time. I also hope that you can take good care of Hanabi and Lucy. Qin Yu said with a smile. Uchiha Qin Yu. Makarov was startled, but his brows were furrowed. This name is a bit familiar, but I can't remember it for a moment. As the president of the Fairy Tail Guild, he is also one of the 10 saints. In the Magic Council, Makarov also has a lot of say. Because of this, he will get a copy of a lot of information. However, Makarov has always been lazy. Apart from looking at portraits, he also looks at beauties. He will not look closely at the information. President, you are not going to use the most superficial reasons to get close to Manager Qin Yu. Urza rolled her eyes and said. It's rare that the Thunder Gods are not here today. Let's not waste time and go back to prepare for the banquet. Today is a day worth celebrating the return of Lysina. The scene exploded. For these bounty mages who pinned human heads on their trousers. A banquet was the best thing for them. At the same time, in the Magic Council, two figures appeared in the dark room, staring at the picture on the crystal, their faces extremely gloomy. This bastard, I thought he would escape to other continents, but now he is not only staying in Isha continent, but also ran to Fairy Tale. It's a pity that just now I can't see the whole story clearly, as if I was blocked by an unknown force, but I roughly know where he went. Jalal crushed the crystal ball in his hand. Thinking of the scenes that happened at the selection meeting not long ago, it was a shame for him as one of the 10 holy men. Jalal, our plan has reached a critical juncture, and there must be no mistakes, so we can't do anything anymore. Urusha said in a deep voice. Can't do it. Jalal's face flashed a trace of madness. Are we going to watch this arrogant guy continue to live? I can't do this kind of thing. As a black magician with dark negative emotions, it's harder than climbing to the sky to let Jalal tolerate something. Jalal, don't worry, I can't swallow this breath either, so I have thought of a way to deal with that guy. Urusha sneered and took out a brand new bounty. Sabotage the selection meeting, attack the Magic Council personnel, a bounty of 1 million, an S-level mission. Jellard was stunned for a moment. Urusha, are you going to let someone take this bounty mission and go and take him down? However, doing so seems a bit like looking for a needle in a haystack. I don't know when someone will take this bounty and find this arrogant guy and kill him. Hehe, Jalal, don't worry, isn't there a group of guys in Fairy Tale who don't obey the crowd? Urusha sneered. They just handed in the mission in the Magic Council, and I have asked someone to give them this S-level bounty order to see. At the same time, this bounty mission order was also sent to every guild. I think those guys saw that the bounty for killing one person is more than the reward for killing a dark guild, and I don't think anyone can resist the temptation. Jalal was stunned for a moment, and soon remembered the list of people who had completed the handover tasks today. He raised his eyebrows and said with a cruel smile. Ultia, you are worthy of it. You can even think of the trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife. If there is an internal conflict within Fairy Tale, it will be of great help to our next plan. Besides, I also want to see what will happen to that arrogant guy when he encounters the unruly thunder gods. Thinking of this, Jalal took out another surveillance crystal. After injecting magic power, 4 figures soon emerged. The leader was the proud, burly thunder dragon Laxus with golden hair and lightning on his face. He is also one of the few S-level magicians in Fairy Tale. As for the thunder gods following behind him, they are also members of the Fairy Tale who are strong among the A-level magicians. It can be said that a thunder god accounts for nearly 1/3 of the top combat power of Fairy Tale. If it weren't for Natsu and Gray's cheating in the later period, I'm afraid it would be too difficult to suppress the thunder gods. Chapter 1420 Your hope lies in Qin. The next morning, it was dimly lit. Urza yawned and pushed the barrel on her body away. After opening her hazy eyes and looking around, she couldn't help but frown. Why is the guild so empty, without even a single person? Could it be that they have taken a fancy to the black shop of manager Qin, so they accepted the task and worked hard to make money? No, it should be the Wanja shop. As she spoke, Urza looked around furtively, obviously worried that someone would hear her subconscious evaluation. After all, the starting price was 3 million, which was really hard to accept. Hehe, Urza, don't be nervous, they all went out to join in the fun, even the president went there, so it's rare today. Urza, you are the last one to get up. Did you have a great dream last night, or did you have a boy you like? Marajana's voice sounded behind the bar. You are not looking at manager Qin, planning to get the goods for free, are you? As old rivals in the past, bickering is a daily routine for the demon Myra Jane and the fairy queen Urza. Unfortunately, since Lysana's death, Myra Jane has changed her usual behavior, from a rough character to a gentle and silent bar girl. Now that she is joking for the first time, Urza is indeed surprised. However, Urza quickly reacted and rolled her eyes and said, Myra, don't forget, we had an agreement before, whoever is weaker will marry first. Before, because of Lysana's matter, you were in poor condition. Now that Lysana can be resurrected, you should cheer up. With you here, I can at least have more confidence to fight against that guy. During this period, that guy has been doing more and more outrageous things. Gildarts went to perform a Super S mission and there has been no news. Mist Gang has also been away from the Union for a long time. I alone can't fight against that guy. At this point, Urza's face showed a trace of solemnity. She looked up at the attic and the chair with the lightning logo, and said, "That guy is worthy of being the grandson of the president." For the second generation of fairy tale, Urza is known as the Queen of Fairies. However, looking at the current stage of the Fairy Tale Guild, Urza's strength can only be ranked 5th for the time being. The first place is Gildarts. The second place is it was Makarov. The third was Mist Gang. The fourth was the Thunder Dragon Laxus, the leader of the Thunder Gods. The fifth was Myra Jane and Urza of the past. It could be said that Urza alone might not be able to compete with Laxus. However, if Myra Jane of equal strength was included, it would be another matter. "Urza, you flatter me again." Myra smiled and shook her head. In fact, the strength of Natsu and Grey is improving rapidly. They will soon be able to become S-level wizards. As for me, it has been unimportant during this period of time. Unimportant? Urza was stunned for a moment, and soon caught the flash of disappointment in the depths of Myra's pupils. "Myra, didn't you promise Manager Chinyu yesterday that you would protect Lysina and Elfman?" "Miraja, the former demon, as long as you have a firm belief, I believe you can do it. Why don't you try it now, maybe a miracle will happen." As she spoke, Urza quickly pulled Myra out from behind the bar. Myra was silent for a moment. Seeing this scene, Urza suddenly became anxious. Whether it is for the old rival of the past or to suppress the increasingly powerful Laxus, it is very important for Miraja to restore the strength of the demon. "Myra, Manager Chinyu said that as long as you have a firm belief, you will succeed. You have to give yourself hope. Let's try it." "Okay." Miraja nodded hesitantly, and her hands clenched suddenly, and the long-lost magic power rolled up. Feeling this huge and familiar evil breath, Urza couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. "Receive the soul of Satan with your whole body." When the huge magic power overflowing from his body reached its peak, Myra Jane suddenly clenched his hands. Bang! A head of silver-white hair flew up quickly. The black scales spread on Mirajana's arms. The next moment, the body features related to Satan appeared on his body, but they shattered like a mirror. Bang! The gathered magic power dissipated at once. Mirajana's footsteps softened and he almost fell to the ground. Urza's joy disappeared at once, and she quickly stepped forward and caught the pale Myra Jane. "Urza, I'm sorry, it seems that I have disappointed you." Myra said disappointedly. "It seems that Lysina's appearance has exhausted my hope. After wasting so much time, it's probably difficult for me to recover my former strength. And last night, I have secretly tried several times. I thought that with Urza's encouragement, I could take a crucial step this time, but I didn't expect to fail. I think Hanabi, who followed Manager Chinyu and joined Fairy Tail, should be very strong. As long as she and Natsu and others grow up, they may be able to contain Laxus." This. Urza was speechless, obviously knowing that she had just done something to open up the scar. Let Myra Jane disappointed again. After all, so many things happened last night. Especially after Lysina's resurrection, Myra Jane might have tried to recover her strength early in the morning. Now Urza's encouragement is undoubtedly unnecessary. "No, Myra, I know where your hope is." Urza suddenly woke up and said, "Where did Chinyu go?" "Go ask him if there is any way to restore your strength." "You mean, my hope is in Manager Chinyu?" Myra Jane was stunned. However, when she thought of what happened yesterday, she felt that she could not refute it. Chinyu could even save Lysina who had died for many years. Then it might not be a problem to let her restore the strength of the former demon Myra Jane. Moreover, just because she couldn't do it doesn't mean that this traveling merchant who is full of secrets can't do it. Thinking of this, Myra Jane stammered, "Just now, when Lysina went out, I seemed to hear that Manager Chinyu's Wanja store has opened, and they are going to help now." "Myra, are you kidding? The Wanja store opened overnight? Are you kidding?" Urza was stunned for a moment, then grabbed Mirajana's hand, turned around and rushed out quickly. Chapter 1421 Thunder Dragon Laxus. "Natsu, get out of the way quickly, don't stand in front of us. You're the one standing in my way, I also want to see what the 10,000 Worlds shop that was built overnight looks like. Love, I want to go in and see too." As soon as Urza walked out of the guild gate, she saw a building that was no less impressive than the Fairy Tale Guild, standing beside it. Two lifelike stone lions stood on the left and right of the gate. Above the gate, the words 10,000 Worlds Shop were written. At the same time, the style of the ancient Chinese building attracted Urza and Marajana's attention. At least, in their memory, they had never come across a building of this style. In particular, seeing the shop that rose overnight, they were even more shocked. Originally, Urza and Marajana's first thought was that the shop that could be built overnight was probably the size of a small room. Now the main building alone is similar to the fairy tale guild. Then there are two functional areas set up in the open space at the back. The scale is not even comparable to fairy tale. If you really want to calculate, the building of the Bankai shop in front of you may not even be comparable to the church in Merino town. However, this kind of building that requires a huge project to build only took one day. If you don't trademark see it with your own eyes, I trademark. I'm afraid not many people are willing to believe that everything in front of you is true. Emira, we should ask manager Chin Yu to change the name. This scale can trademark be called a small shop. Urza couldn't trademark help but complain. However, this also shows that your hope is definitely on manager Chin Yu. Let trademark go in quickly and see if manager Chin Yu has any way to restore your demon power. As she spoke, Urza pulled Myra Jane into the crowd. Puff. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Urza trademark's nerves were tense to the extreme. Without time to think about it, she pushed Myra Jane away and blocked it with both hands directly in front of her. Bang! A dull crash echoed. Urza flew backwards. The members of Fairy Tale behind her were also hit and flew out. Urza, what happened? Makarov's face changed slightly. Looking at Urza, who was about to hit the door of the 10,000 Worlds shop, he was eager to rescue her. Alas, isn't today a good day? On the first day of opening, the door was almost smashed. A sigh came out faintly. Chin Yu appeared behind Urza like a ghost and pressed on her back. The violent impact was directly offset. Makarov secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned around suddenly, and shouted, Laxus, are you crazy? Urza is a partner of the guild, and you actually attacked your partner. Laxus? The faces of the people present changed suddenly. Many people were obviously unhappy with this member of the guild. However, Laxus's strength and status are here. They have never done anything excessive, so they do their own things and don't interfere with each other. Haha, old man, I think you are crazy. You are actually related to a bounty criminal. Laxus smiled cruelly, strode over directly, and took out a brand new bounty order with his backhand. You don't even know the criminal who made a scene at the selection meeting and attacked the Magic Council. He was given a 1 million level bounty. Uchiha Chin Yu? Makarov was stunned when he saw the bounty order in Laxus's hand. At the same time, he also remembered why he felt familiar when he heard Chin Yu's full name yesterday. Especially, when he saw the magic seal of the Magic Council on the bounty order. Whether it was Makarov or others, their faces changed. Fairy Tale is the Guild of Light. It can be said that all regular guilds on the Isha continent must be supervised by the Magic Council. Those who are rewarded by the Magic Council are all evil demons in the eyes of the Light Guild. However, now Laxus told them that Uchiha Chin Yu, a traveling merchant who saved the lives of Levi and Lysina, is a wanted criminal with a bounty. This is too shocking. This bounty order is completely slanderous. It is obvious that Kikrin and Yerusha of the Magic Council wanted to rob the goods of manager Chin Yu. After failing, they deliberately slandered him. Lucy was the first to be unable to hold back. Coveting the goods. Laxus laughed disdainfully. How can a guy who doesn't even have a little fame have any goods that the big shots of the Magic Council covet? I think you, a woman, are really stupid. Also, I just heard Urza say that the hope of that loser to restore the power of the demon lies in the bounty criminal. Isn't this a joke? Losers will always be losers. To make a loser stand up again, unless God himself stands up, it is simply nonsense. At this point, Laxus's aggressive eyes turned in vain. Old man, I think you are still blind, you are really old, you should hand over the guild to me. I want to make Fairy Tale the strongest guild in the whole continent, and I will drive out all those useless people. By the way, I seem to have heard that the useless Rebecca was rescued. Only you, old man, will let the guild be full of termites. You should hurry up and hand over Fairy Tale to me. I will help you get rid of them in an instant, just like that day, when the useless Lysina died. How good it would be. The stern voice was mixed with the taste of wantonness. It echoed between heaven and earth, and it could not be dispersed for a long time. The faces of the members of Fairy Tale present suddenly changed. They had seen Laxus's rebelliousness. But this time's madness was obviously beyond their cognition. The term waste that was mentioned all the time was even more unacceptable. Laxus, who did you say deserved to die? Elfman rushed out first, roaring angrily. If you are a man, fight me in a fair duel. If I win, I want you to apologize to Lysina. For Elfman, Lysina's death that day has made him feel guilty for a long time. Now that Lysina has been resurrected, he has not had time to protect her, but he has heard such vicious comments. Most importantly, according to Laxus's words, it is obvious that he did not know that Lysina had been resurrected. This means that Laxus, who is also a member of Fairy Tail, not only did not feel sad because of Lysina's death. Instead, he was gloating. This is disrespectful to the dead. Chapter 1422 Let him see the power of God. The stern voice was dispersed with the wind. Seeing Elfman walk out of the crowd, Marajana's face suddenly changed drastically and rushed out in a hurry. Elfman, be careful. Be careful. Since he wants to challenge me, let's see if he has the ability to protect your useless sister. If he can't, he will sweep you all out. Laxus smiled grimly. Boom. Endless lightning exploded on his body. The next moment, the whole person passed through the void like lightning. In a distance of just a dozen meters, he appeared in front of Elfman one step ahead. So fast. Elfman's expression changed. He was good at receiving magic, and his strongest form was at the level of the Beast King. He was completely different from Myra Jane in her prime. Not to mention Laxus, who had transformed into thunder and was moving at high speed. When Elfman came to his senses, Laxus had already appeared in front of Myra Jane, who was blocking him. With a fist wrapped in lightning, Laxus punched him in the face with a cruel smile on his face. Myra! Urza and others roared in a hurry. However, before they could make any move, the thunder gods led by Philly had already blocked them. Don't hinder Laxus-sama from cleaning up the waste, it will be over soon. Boom! The thunder was exploding. Philly subconsciously turned back to look at where Elfman was. After the thunder exploded, the dust gradually subsided. When everything in front of him became clear again, the first scene that came into his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Next. The attack was taken. The people present were stunned. The figure standing in front of Elfman and Myra Jane was full of disbelief. Because they couldn't see clearly when Chinyu moved. When he stood in front of Laxus. The power of thunder is really good, but you still developed it too weakly. Chinyu smiled faintly and shook his head, and threw away the fist he caught. You seem to have said just now that no one except God can revive Myra's demon power. Then I'm sorry, I'll let you see my divine power, I hope you don't blink. Chinyu also knew a little about Myra's inability to use the demon power. Everything comes from the inner demon. Chinyu has many ways to solve this inner demon. However, the quickest way is to use the inverted toy hammer. This item is endowed with bug-like abilities by the system. You bastard, you dare to interfere in the affairs of our fairy tale, and you call yourself a god. Then I want to see what confidence you have. Laxus suddenly woke up, and with his 5 fingers clenched, the lightning exploded again and hit Chinyu head-on. Bang! The air was torn apart by lightning when he punched out. Unfortunately, when everyone came to their senses, Laxus's fist obviously missed. As for Chinyu and Myra Jane, they had already returned to the door of the store. The ghostly movement made people's expressions stagnate. Is it teleportation magic? Makarov couldn't help but mutter. As a veteran magician and one of the 10 saints, he is obviously well informed. I was wondering what method you used to make yourself run so fast, but it turned out to be just teleportation, a cheap trick for weaklings. Laxus came back to his senses, and a trace of ferocity flashed across his face again. Since you like to interfere in the affairs of our fairy tale so much, then go and die first. Boom! Laxus' muscles suddenly tensed up. The violent electric current flowed through his body, and in an instant, it was like bathing in lightning, and a terrifying lightning flashed that captured people's hearts. Natsu, Gray, hurry up and join forces with me to stop Laxus. Urza's face changed drastically. She had never thought that the scene she was worried about would happen in advance. Natsu and Gray on the side had already been eager to try. If they didn't know their own strength and were not Laxus's opponent for the time being, they would probably have attacked them a long time ago. Urza, you guys retreat, I said I would let him see the power of God, and I won't break my promise. Chinyu suddenly spoke. Of course, I have one more thing to tell Laxus. There are many people who want to kill me, but I am still alive and well. I don't care how much the reward is. If you think you have the ability to kill me, my store door is always open to you. However, people who don't cherish their companions are worse than trash. Myra, I am right, right. Qin Yu paused, reached out and rubbed Myra's head, and said, "Are you ready to restore your demon power?" The people present were stunned. At first, they just thought that Urza was just wishful thinking when she asked Myra Jane for help. After Laxus's ridicule, they also felt that they had no way to refute it. After all, as a demon, the members of Fairy Tail felt sorry when they saw Myra Jane had lost her demon power. Over the years, they have also used various methods to search for her. Unfortunately, they still cannot restore Mirajana's demon power. However, Qin Yu asked Myra Jane to prepare as soon as he opened his mouth, which overturned their cognition. "Manager Qin Yu, do you really have a way?" Urza couldn't help asking. "You can't joke. Joking in this situation can kill people." After a moment of thought buffering, Urza found that after Laxus came back this time, whether it was his personality or his magic power, there was a hint of impatience that was completely different from before. This feeling was the first time Urza caught Laxus. However, it was precisely because of this reason that Urza knew clearly that if the next thing was not handled properly, I'm afraid Laxus would really go berserk. As for the Thunder Gods, who have always been centered around Laxus, they will never give up. Now in Fairy Tail, Mist Gang is not there, and Gildarts is missing. With her own strength, she can't suppress the Thunder Gods at all. After all, in Urza's eyes, apart from Laxus, this tough opponent. As the captain of the Thunder Gods, Philid is also an S-level wizard. It's just that Philid has always been the most loyal follower of Laxus. In order to avoid weakening Laxus, he should be the captain of the Thunder Gods. Philid is reluctant to participate in the S-level wizard assessment. Once the war really starts, Urza will not have the confidence to fight against two S-level wizards at the same time. As for Natsu and Grey, Urza can only be regarded as a small helper. Chapter 1423 Blackening is twice as strong. The huge open space fell into a dead silence. Looking at Uchiha Qin Yu, who looked serious and didn't seem to be talking nonsense at all, the people present couldn't come back to their senses. Haha, someone actually calls himself a god. He seems to be a lunatic. Laxus covered his cheeks and laughed unscrupulously. Since you think you are a god, let me see how to help a useless demon recover his power. Besides, I also want to try the taste of killing gods. Boom! A violent lightning flashed through Laxus's body as he said this, and rushed straight to the accumulated clouds in the sky. The dazzling golden lightning flashed quickly in the void like a lightning snake. In an instant, the whole area was in a state of strong thunderstorm. Manager Qin Yu, don't joke. Laxus's strength is stronger than mine. Urza was the first to lose her temper. Looking at Laxus, who looked like a madman, her speculation became more intense. I have informed Natsu and Grey to do everything they can to stop the Thunder Gods. Then, I will stop Laxus. You take Myra and leave quickly. Come back when I figure things out. As she spoke, Urza led the crowd out. The nerves of Natsu and Grey on the side were also stretched to the extreme. The originally depressing atmosphere was pushed directly to the peak. Sorry, I didn't expect that I was underestimated. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. But, do you see my expression, like I'm joking? It's just that I can help Myra Jane to restore the power of the demon with my eyes closed. The firm tone made the people in the field feel a little confused. Especially Urza. She was ready to sacrifice herself, but now Qin Yu told her no. This undoubtedly made Urza feel like she was punching cotton and was powerless. However, it was precisely because of this reason that Urza and the people in the field still couldn't help staring at Qin Yu, eager to know what ability this mysterious store manager had to help Myra Jane, who had lost her demon power, recover. Toy hammer! Someone exclaimed. The people present were all confused. It can be said that at this moment, they felt that their IQ was insulted. Especially, seeing Uchiha Qin Yu holding a toy hammer and hitting Mirajana's back of the head, he gave a reply. The muscles at the corners of his eyes were twitching. Okay, the demon power is restored. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with demonic sound, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Just looking at the scene, except for Uchiha Chinyu. Only Lucy and Hyuga Hanabi knew clearly the horror of this inverted magic hammer. "Little devil, you dare to tease me, go to hell!" Thunder! Laxus roared with a distorted face. Bang! As the lightning exploded on his body, the whole person turned into a streak and rushed straight towards Chinyu. "Be careful!" Urza's expression changed drastically. She had just seen with her own eyes that Chinyu blocked Laxus' attack like a ghost. However, now facing this angry attack, Chinyu gave people the feeling that he was as motionless as a sculpture. The strange posture made Urza tense. "Sorry, your opponent is me." Myra Jane suddenly raised her head, and the dark expression on her face was completely different from her previous gentleness. To people. Facing the fist that was coming towards him and was wrapped in endless lightning, his right hand suddenly stretched out. Bang! The violent air wave rolled back in all directions. Looking at Mirajana's slender and tender white right hand, it directly hit Laxus's fist. The people present were stunned for a moment. Even Laxus was no exception. This smile reminds me of bad things." Natsu couldn't help but hug his body tightly. "Love," Natsu used to challenge the demon Myra Jane, and the end was terrible. Happy raised the fish in his hand, but it softened all of a sudden. As Natsu's best friend, it also suffered a lot. "Sister, are you really my sister?" Elfman couldn't help but mutter. "Pop." Elfman was stunned for a moment, covering his burning cheeks and crying loudly. "Yes, sister, it's really sister. The feeling of this slap is too familiar. The strength and softness are simply beyond imitation. The demon Myra Jane has resurrected. Man, I can't cry." Chinyu was stunned. He thought of various ways to test the authenticity, but he never thought that the relationship between siblings could be measured by a slap. "Shut up, damn man, why are you crying?" Myra Jane glared, and the former gentleness was completely replaced by blackening. As a reincarnated person, Chinyu knew clearly that Myra Jane lost the title of demon because she couldn't get over the psychological barrier. Worried that he couldn't control the soul of Satan well and once again caused an out-of-control rampage. Chinyu took advantage of the plan and directly used the inverted magic hammer to make Myra Jane black, directly eliminating the psychological pressure. Some things, only after experiencing them, will you completely forget the pain. What's more, the laws of heaven will never change. Blackening is twice as strong, and whitening is 3 points weaker. Under the inverted magic hammer, Mileage completely released the negative emotions of these years and turned black. Chinyu could not tell how much his own strength would be improved. "Humph, you just took my punch, but you dared to be distracted and ignore me. You have no value in this world, you rubbish. Go to hell." Laxus came back to his senses and roared with a twisted expression. "Attract thunder." Boom! The lightning that was wandering in the sky suddenly gathered together above Laxus. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of thunder, the golden lightning, like a thread, hit Chinyu and Mileage. "Laxus, I let you practice for so many years, is this all you have? I'll show you what overwhelming strength is. Receive the soul of Satan with your whole body." Bang! The dark magic exploded in Mileage's body. It turned into a powerful magic beam that penetrated the sky and earth, smashing the lightning that fell from the sky head-on. The powerful magic storm turned into a hurricane and rolled back in all directions. The fairy tale members who were slightly closer were directly forced to retreat. Even Urza was shocked. She retreated 3 or 4 steps in succession before she came to her senses and stared at Myra Jane. Facing this familiar yet strange breath, an absurd thought flashed through Urza's mind. All these years, Myra Jane must have been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Otherwise, after a few years of blankness, her strength has improved instead? Chapter 1424 The Pervert Among Perverts. Boom! The violent magic beam of light penetrated the accumulated lead clouds in the sky. The dust and storm raised. Even Laxus retreated 7 or 8 steps before he stabilized his body and looked at Myra Jane in surprise. Over the years, Laxus has been reluctant to make a move. In fact, it is also to improve his own strength, and at the same time avoid the most prosperous time in the guild, looking for an opportunity to take action. It can be said that for a period of time, the demon Myra Jane and the fairy queen Urza joined forces, and even Laxus was afraid. I thought that this combination had disappeared in the long river of history. Now Myra Jane said that he would recover, and he recovered. This is hard for Laxus to accept. However, it is one thing to accept it, and Laxus is determined to seize the position of the president of Fairy Tale, which is another thing. Marajana's recovery of strength made him feel a little tricky. But, it was just tricky. Under his biggest trump card, everything was not important. Bang! The dark wings suddenly stretched out in the storm. Myra Jane, who turned into Satan, walked out slowly. The huge tail covered with scales hit the ground heavily, giving people a feeling of thunder like an earthquake. Looking at the long silver hair that soared into the sky, and the claws that were as ferocious as a demon king. That cold and cruel posture was completely different from the gentle mileage. Sorry, it's the first time I use this useless power, so I'm a little unskilled, but next I hope that Laxus, you can be a good sandbag and practice for me. Mileage spoke first coldly. Bang! With a step of his right foot, the ground seemed unable to withstand this force and cracked open. Mileage was like a ghost, crossing more than 10 meters first and appeared in front of Laxus. The claws on his right hand turned into fists, without any fancy moves, and hit him hard. So fast. Laxus' pupils shrank slightly. He quickly blocked with both hands. Bang! With a huge impact, Laxus flew backwards like a cannonball. The sculpture of 10 meters high was hit directly into the distance. The crowd woke up. Looking at the step by step, she turned into a demon like Mirage, and Iluza couldn't help saying. In the middle, Mirage, who was blank for several years, was actually a little unwilling in Iluza's heart. No, you underestimated Laxus. He is twice as strong when he turns black. He is now in a half-black state, and his strength is more than that. Qin Yu smiled warmly. Laxus, if you don't use the strength of a dragon slayer, you will probably lose. Dragon slayer? Urza was stunned. Isn't this Natsu's dragon slayer magic? As a companion, Urza certainly knew the perversion of dragon slayer magic. However, Urza was most concerned about Laxus. He was already a pervert. If he had a perverted dragon slayer magic, what would it be like? Manager Qin Yu, do you think Laxus is a pervert among perverts? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, and touched his nose helplessly. You can describe it this way. In the original work, Laxus was able to become an S-level wizard, and he always used ordinary thunder attribute magic to show people. It was not until the internal war of Fairy Tale that Laxus revealed his identity as the Thunder Dragon Slayer in order to seize the position of guild president. It can be said that the strength of Laxus who cast the Dragon Slayer magic is not as simple as 1+1. You actually know my real trump card. It seems that I really underestimated you as a traveling merchant. No wonder you were rewarded by the Magic Council. A pair of eyes with lightning flashed suddenly lit up in the dust. The huge and sturdy body gradually became clear. Laxus casually tore open the torn clothes on his body, and his hands suddenly clenched as his rock-like muscles tightened. The whole body leaned back, and while taking a quick deep breath, the Thunder Dragon crystal buried in the body was instantly stimulated to the extreme. When the violent magic power gathered in the abdomen, Laxus swallowed and spit out. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Boom! The dazzling lightning directly penetrated the void. The space along the way seemed unable to withstand this huge force and twisted at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Myra Jane. Marajana's face suddenly changed. It was obvious that he did not expect Laxus to have such a trump card. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, he raised his hand to block it without thinking too much. Dark flow. Bang! The black magic power was instantly pushed to the extreme, turning into dozens of dark tentacles, and struck forward. Boom! The power of gold and black collided with a bang. The huge explosion wave rolled back, forming a hurricane that crushed it. The people who were watching the show were directly forced back by this huge magic power. Looking at the two people fighting, Urza's nerves were tense, and she quickly jumped out, intending to help Myra Jane. A figure, like a ghost, blocked everyone in front of him. Set the magic spell. Buzz! The magic sword in Philly's hand hit the ground directly. The spell that was set up early in the morning quickly surrounded Urza and others like a prison. This scene made Urza's face suddenly change drastically. Philly, what are you doing? She has always been on guard against Philly, who claims to be the captain of the Thunder Gods. She even regards him as an S-level wizard. Urza never expected that she would fail at the critical moment. Urza, this spell cannot be broken by the people inside. You should stay aside and watch Laxus catch the S-level bounty criminal. Philly replied coldly. Next, Demon Myra Jane, your opponent is me. No matter how the hateful traveling merchant begs for mercy, as the captain of the Thunder Gods, I will never let you leave a step. Dark words, dark. Boom. The breath of darkness exploded in Flit's body. The black wings like a butterfly bloomed behind him. Flit rushed out one step ahead. Chapter 1425. Is this a sign of invincibility? Bang! The violent magic storm rolled back in all directions. Flit rushed out one step ahead and blocked in front of Myra Jane. The magic sword in his hand was slashed out. Dark words bind. Buzz. The black words condensed out of thin air, and the next moment they struck Myra Jane head-on. Mirajana's expression changed. She was blackened by Qin Yu through the inverted magic hammer. However, her memory was not lost, but her personality was reversed. Urza often mentioned that she was afraid of Flit, and she knew it clearly. What's moreover, Firelight now has liberated the darkness and endowed it upon himself. That breath is almost the same as that of Myra Jane. Dark turbulence. The dark wings shook suddenly, and the magic power dormant in Mirajana's body exploded. It turned into a dark big hand, smashing the dark words that were coming. At the same time, his figure shook, and he quickly pulled away to Uchiha Qin Yu, and at the same time he did not forget to curse. Firelight, you bastard, do you think that you can fight against my Satan soul by using a little dark power? I only need 2 minutes to defeat you. Really? Firelight rushed out in the dark turbulence. Of course I know that I am not as good as you. However, the purpose of my trip is to trap you and buy some time for Lord Laxus. You said 2 minutes, I have enough. Magic setting technique. Buzz. The invisible magic barrier suddenly opened. Not only did it wrap Flit, but also Myra Jane. Urza and the others' faces suddenly changed. They never thought that Flit had made so many preparations. They knew that they could unlock the magic spell by defeating the caster. However, as Myra Jane said, this process would take 2 minutes even if he was demonized. This means that during this period of time, Laxus is a ferocious beast without anyone to restrain him. Laxus, don't mess around. Makarov, who had been silent all the time, shouted in a hurry. Haha, old man, are you finally impatient? I thought you would keep pretending to be dead and hide aside to watch the show. Laxus walked out of the ruins with a hideous smile. But don't worry, I'll show you what instant kill means for a mere traveling merchant. I'll make him die quickly without even feeling the pain. I'll also show you that only those with such a powerful force are qualified to be the president. Bang! Laxus took a big step, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed. His naked upper body was flowing with golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a dragon-scale posture. His muscles bulged like rocks, and his right hand suddenly reached out to the sky. Boom! The endless lightning seemed to be caught by Laxus with one hand, and was forcibly detained from the sky. Under the crackling thunder, the violent lightning was compressed to the extreme. It finally turned into a huge fanged Tianji, which was 7 or 8 meters long and as solid as a substance. The overflowing lightning and breath seemed to be unable to withstand even the ground under Laxus's feet, and it quickly collapsed inch by inch. Even the air and space around him gradually twisted. The thunder force that burst out one after another was like a long whip, shattering everything that touched it. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded without warning. Feeling this breath full of the smell of destruction, even Urza and others who were in the ritual turned pale. AI, Happy thinks that Natsu will be directly penetrated by this attack. Happy suddenly spoke. However, at this moment, Natsu rarely refuted. No. It should be said that Natsu now has no confidence to refute. At least, he who is in the ritual also feels that he is shrouded by the aura of death. Manager Qin Yu, you should run away quickly. Urza was anxious all of a sudden. Hinata Hanabi, persuade him to escape quickly, otherwise no one can support him now. Hinata Hanabi gives people the impression that she has always been respectful to Qin Yu. This makes Urza think that if Hinata Hanabi can persuade him, perhaps Qin Yu can temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Sorry, my ninja way is that no matter what happens, you must believe in Lord Qin Yu. Hinata Hanabi glanced at him lightly. Lord, he is invincible. Urza was stunned. No. It should be said that everyone present was stunned, even Laxus was no exception. Haha, you said this unknown guy is invincible, then what am I? Laxus suddenly reacted and said with a ferocious laugh. Since you said he is invincible, I will show you how he died in my hands. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. Bang! Laxus clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly, and the next moment, his muscles tensed up, bursting out with endless power, and threw out the crazy compressed Thunder Dragon Square Sky Halberd. Boom! The air along the way directly stirred up large ripples. The speed was so fast that everyone only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the lightning was only 5 or 6 meters away from Qin Yu. Too fast! Urza and others exclaimed, eager to see how Qin Yu would respond. The next moment, Qin Yu finally moved first. He pressed his right hand suddenly in the air, and the pale 9 Magadama Samsara eye quickly rolled back. Buzz! The invisible air wave rolled back in all directions. The incoming Thunder Dragon Square Sky Halberd stopped in midair as if it was frozen. The strange scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Looking at Qin Yu's calm expression, the people present were instantly uneasy. Is this a sign of invincibility? Laxus, run away! Makarov roared first. Unlike the others, he has a long history of combat experience. He didn't know what kind of attack Qin Yu would perform. However, this calm and indifferent attitude made Makarov smell a hint of death. Escape? Laxus was stunned. A moment ago, he vowed to kill the unknown guy in front of him in an instant. Now, someone asked him to escape. This gap was too big. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Laxus's mind, and he subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. 4 simple words came out. Shinra Tensei. Bang! The invisible repulsive force, like a volcanic eruption, exploded with Qin Yu as the center. The Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji, which was fixed in the void and regarded by Laxus as an invincible blow, was the first to be shattered. Endless lightning, annihilated in the void. Laxus, who was dozens of meters away, instantly felt a huge and unparalleled pressure coming towards him. At this moment, he felt as if he was not fighting against a person, but a comet meteorite falling from the sky. Chapter 1426. You are the weakest one in playing thunder. No, I, Laxus, am the strongest magician of fairy tale, I will never lose. Laxus roared hysterically. Thunder Dragon Slayer mode. Roar. A roar like a dragon's roar came out of Laxus' mouth. At the same time as the magic power in the body exploded. The naked upper body was quickly covered with golden patterns like dragon scales. The next moment, without any fancy, his hands suddenly clasped together, and the lightning exploded, and he rose again. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Boom! Endless lightning exploded directly in the void as his hands fell. A series of hysterical roars came out of Laxus' mouth. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he roared, facing the impact of the power of 10,000 kilograms that surged from the void, everything seemed pale and powerless. Puff! Laxus opened his mouth with disbelief and spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, his hands broke as if they were broken. The huge impact force hit his chest, and the whole person turned into a streak and flew backwards. It can be said that the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, wherever it passed, whether it was sculptures or trees, rocks, and mountains, everything was like paper, and it shattered in an instant. When everyone came to their senses, the direction where Laxus disappeared had already been swept out by a fan-shaped impact flattened the ground. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva suddenly sounded in the field, giving people an extremely annoying feeling. Looking at the ruins in front of them, Alba Green, one of the thunder gods, and Bigusro, who were originally smiling mockingly, turned pale. In their eyes, Laxus should be the strongest magician in fairy tale and even in the Isha continent. However, Laxus, who had even used his best tricks, was killed in one encounter. The gap was too big. Are you still going to resist? Qin Yu looked at Bigusro and Alba Green. This time, Qin Yu was forced to take action. However, by using his true strength this time, Qin Yu believed that his store in the 10,000 worlds would gain a lot of popularity. This is definitely a super S-class magician, right? No wonder he doesn't take the Magic Council's wanted order seriously at all. Bigusro was the first to lose his temper, but a sly smile flashed across his face. Manager Qin Yu, be careful, there's a trap. Urza suddenly shouted. As an outsider, she might not know what methods Bigusro has. But Urza is a member of Fairy Tail, and she has fought Bigusro many times. Facing Bigusro, who is often called one of the Thunder Gods. Of course, she knows clearly what his strongest killer is. Haha, Urza, it's too late for you to remind me now. It must be you who made a move to make Laxus lose. Begaston laughed loudly, and the hood he was wearing opened suddenly. If it weren't for the fact that Laxus said that he couldn't interfere, we would have taken you down long ago. But it's not too late now. No matter whether you live or die, it's enough to complete the task. Magic Shape Eye. Magic Petrification Eye. Two beams of light shot out from the eyes of Begusro and Alba Green. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the void and landed on Qin Yu. At the same time, a golden lightning flashed rapidly in the void, and after a series of changes, it finally turned into an extremely embarrassed Laxus. While his hands hung limply by his side, his right foot mixed with endless lightning, turned into a sharp axe, and chopped down at Qin Yu's shoulder with a 10,000-pound posture. Arrogant man, you die. Boom. The lightning exploded, and the wind and waves mixed with the splashing lightning arcs rolled back to the surroundings. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes. The text barrier that originally restricted them could not withstand the impact of this thunderstorm, and it shattered like a mirror. After retreating more than 10 meters in succession and stabilizing his body, looking at the lightning column that soared into the sky, everyone's face turned pale. They never thought that Laxus could continue to fight after taking on the fierce impact. Moreover, they teamed up with Begusro and Alba Green to perform a killing move. Begusro, you are too despicable. Urza was the first to lose control. Haha, what's mean or not, this is a wanted criminal, we are just carrying out the mission, if you want to blame someone, blame him for being too weak. Begusro said with a cruel smile. Under the magic eyes of me and Alba Green, no one can escape. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for talking too much. Yes, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for talking too much, just like you. Qin Yu's voice sounded out of the blue. God's punishment. Boom. The sound of thunder exploded. The accumulated thunder in the sky turned into a giant pillar, instantly covering Begusro and Alba Green. As the two people's smiles froze, the first thing that came into view was the endless lightning. Bang! The lightning was dazzling, and the thick earth was directly penetrated. The sand and dust that originally covered the place where Qin Yu was located gradually dissipated in the storm of the explosion. A pair of blood-red 9 Magadama Sharingan was first imprinted on everyone's mind. At the moment of meeting the eyes, there was a feeling of a huge shock in the soul. Qin Yu was not only not imprisoned by the petrification eye and the modeling eye. Even Laxus's angry attack was caught by his ankle with one hand, and he could not advance half a step. However, what made people's pupils shrink was that Qin Yu's body was actually covered with a layer of high-density lightning armor, and the whole person seemed like a god bathed in lightning. The aura he exuded was many times stronger than Laxus's. No possibility. I am the Thunder Dragon Slayer Mage. I am the strongest Thunder Attribute Mage. You can't compete with me at all. Laxus was stunned at first, and then roared hysterically. Laxus had always thought about failure. But he never thought that he would be defeated in the field he was best at. This was a complete shame for him who was extremely conceited. Why is it impossible? Qin Yu raised his eyelids lightly. Your world is only the size of a palm. In my eyes, you are the weakest one in playing Thunder, and your conceit has increased your limitations. Also, I can actually use Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Bang! Lightning flashed instantly in Qin Yu's body. His muscles were tensed like rocks, and the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched, turning into a fist wrapped in lightning. He smashed Laxus's abdomen. Chapter 1427 Really Falling from the Sky. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Ming Yu Lei. Boom! Endless lightning flashed by like a streak of light that penetrated the sky and earth. When everyone reacted, Laxus was wrapped in endless thunder and flew across the sky. The land along the way seemed to be torn by invisible claws, quickly collapsed and shattered, and went straight to the end of the earth as far as the eye could see. Finally, it plunged headfirst into a rocky mountain tens of meters high, and violent lightning burst, directly crushing half of the mountain. As the rolling thunder dissipated, the huge open space fell into a dead silence. The eyes looking at Qin Yu were full of fear and fear. Hey! The previous attack seemed a bit heavy, but it shouldn't die. If it dies, Makarov doesn't know whether he will consider giving birth to another one and retraining a trumpet. Qin Yu exhaled a deep breath, and the lightning that permeated his body dissipated in an instant. The Ming Yu Lei just now was very strong, able to overwhelm all of Laxus's attack moves. However, since Laxus is a Thunder Dragon Slayer Mage, he is resistant to lightning and can absorb it. So the previous attack was not fatal to Laxus. If other attribute attacks are used, with the same power, it will be a different story. Retrain a trumpet. Makarov's cheek muscles twitched. Even the other people in the field were no exception. The people in this world have a longer lifespan. Makarov is also considered to be old and strong. But someone must be willing to breed in order to train the trumpet. What's more, at Makarov's advanced age, whether he still has the opportunity to watch the trumpet become a large one is still unknown. Master Chinyu, thank you for your hard work. Do you need to clean him up next? Hinata Hanabi jumped down to Chinyu's side, opened her eyes, and instantly locked onto Flit. Feeling the sudden change in the aura of Hinata Hanabi, Urza and the others couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. The means Flit used just now, whether it was the setting of magic spells or the use of dark texts, were enough to show that he had the strength of an S-level magician. However, now that Hinata Hanabi opened her mouth, she spoke with a tone of certainty. Does this mean that she has the confidence to defeat Flit? Hehe, Hanabi, be patient. Chinyu smiled and patted Hanabi on the shoulder. You are now a member of Fairy Tail. Since everyone is a companion, the fight just now was just a competition, and there is no need to use real strength. Besides, I am a peace-loving traveling merchant, and I don't like fighting and killing at all. Competition? Peace-loving? Urza and the others suddenly stunned. Especially Phyllite, his cheek muscles were twitching. If he hadn't known that the scene in front of him was real, he would probably slap himself to see if he was dreaming. If he moved in tandem, he would destroy a large area of ruins and kill an S-level magician in a second. They can all be called sparring. Then there should be no dead people in this world. However, it is precisely because of this reason that no matter how unwilling Phyllite is, the traveling merchant in front of him is definitely not something they can fight against. The strength he possesses is probably even beyond the S level. At this moment, they finally understood why Chinyu was not afraid of the bounty. Manager Chinyu, thanks to you for showing mercy this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Laxus's ambition would not be clear. Makarov sighed faintly. Although Chinyu almost let him practice another trumpet at the age of 80. But facing the previous attack, Makarov still knew clearly that Chinyu had shown mercy. Especially when he saw the pair of eyes that switched between red and white. Even though he was one of the 10 great saints, he felt a chill down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It can be said that he had participated in countless battles and carried out countless missions throughout his life. This was probably the closest he had ever been to death. President Makarov, please forgive me. Thank you for taking care of my Lucy, Hanabi, and Myra. However, if you think that Laxus will be tempered after this battle, I'm afraid it's a bit too difficult. Chinyu responded with a smile. Besides, I think Laxus was bewitched by magic just now, which made him extremely impulsive and irritable. Now that he has been beaten up, he should have come to his senses. You're Myra. Makarov was stunned. No. It should be said that the people present were no exception. Chinyu, who looked at Myra as if he was familiar with her, couldn't come back to his senses. For this group of people, the focus is obviously wrong. Chinyu didn't know whether to feel fortunate or sad for Laxus. It seems that as a rebellious youth, his presence in the guild has been weakened by many times. However, Chinyu's focus now is obviously not here. The ethereal prompt sounded in the system, which made him frown. Ding dang, congratulations to the host. The Tiandao projection martial arts field has completed the buffer refresh, do you want to open it immediately? An option opened in Chinyu's consciousness space. Looking at the yes and no in front of him, Chinyu did not hesitate. Open the Tiandao projection martial arts field for me. Ding dang, host, please wait, the Tiandao martial arts field is being opened. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the Tiandao martial arts field has been opened successfully. The ethereal prompt sound of the system echoed in his mind. Chinyu turned around and looked at the empty space behind him that was deliberately vacated to place the functional area. The Tiandao projection martial arts field in the second area was still obviously empty. Is there something wrong with the system? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. The next moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded in the field. Look quickly, something seems to be falling from the sky, that is a building. Everyone's nerves were pried open at once. Even Chinyu was no exception. Looking at the building that fell from the sky, he finally understood why the functional area unlocked in the second area was called the Tiandao projection martial arts field. Because it really fell from the sky. Bang! The huge impact force caused a huge earthquake on the earth. The earth, which had been broken after a series of battles, also spread spider-web-like cracks under this wave of impact. Even the fairy tale guild not far away had large pieces of glass windows directly shattered. However, facing this grand appearance, the Tiandao martial arts field that fell from the sky did not show any signs of being destroyed. The degree of hardness made many people in the field dumbfounded instantly. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 1428 That's a black market. Is this thing really different? The people present were stunned for a moment. Looking at the huge thing in front of them, it was obviously a bit hard to recover. This is a building like a yurt, a bit similar to the capsule house developed by Bulma in Dragon Ball. It is about 5 meters high and 10 meters in diameter. But the whole body is full of ancient flavor, revealing a sense of mystery everywhere. Manager Qin Yu, is this the training house worth 3 million per time in your mouth? Makarov was the first to lose his temper. Facing this sudden building, Laxus and the people of the Thunder God group were obviously ignored. Ahem, President Makarov, this is indeed the training house I prepared. Qin Yu said with a dry cough. However, I still advise you that if you don't want to practice your trumpet, you should quickly bring Laxus back. By the way, tell him that I welcome him to challenge me at any time, but as a sparring partner, the first challenge is free, and the second challenge is 1 million, the more the better. Hearing the first half of the words, Makarov was a little moved. Because he knew clearly that with Laxus's temper, he would definitely not accept it and challenge Qin Yu again. But when the second half of the words fell into his ears, Makarov's old face twitched suddenly, and he couldn't help but he cursed the black businessman in his heart and turned away. The destructive power of fairy tale had already made him pay for most of his coffin. If he had to fight with this black businessman, he might not even be able to afford a straw mat when he died. Looking at Makarov who left in a flash, Flit only looked at Qin Yu deeply and turned away as well. Manager Qin Yu, I'm sorry, today should be the day for the opening of your new store, and we should also congratulate you. However, Laxus and Albagreen are members of Fairy Tail, so we are still worried and go to see them first. Myra Jane returned to her original appearance and bowed hurriedly. After all, the lasting effect of the inverted hammer is only about 5 minutes. Once the time limit is over, Mirajana's blackening will return to its original state. However, looking at the smile on her face, Qin Yu knew clearly that Myra Jane had obviously crossed the hurdle in her heart after trying to control the soul of Satan. Next time, if I perform full body reception again, it shouldn't fail. Then you go, I'll go take a look at the Heavenly Path Projection Martial Arts Arena first. If you are interested, everyone is welcome to come and consume. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed Mirajana's head, then turned and walked towards the Heavenly Path Projection Martial Arts Arena with the door closed. Looking at the back of this unknown store manager, he disappeared from sight. The members of Fairy Tail secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the lingering fear on their faces still did not dissipate. After all, in their eyes, Laxus was originally a ceiling of their strength. Now the ceiling was easily blown up by a punch. How could they keep calm? Myra, what are you thinking about? Didn't you say you were going to help the president? Urza patted Myra Jane on the shoulder and said. You don't really think you belong to his family, do you? I heard that you have to warm the bed at night. Urza, what nonsense are you talking about? Miraja glared at Urza, and said seriously after Urza who was talking nonsense. I was just wondering, who is Manager Qin Yu? He has such a strong strength, why does he like to be a traveling merchant, and even sells weird things? However, in order to repay him for saving Lysina, I can also recover my strength. I must do something to repay him. Urza was stunned for a moment, looked back at the building falling from the sky behind her, and secretly clenched her fists. However, this trace of thought was quickly dispelled by Urza, looking at Miraja's figure in the distance, and quickly chased after him. In the Magic Council. In the dark room, 2 figures appeared here like ghosts. The lights in the originally dim room suddenly lit up. Yerusha, you're finally back. I want to know how the plan is going. Jalal sat on the chair first and spoke coldly. Don't forget, our plan has reached a critical point. We can't let this variable ruin our good things. Jalal has always been worried about what happened at the selection meeting not long ago. If it weren't for the plan, he would have already revealed his identity and attacked Uchiha Qin Yu personally. Jalal, you are still impatient as always. Yerusha glanced at him coldly. Don't worry, I left a surveillance spell on Laxus. According to the time calculation, he should have returned to Marino Town and met Uchiha Chinyu. As soon as the two of them meet, the soul hypnosis I left on his mind will be directly triggered. As the most ambitious S-level magician in fairy tale, as long as he works together with his thunder gods, he will definitely be able to wipe out Uchiha Chinyu. Now let me control Laxus and confirm Uchiha Chinyu's miserable condition through his eyes. I think he didn't know why Laxus hated him so much until the moment of his death. Chang's words echoed in the room. Jalal and Altair showed a creepy sneer. Their eyes fell on the surveillance crystal that was taken out. With the infusion of magic power, the crystal that was originally crystal clear quickly lit up. Under the blooming black light, a figure wrapped in bandages, like a mummy, caught their eyes first. The sturdy body made Jalal confused, and he was the first to smell something wrong. Ursha, didn't you say that the surveillance spell was on Laxus? How did it go to that arrogant guy? You should adjust it quickly. Ursha suddenly reacted and quickly adjusted the crystal several times in succession. However, as the angle was adjusted, the picture gradually became clear. The most important thing was that Makarov broke into the crystal and spoke with deep emotion. Laxus, you finally woke up. This time, thanks to the mercy of Manager Chinyu, otherwise I would have to train a new trumpet. But you have to remember, don't challenge Manager Chinyu again. He is a black marketeer. 1 million for one training session. Your grandfather's coffin is not much. But I can't afford your squandering. If you insist on doing it, I will really train a trumpet and find a woman to give you an uncle. The cursing voice came from the crystal. Looking at Laxus, who was almost suffocated in the bandages. Urusha and Jalal, a face full of confusion. Chapter 1429. It seems like I will work for you for the rest of my life. Ultia, what is going on? Why is the person lying on the bed not Uchiha Chinyu? Jellard roared hysterically. Also, the people of Fairy Tail were injured so badly by Uchiha Chinyu, why didn't they seek revenge on him, and the relationship seems to be quite harmonious, you have to give me a satisfactory answer. The rolling sound echoed in the room and could not be dispersed for a long time. If this room was not located in a remote area and a magic barrier was set up, I am afraid that people outside would have discovered Jalal's unique side long ago. Jalal, shut up! Ultia roared. However, this bit of fierceness was quickly suppressed by her. Now that the plan has reached a critical moment, she can't let Jalal notice that something is wrong. After all, if Jalal knew that the black magician Ziref he met in the Tower of Paradise was just her pretending to be him, then all this would be in vain. Ultia, were you refutating me just now? Jalal was stunned for a moment. Even though he was very stern, he was frightened by this subordinate who was usually very obedient. Jalal, you misunderstood. Ultia explained quickly. Just now I was just confused by the scene in front of me. I didn't expect that Uchiha Chinyu could actually defeat Laxus and the Thunder Gods. However, this time, in order to ensure that there is no mistake, I will go there in person and investigate it thoroughly. Looking at Ultia, who suddenly gave in and returned to his original state, the fierceness on Jalal's face was slightly dissipated. After his expression changed, he said, well, you go there in person. I want you to hunt down this hateful little devil as soon as possible. Only in this way can I feel at ease and advance the plan to the last step. When he thought that once the Tower of Paradise was completed, the R system would be completed. The legendary Black Wizard Ziref would also be resurrected. Jalal's excitement was completely uncontrollable. After all, in the legend, the Black Wizard Ziref was an invincible existence. As long as he could get Ziref's favor, Jalal believed that his strength would also be greatly improved. At that time, it would be no problem to conquer this continent and even this world. Don't worry, Jalal, I follow you to revive the great Black Wizard Ziref, and to let the darkness cover this world. I will definitely get rid of all those who are in the way. Urusha replied coldly. The next moment, the whole person was quickly wrapped in darkness and finally disappeared on the spot. The night was silent. The morning sun, like broken gold, enveloped the entire guild. Urza, lying on the bed, frowned, and her forehead was already covered with white sweat. The next moment, a flash of fear flashed across her face. She suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and panted quickly. Jalal! Milana! Urza covered her cheek with one hand, slowly calmed her breathing, and secretly clenched the bed sheet with the other hand. If I had enough power at that time, everyone would not have to die. Just like yesterday, if I had enough strength, Laxus would not have been confused and attacked his guild companions, and I would not be so helpless. I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect anyone, just like that person. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Urza's mind, and finally that strange figure appeared. This made Urza subconsciously look out the window, and the first thing she saw was a huge building built overnight. There was also a mysterious traveling merchant who was stretching. Hi, Urza, good morning. I think I'm handsome, but it's not a good thing for you to stare at me like this. Others will misunderstand that we have nothing to do with each other. Qin Yu smiled and raised his hand. Of course, he could catch such a sight instantly. Urza's cheeks flushed. As a person with the title of Fairy Queen, if it were someone else, Urza would have crippled him with one punch. However, when she thought of Uchiha Qin Yu, who had easily injured Laxus, she was unhappy, but she finally held it back in her stomach. Looking back at the heavenly wheel armor hanging on the side, which had not been repaired, Urza suddenly became silent. It seems that only in this way can we improve our strength quickly. After saying this, Urza turned around and got out of bed and left quickly. Master Qin Yu, were you talking to someone just now? Are we going to set off now? Hinata Hanabi walked out of the Bankai shop. She did become a member of Fairy Tail. However, he did not stay in the Fairy Tail Guild. After all, in the eyes of Hyuga Hanabi, if she wanted to improve her strength as soon as possible, she had to follow Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hanabi subconsciously looked at the Tiandao projection martial arts arena. She was more interested in this building that fell from the sky than others. Hehe, Hanabi, now you really like gossip like those jealous girlfriends. Qin Yu smiled and scratched the tip of Hanabi's nose. Don't stare at the Tiandao projection martial arts arena, this you will be able to use the things sooner or later, but you must collect enough money first. Now that you have just come to this world, you should collect money first. This time, the system gave Qin Yu the task of letting any synchronized character from the Naruto world get the evaluation of an S-level wizard. Only then can the task be completed and the power to freely travel through dimensions can be obtained. And what Hinata Hanabi wants to do most now is to collect enough money as soon as possible to borrow the House of Time and Spirit, as well as the Heavenly Dao projection martial arts field. So, under these two conditions, Qin Yu decided to let Hinata Hanabi take the task first. In addition to training himself, he can also get rewards, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Why are you silent? Are you blaming me for taking advantage of you? My little girlfriend. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed Hinata Hanabi's head. However, soon he saw Hinata Hanabi's eyes slightly rolled up, muttering. Lord Qin Yu, of course I'm not that stingy, but when I think about the products in the Wanja shop, it seems to be gradually increasing, I always have a feeling of eagerness to try. According to such high consumption, I seem to have to work for you for the rest of my life. Working for me for the rest of my life? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, touched the tip of his nose helplessly, but felt that he couldn't refute it. After all, in Qin Yu's eyes, Hinata Hanabi now does have the taste of a house slave and a car slave. Chapter 1430 Spend money on steel blades. Ahem, Hanabi's life can't be too gloomy, hope is tomorrow. Qin Yu coughed dryly. You have to know that when you have strong strength, some things that were originally difficult to get may be delivered to your door. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, Qin Yu knows very well what the rules are. For example, Lucy's father has wealth that rivals a country. Unfortunately, in front of a powerful magician, everything is still nothing. Master Qin Yu, I understand what you mean, thank you for your guidance. Hinata Hanabi bowed and said. However, Master Qin Yu, you obviously have such a powerful strength that you can easily get money and even control the entire world. Why do you still want to open this Wanja store to make money? After witnessing Qin Yu's strength with his own eyes, and having experienced the means of crossing dimensions, Hinata Hanabi believes that even if the sky falls, Qin Yu can still carry it. Not to mention ruling the world, obtaining endless treasures, etc. This. Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. He had this idea before. With his own strength, he plundered a lot of treasures and directly filled the sales tasks given by the system. However, there is a system that is so stubborn and can't turn its head. This kind of thing is obviously prohibited. The only requirement is also an iron rule that cannot be broken. Every transaction completed must be voluntary by the customer. Based on the two dual concepts of customer and voluntary, Qin Yu has no loopholes to exploit. Actually, I am playing life, which is more advanced than the realm just now. After a little thought, Qin Yu smiled and patted Hinata Hanabi on the shoulder. Okay, Lucy has been waiting for us for a long time. Go and see if there is any task suitable for your first victory. The first thing you need to do now is to spend money freely. Economy of life? A higher level of strong concept? Hinata Hanabi was stunned for a moment, and then she came back to her senses when she saw Qin Yu walking away quickly. It can be said that after the conversation just now, she finally understood what the gap was between herself and the strong. Oh yeah, Naz, look quickly, Myra is posting new commissions. The fish in my bag are all empty. If we don't trademark T go on missions, we will starve to death. Oh I really want to change a rich owner. Do you think the black shop manager has a lot of fish at home? As soon as he stepped into the guild gate, the voice of the harpy suddenly sounded, and his open mouth was full of saliva. For fish, it has a special liking. However, as soon as these words fell, the harpy obviously noticed that the atmosphere was not right. A harpy, take care of yourself. I will roast more fish bones for you in the future. Natsu quickly retreated 5 or 6 steps, directly distanced himself, and said with a stiff body. Good morning, Manager Qin Yu. Morning, Manager Qin Yu. The collective greetings made the whole body of the harpy sweat like a waterfall. He turned his body stiffly and said pitifully, Manager Qin Yu, I can actually catch fish. No, I don't trademark T actually eat fish. I trademark a vegetarian. You shouldn't trademark T eat cat meat either. After yesterday, Laxus, an S-level wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, was completely defeated. Qin Yu trademark S image was obviously infinitely magnified. At least, it was enough to scare the harpy into incoherent. Don't trademark T worry, I trademark am not interested in cat meat, especially talking cats. Qin Yu smiled and sat down on the bar. Emira, give me a glass of sake. Can you show me what tasks you have today? I think Lucy and Hanabi, who joined the fairy tale, should also contribute. As a guild, in addition to providing a gathering place for wizards, it also provides daily necessities as income. Of course, when the commissioned task is completed, the guild will also charge a symbolic fee. This is to improve the environment and treatment of the guild. This rule has long been tacitly accepted. Therefore, the guild encourages wizards to accept tasks and form a positive atmosphere. Manager Qin Yu, you really care about Lucy and Hanabi. Here is the task list. If you like a task, you can go to the task area and take off the commission. After pushing the sake to Qin Yu, Myra took out a list full of tasks and continued to explain. However, Manager Qin Yu, I still want to remind you that once you accept a task, if you cannot complete it within the specified time, you will be punished. At the same time, if damage occurs during the execution of the task, compensation must be paid. Of course, when the tasker is unable to repay, the guild will temporarily advance the payment, but for other tasks afterwards, the commission and handling fee ratio drawn by the guild will increase until the debt is repaid. At this point, Myra paused and said with a smile, by the way, I want to remind Natsu that you now owe the guild about 580,000. 580,000. Habi's chin fell to the ground and said, I'm going to find a new partner, otherwise I won't be able to eat fish in this life. I won't be able to eat in this life. Looking at the duo squatting in the corner, Qin Yu smiled, took out a small bag of gold coins with his backhand, threw it directly on the table, and said, Myra, thank you for your explanation, this is a tip for you. Dang! The heavy voice echoed in the guild. Seeing the purse open, the golden light blinded many people's titanium eyes. For a moment, an absurd thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. The owner of the black shop was indeed rich and powerful. Manager Qin Yu, there are more than 1,000 here, I can't take it, and I haven't tasted your kindness yet. Mirage hurriedly pushed the purse back. This is what you deserve, otherwise why would I make so much money? Spend it on steel blades. I see you are in urgent need of money. Qin Yu smiled and glanced at the bag behind Mirage. You can repay my kindness later. You can repay others first. I'd better choose a task now. You can explain it to me. If you explain it well, there will be a big reward. Looking at Qin Yu, who was rich and powerful as soon as he opened his mouth, like a nouveau riche visiting a brothel. Many people present couldn't help but have the urge to go up and hit his thigh to explain instead of Mirage. However, when she thought of Myra Jane, a supermodel on the cover of a popular magazine, she was instantly defeated. Myra Jane was stunned for a moment, looking at the purse pushed back again, and after hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and accepted it. She just roughly checked the amount of the purse, and finally found that the tip Qin Yu gave was exactly the same as what she owed. This ability that seemed to see through everything in the heart made Myra Jane feel that she couldn't see through Qin Yu even more. At least, in Mirajana's eyes, Uchiha Qin Yu in front of her has been classified as the most untouchable existence. Chapter 1431 Familiar A-Level Task. Thank you, Manager Qin Yu, I hope I can help you solve your doubts next. Myra Jane accepted the purse and bowed across the bar to thank him. She couldn't figure out why Qin Yu did this. But at least for Myra Jane, she was finally able to repay the favor she owed. Haha, forget the polite talk. I want to know how to take on high-level commissions. Qin Yu laughed dryly and drank the sake in one gulp. He did this because he saw the bag behind Myra Jane, which was just a little short of 3 million. This made Qin Yu instantly guess that the next customer would come to him. In this situation of high performance, Qin Yu didn't mind practicing the truth that small money doesn't go out and big money doesn't come in. Shopkeeper Qin Yu, do you plan to let Lucy and Hanabi take high-level tasks from the beginning? Myra Jane glanced at the two subconsciously. In her eyes, Hinata Hanabi gave her the feeling that she had been through many battles. However, the impression of Lucy was undoubtedly that she was like an embroidered vase, which was good-looking but useless. It was obviously a bit rash to choose high-level tasks without any task polishing. Yes, I plan to let them choose high-level tasks, but I don't know much about the basic conditions. Qin Yu admitted it directly. However, as a reincarnated person, Qin Yu did not know the basics of fairy tale in detail. Seeing Qin Yu who had made up his mind, Myra Jane was going to persuade him, but he finally gave up the idea. Manager Qin Yu, this commission is divided into S, A, B, C, D, and E levels. Of course, there are more difficult SS levels and SSS tasks known as 100-year tasks above. However, 50-year SS and 100-year SS tasks rarely appear on the Asia continent, and once they appear, the threshold required for acceptance will be very high, so they are not suitable for newcomers. After seeing the strength shown by Qin Yu with his own eyes, Myra Jane had already determined that this unknown traveling merchant was definitely stronger than an S-level wizard. I'm afraid he has reached the level of Gildarts, who has the title of the strongest in fairy tale. Therefore, Myra Jane will introduce these two levels of tasks in detail. However, seeing Qin Yu's indifferent attitude, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Myra Jane was really worried that Qin Yu would get carried away and take Lucy and Hanabi to choose a 50-year or even 100-year mission. After refilling Qin Yu's glass with wine, Mirajana spoke again. After the 50-year and 100-year missions, there are S-level missions that can only be accepted by S-level wizards who have completed a certain number of A and missions. The next ones are A and B-level missions, which must be qualified as B-level wizards, or led by A and S-level wizards. There are not too many restrictions on missions below B. As long as you form a team or think that you have enough ability to take on the task, you can accept it. At this point, Myra Jane pointed to the top mission on the mission entry column. This is the A-level mission I received this morning, to retrieve a lost magic item. The other party is suspected to be the work of the Dark Guild Iron Forest. Since the Dark Guild is not recognized by the Magic Council and the Light Guild, it likes to complete the mission by any means, so the risk will reach the A and level. To take on this mission, you must have an S-level wizard to lead the team. According to Hanabi and Lucy, they are not qualified to take it because they have not yet been evaluated as wizards. If you ask me to recommend, there is a mission to drive away the monsters in the mountains among the sea-level missions, which may be suitable. For the A and mission mentioned just now, Myra Jane actually thought about personally leading Hinata Hanabi and Lucy. After all, after witnessing Qin Yu's strength with her own eyes, Myra Jane didn't know what other ways to repay the debt. However, in order to avoid being too reckless and putting Hinata Hanabi and Lucy in danger, she still didn't dare to make a conclusion casually. In her memory, there seemed to be a terrifying guy in Iron Forest. No, I want this A-level mission. As for the candidate for the team leader, I have already thought of it. Qin Yu said with a smile. Qin Yu still knows a little about this mission. Instead of taking those unknown missions, it is better to have complete control in hand. The most important thing is to complete the A-level mission at the beginning, which can also improve the subsequent wizard rating. You want to take this mission, but in Fairy Tale, the only person who is qualified to lead the team is Elfman, who was eating melons silently on the side, couldn't hold his temper. The current Fairy Tale is not 7 years later. There are only a few people who can reach the S-level wizard. Among them, Mistgang and Gildarts are both on missions outside. Makarov, as the president, has long stopped going on missions. Now, in the huge guild, only Urza, Laxus, and Myra Jane, who has just recovered her strength, are left. For Elfman, he doesn't want his sister, who has just recovered and has not fully adapted, to take risks. I can be the leader, but I need you to agree to fight me again. A deep voice, mixed with reluctance, sounded before Marajana's. Everyone present was stunned, even Chinyu was no exception. Laxus. Makarov was following behind Laxus, and seeing his grandson suddenly express his opinion, he couldn't hold back and jumped up, punching him directly on the head. Laxus, are you looking for abuse? The bandages on your body haven't been removed yet, and you ran to provoke Manager Chinyu again. Are you planning to make me really find a wife and train a new trumpet? Before you recover from your injuries, stay aside obediently, otherwise I will break both of your legs. Old man, you are looking for death. Laxus turned back suddenly. The bandages on his body were almost burst. What's wrong? Do you still want to challenge me? Look at your own ugly appearance. Even your hand is broken. Are you still going to tell me that if I use both hands, I can still beat me? Makarov said with a glare. I'm going to say this today. I'm one of the 10 saints. It's easy for me to deal with a disabled person. As for you being the leader, I don't think Manager Chinyu wants to take care of a disabled person. Makarov has never disciplined this naughty grandson too much, in order to let him realize the true meaning of Fairy Tale himself. Although this time, Laxus's defeat also achieved the effect he expected. But if Laxus really ran to die, Makarov didn't want to see the old man send the black man away. Chapter 1432. A little seriousness also lost the guild. Haha, President Makarov is right. I won't take care of disabled people. Chinyu laughed dryly. Besides, I said that the sparring fee is very expensive, 1 million per time, non-negotiable. 1 million? The people present gasped. They originally thought that what Uchiha Chinyu said yesterday was just a joke. Now it seems that profiteers really have a way to make money. 1 million per time, let alone such a sky-high price, is there anyone who can afford it? Even if you really want to fight, I'm afraid you shouldn't find a monster like Uchiha Chinyu to abuse yourself. Unless that's crazy. You, a black businessman, are simply crazy about money. It costs 1 million to be able to fight with you. Unless this person is crazy, absolutely no one will do this. Albagreen was the first to lose his temper. However, as soon as these words fell, a figure with heavy footsteps, like a big stride, came to Makarov and others and said, Manager Chinyu, I want you to be a sparring partner. Natsu and others were suddenly pried into the nerves. Looking at Urza with a determined look on her face, they were completely stunned. It turns out that there are really crazy people in this world who pay to be abused. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. Haha, Urza, it seems that the public's eyes are still sharp. Chinyu laughed dryly and didn't feel surprised. After all, the most important thing for people who can become strong is the sense of decision. At least Urza did it. I can agree to your business request. But you have to make the sparring request clear first, and it seems that you spent all the money when you helped Myra Jane yesterday. If it's a verbal check, I don't want it. Myra Jane looked anxious and was about to take out the 3 million taels that he had collected in the backstage. Manager Chinyu, of course I know that asking you to help will cost a certain price, so I decided to borrow some money from Laxus. Urza suddenly spoke. Laxus? Natsu and others were stunned for a moment. Even Laxus was no exception. Haha, Urza, you actually asked me to borrow money. You should know clearly that I won't lend it to you. Laxus covered his cheeks and laughed. However, you did one thing right. In this guild, except for me, I'm afraid that no one else really has this much money. Makarov and others were unable to refute it. Not to mention that the rewards earned from ordinary tasks will be very low. Daily consumption alone, and the damage caused by each mission of Natsu and others. This has already caused the Fairy Tale Guild to lose money. Even Urza, an S-level wizard, supported Myra Jane yesterday. It is impossible to take out 1 million at once. Laxus, don't worry, you will lend it to me willingly. Urza said calmly. You should also want to find a way to defeat Manager Qin Yu, and don't want to lose again in the next challenge. Lend me the money, and I will help you test Manager Qin Yu. As long as you know his details, maybe when you recover, you will find a way to defeat him. The people present were stunned. This was the first time they encountered such a far-fetched way of borrowing money. However, there is nothing wrong with it. Humph, Urza, you are a fool, you spend money to be abused, but it doesn't mean that Lord Laxus is the same as you. Albagreen said angrily. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Laxus walking out with a cruel smile. Urza, I can lend you money, and I don't need you to pay it back, but I have a request. In the next sparring, you have to ask him not to use magic. Fighting against the wizard without magic? Makarov and others were stunned. This request is too harsh. The most important thing is that Urza is an experienced S-level wizard in Fairy Tale. No magic is needed to fight her. Only a madman would agree to that. Haha, it's really Lord Laxus. He will definitely not agree to such a tricky request. Albagreen hurriedly laughed and agreed. No, someone is offering money to my door, of course I am willing. Qin Yu smiled warmly. From the beginning, I didn't plan to use magic to practice with Urza. In order to make you think that the money is absolutely worth it, I decided to use Urza's weakest swordsmanship to fight against her. Kendo? Laxus's expression froze. He originally planned to use this condition to make Uchiha Qin Yu lose face. He never expected that Qin Yu actually agreed to it. Moreover, what swordsmanship? Isn't that something that old people play with? Using simple swordsmanship to fight against S-level wizards, that's not suicide, what is it? Laxus. Albagreen opened her mouth. She was glared at by Begulus. Alba, you will not only have a petrifying eye, but also a crow's mouth. Whatever you say will come true. As a member of the Thunder Gods, we should just stay aside and wait for Laxus's decision. After this, everyone looked at Laxus. Qin Yu had agreed to the request and conditions for the first time. Now we have to see how courageous Laxus is. Okay, very good, I still underestimated your greedy character as a black businessman. I want to see how you can defeat Urza with just swordsmanship. Laxus gritted his teeth, said okay twice, took out a purse with his backhand and threw it over. There are my cards in it, the amount is enough to exceed 1 million, I hope you really have the ability to accept it. As an S-level wizard, he has the help of the Thunder Gods. Under such a powerful fixed lineup, it can be said that Laxus is the richest wizard in Fairy Tale, and it is not surprising. After all, his ambition is to become the president of Fairy Tale, and the accumulation of original funds is very important. Hanabi, take the money. Qin Yu drank the sake in the cup, loosened his muscles, stood up and said. Let's change the place before starting, otherwise I can't show my fists and feet here, so you can't understand the charm of Kendo. Change the place? Uchiha Qin Yu, you won't take the money and want to delay time and find a way to deal with Urza, this is different from what we agreed. Laxus's face suddenly sank. He was willing to give the money to Urza to try, in addition to trying to ridicule Qin Yu. He also held it to find Qin Yu's weakness. Sorry, don't use the well. The frog at the bottom looked at Lord Qin Yu. Lord Qin Yu was just worried. If he took it seriously, he would lose the guild as well. Chapter 1433, he once cut down the sky. He also lost the guild? The people present were stunned, and they were obviously confused about what Hinata Hanabi said. In their cognition, shouldn't the sword and magic be very different? Sorry, I found the place. Please come with me. Qin Yu smiled and snapped his fingers. The next moment, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they came to their senses, they had appeared on a plane. The means of switching the environment in an instant made a sound of gasps in the field. Look, that's the town of Makinoa. We appeared on the wasteland outside the town in an instant. Sarasuke cried out in surprise. When everyone looked behind him, their faces also changed. He really knows teleportation magic. In just a moment, he can move the entire guild to more than 10 kilometers away. This is the first time I have seen such a method. Makarov's expression became serious. Yesterday, he saw Chinyu catch up with Laxus lightning speed with ease, so he had already expected it. But he never thought that Chinyu was not only good at teleporting a single person, but also could carry the entire guild with him without any effort. Teleportation? Meister, can your teleportation magic do it? Dolar could not help but turn around and ask. As the captain of the law enforcement team of the Magic Council, Meister has always believed that his teleportation magic is a bug. He never thought that he would be exhausted by teleporting a single person. The other party directly transferred dozens of people, but he didn't even blink. This is too much comparison, which is infuriating. Most importantly, Laxus, who was eager to see Chinyu make a fool of himself, turned pale again. Now, many people have begun to think about what Hinata Hanabi said just now. If you take it seriously, you will also lose the guild. Is this referring to Chinyu's strength, or just the swordsmanship? Iluza, remember to be careful later. Myra Jane hesitated for a moment and said. Don't force it. I can still help now. Myra, I know what you are thinking, but Manager Chinyu is right. Maybe he really saw my weakness, which made me realize the existence of weakness and become stronger. Urza said in a deep voice. After the words fell, she walked out of the crowd in the eyes of everyone. Manager Chinyu, I will teach you a lot from now on. I don't know any swordsmanship, but when I use magic, I will definitely know how to use it properly. I hope you don't worry. Many people were silent about this. In a world where magic is supreme, an S-level wizard fights against a person who doesn't fight with magic. Isn't the outcome very clear? Hehe, it seems that I am still underestimated. I thought that Urza would take it seriously after showing off my skills just now. Chinyu smiled and shook his head. However, I still remind you, Urza, please be very alert and serious, and use all your means to attack, otherwise you will die. Natsu, Gray, and others were stunned. They grew up together in the guild, but they were often beaten by Urza. Now they have not yet reached the level of S-level wizards, but they are underestimated. This is a bit unreasonable. Ahem, Hanabi, you see, the president is old and his heart can't stand it. Can you reveal something in advance and tell us why Manager Chinyu has the confidence to fight Urza with only swordsmanship? Makarov leaned on a cane and obviously played the emotional card. This move is a bit shameful. But the people present are more concerned about Hinata Hanabi's answer. I remember that Lord Chinyu once cut the sky. Hinata Hanabi suddenly said. The small voice was scattered with the wind, and at this moment it was like an invisible hammer, hitting everyone's soul. Cut the sky? Hanabi's joke is not funny. Makarov laughed stiffly. He looked at Chinyu subconsciously. At this moment, looking at Chinyu, who was still calm, he felt a little uneasy. Manager Chinyu, since you have such confidence, I will start. Urza didn't care about the conversation outside. At this moment, she only had Uchiha Chinyu in her eyes. Since I became an S-level wizard, you are the first person to say that I have a fatal weakness. I will see where the weakness is today. Change magic black feather armor. Buzz. The magic power quickly surged in Urza's body. The black armor covered the whole body, and a pair of black wings suddenly spread out behind her. At the same time, 2 black sword blades fell into her hands. Is it an armor that emphasizes both attack and speed? It seems that you want to keep your various abilities balanced, without exposing any weaknesses, and defeat me. Chinyu smiled warmly and shook his head. However, it seems that you still haven't noticed your fatal weakness. You can't defeat me who stands at the top of the sword path. The small voice seemed to hit the heart at this moment. Faced with this inexplicable confidence, the crowd watching couldn't help but was stunned for a moment. Urza was no exception. She was always strong-willed. She frowned and stepped forward suddenly. Okay, since you have the confidence, Manager Chinyu, don't blame me for being rude. Bang! After taking a step, Urza's black wings suddenly flapped, and the whole person was like a ghost, leaving a series of afterimages, and appeared behind Chinyu 1 step ahead. The sword in her hand, with the cold light reversed, chopped down with force without any fancy. This scene, as fast as thunder, made everyone in the field unable to keep up with their eyesight. As expected of Urza, I couldn't avoid this black feather armor at that time. Natsu couldn't help but speak. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Bang! The 2 sword blades instantly pierced Chinyu's body. It gave people a feeling of force, and even the rock layer under their feet collapsed. As the sand and stones flew, Sarasuke, who possessed the speed magic, was the first to exclaim. This is an afterimage. Afterimage? The people present were stunned for a moment. Soon they saw that Chinyu, who was originally chopped by the force, not only did not splatter blood, but his whole body also disintegrated like a mirror flower and water moon. "Ai, did you use magic to avoid Urza's attack?" Habi suddenly raised the fish in his hand, and instantly brought the distracted people back to their senses. In their eyes, it should be difficult to avoid Urza's attack just now. Uchiha Chinyu clearly agreed to ban magic. So now that he successfully avoided it, did he break his promise? Chapter 1434 I just happened to have a demon sword. No, Lord Chinyu did not use magic, this is just the speed caused by the pure explosive power. Hyuga Hanabi suddenly spoke. A pair of white eyes, at this moment, were obviously driven to the extreme. Just now, Lord Chinyu's legs stepped out dozens of times in succession, and with the help of super strong recoil force, he moved at high speed. I think Sarasuke, who has speed magic, should be able to notice when you increase the frequency of speed to a level close to that of Lord Chinyu. Makarov and others were stunned. Stepping out dozens of times in an instant, this speed, if using magic, perhaps some people can do it. But to reach this point without the support of magic is too shocking. President Makarov, I did not capture the magic fluctuations except Urza just now. What Hanabi said may be true. Mest couldn't help but speak. While his face was livid, his mentality exploded directly. As the captain of the law enforcement team of the Magic Council, he lurked in Fairy Tail. Everything was to find evidence of guilt and completely disintegrate this guild that likes to cause destruction. However, now it is discovered that a monster has come to this guild. This is too shocking. Urza was also stunned for a moment, and suddenly turned back to look behind her. The first thing that came into view was Uchiha Chinyu, who was obviously still unharmed. As an S-level wizard, after using magic, he was dodged by a person who did not cast any magic at all. Even Urza's face suddenly darkened, and she gritted her teeth and clenched the hilt of the sword with both hands. Manager Chinyu, I admit that I underestimated you, so now I will be completely serious. Bang! Taking a step forward, violent magic power surged in Urza's body and poured into the armor crazily. The speed, which was already as fast as a shadow, doubled in an instant. As he took a big step, he turned into a streak of light and chased Chinyu. Black Feather Moon Flash. The dazzling golden light bloomed in the blade, illuminating the entire battlefield. It turned into a cross slash and slashed towards Chinyu. In an instant, the huge magical fluctuations directly submerged Chinyu in it. In this instant, everyone had a feeling of certainty in their hearts. This time, Chinyu could not hide. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. The golden cross slash, when it came into view, made people's pupils shrink. One finger blocked the attack of the black feather armor. Is this still a human? It's a monster! An exclamation that came out of nowhere directly broke everyone's heart. Looking at this shocking scene in front of them, people couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Iluza, it seems that your awareness is not enough, so the attack is still soft and weak as always. Chinyu's right index finger bent, and the next moment it suddenly bounced. Bang! Urza felt a huge shock in her tiger's mouth, and her hands could not catch the sword blade in an instant, and she flew out directly. At the same time, Chinyu's right index finger bounced again and again. Finger gun flying fire pole. Bang 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 bang. The sky full of fire, like bullets, turned into nothingness. The dense postures, like a rainstorm, covered Urza head on. Feeling the oncoming heat wave, Urza didn't have time to think about it and quickly switched magic. Vajra armor. Bang 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 bang. The silver-white heavy armor appeared on Urza's body. The shields on both arms quickly closed up. The next moment, the sky full of fire finger pulls, instantly poured out. The huge impact force made Urza retreat 3 or 4 steps before stopping. The sudden scene made everyone's face changed drastically. They had never thought that Chinyu could perform various inhuman attack methods with his gestures. Don't doubt that Lord Chinyu used magic. In the attack just now, he just rubbed his fingers against the air quickly, and the heat energy air generated turned into bullets to attack. Hyuga Hanabi quickly explained. However, in her heart, there were also storms. She had been following Chinyu for a while. But as a ninja taijutsu ninja, it was the first time that Hyuga Hanabi saw that simple taijutsu could be played with so many tricks. Manager Chinyu, did you violate the rules? You just said that you only used kendo. Laxus suddenly spoke. However, that face full of haze obviously subverted the cognition more than the previous scenes. It was completely contrary to his original intention of watching Chinyu make a fool of himself at the beginning. Haha, Laxus, you are really impatient. I was planning to play with you guys more and broaden my horizons. Chinyu smiled warmly and shook his head. However, since you are eager to understand the true meaning of kendo, let's end this sparring match. The inexplicable words made everyone in the field stagnate. Even Urza was no exception. The fight between the front and back seemed very complicated. But it was only 1 or 2 minutes. Urza only made 2 moves. Now Chinyu told them that it was over. Isn't it too fast? Is this considered to be over before it even started? Manager Chinyu, your strength is indeed beyond my expectation, but I have just warmed up, you are too early to make a conclusion. Urza said in a deep voice. She was also shocked by Chinyu's methods. However, as an S-level wizard of fairy tale, Urza is still proud. Just warmed up? This is better than no warm-up. Chinyu said with a warm smile. Then let's end it. As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu flipped his right hand. Bang! A scroll appeared out of thin air, and the next moment the smoke rolled back, and the purple blade instantly fell into Chinyu's hand. Is this his sword? Makarov said with a stagnant expression. I didn't feel any magic fluctuations on it, so it shouldn't be a magic blade, just an ordinary knife. But, Urza, you have to be careful. When I saw this knife, I felt a little uneasy. Uneasy? Urza was stunned for a moment. Since you want to use a knife, I will also fight you with a knife. Change to magic red lotus armor. Buzz. Scarlet trousers, matched with a simple bandage chest. This is Urza's magic outfit that is said to have abandoned defense and has the strongest attack power and speed. Most importantly, the saber in her hand is not a simple item either. This is the red lotus armor, which has the power to kill with one strike. The saber in her hand is called the demonic sword Red Sakura. I hope that Manager Chinyu can still say what he said just now after a while. Urza clenched her hands, and said in a deep voice, with a slightly old red handle. Demonic sword. Chinyu smiled and met his sight. I also happen to have a demonic sword, it's called Yan Mo. Chapter 1435. A sword can split the ground. Is this a demonic sword? Urza subconsciously looked at the purple blade in Chinyu's hand, but her expression stagnated slightly. She couldn't help but take a half step back. The weird scene made everyone in the field stunned. Lose the battle but not the battle. At the critical moment of the confrontation, Urza actually took a half step back involuntarily. This is a bit confusing. Iluza, what happened? You didn't take my money and deliberately lose it to him, did you? Laxus was the first to lose control. Originally, he was willing to lend money to Urza because he wanted to find out Uchiha Chinyu's flaws. However, as time went by, Laxus found that the shadow left indelible in his heart gradually evolved into a mountain. Laxus, shut up, Urza must have noticed something. Makarov shouted anxiously. Now, you are just a patient, shut up and stand aside, otherwise I don't mind letting you stay in bed for a while longer. You. Laxus was furious. However, looking at Makarov, who didn't look like he was joking at all, he still snorted angrily and shut up obediently. After all, what he said just now was just angry words. He also knew that Urza, as the fairy queen, would never do anything to insult the honor of the guild. However, what did Urza realize when she saw the purple blade just now that made her retreat like this? It undoubtedly made Laxus keep an eye on her. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that just now, I seemed to see a ghost behind Manager Chinyu. Urza calmed down a little and quickly resumed the posture of holding the knife. But the look she gave Chinyu was inexplicably solemn. Even the hands that were holding the handle of the knife couldn't help but sweat. Especially as time went by, the feeling that Urza had just seen in her heart became more and more intense. In her mind, there was a voice urging her to the voice urged her to run away. Where did this problem come from? Urza barely suppressed the restlessness in her heart and quickly tried to find the source of fear in Chinyu. However, this time, Chinyu moved. While holding Yan Mo tightly with his right hand, a huge breath exploded like a tidal wave. Bang! The black wave rushed out from behind Qin Yu, sweeping across the entire wasteland in an instant. As the black air rolled, a huge phantom of the Shura evil ghost condensed out of thin air behind him. At this moment, everyone in the scene had the illusion of falling into an ice cellar. Looking at the green-faced and fanged Shura evil ghost behind Qin Yu, the hair exploded directly. If it is said that Uchiha Qin Yu gave people the feeling of being cynical and light-hearted a moment ago, then Qin Yu, who is holding the hilt of the knife now, has a huge change in momentum. Like a peerless evil ghost staring at the world. And Uchiha Qin Yu, like an executioner holding an evil ghost blade, shook everyone's mind. At this moment, Urza, who was in the impact of the momentum, seemed like a prey nailed to a sticky board, and her muscles could not move at all. What on earth is going on? Is this magic? Many thoughts flashed through Urza's mind. In the end, they were all replaced by an absurd idea. As an S-level wizard who has experienced many life and death battles and faced various vicious enemies, intuition told Urza. What is in front of her is enough to affect people's five senses and even the air of heaven and earth. It's just pure murderous aura. It can make murderous aura evolve to this point. Then this seemingly harmless traveling merchant in front of her. How many battles did he participate in and how many people did he kill to be able to do this? However, facing the absurd thoughts that flashed through her mind one by one, Urza found that Qin Yu finally moved. One sword-style Yan Mo splitting the earth. The 5 fingers of his right hand slightly tightened the hilt, and the endless murderous aura that radiated from the sky was instantly restrained. All of it was poured into Yan Mo, accompanied by the purple-black flowing cherry blossoms, as they were surging. Qin Yu waved his right hand suddenly. Boom! The purple light bloomed as dazzlingly as the scorching sun. The violent gale swept the whole venue like a tide. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the extremely sharp aura instantly enveloped the whole body. At this moment, the nerves of the whole person seemed to be forcibly tightened, and the whole body felt like being in a needle hell. The whole person seemed to be about to explode. The aura of death chased directly into the heart. It seemed that the other party could take away their ant-like lives with just a thought. The passage of time seemed to be prolonged. When the dazzling light in the sky dissipated, the first scene that caught their eyes suddenly made their pupils shrink. Like a chasm, starting with Qin Yu, directly tore the endless earth and reached the end of the sight. Even the huge rock mountain of dozens of meters was split open by force. A chill came out from the solace of the feet. It turned into a turbulent flow, passing through the whole body, and finally made the mind roar. Many guild members with inferior strength fell to the ground with a plop. They gasped. The eyes looking at Uchiha Qin Yu were full of fear. At this moment, they finally understood that the words that Hinata Hanabi mentioned just now, that they had cut the sky. It was not a lie. After all, the knife in front of them also split the earth. Iluza, are you okay? Makarov suddenly woke up and looked at Urza in a hurry. The first scene that came into view made Makarov's heart relax all of a sudden. I saw that the tearing abyss passed by Urza's side. Although Urza could no longer stand and fell to the ground. Her body was covered with cold sweat and her face was as pale as paper. But at least in the last competition just now, she saved her life. Perhaps, this battle frightened Urza a lot. Makarov believed that as long as Urza walked out of the shadow of this battle, the future results can definitely be described as brilliant. As for Laxus, who was standing beside him, wrapped in bandages like a mummy and had already been educated once. This time, Makarov believed that he was also really frightened. As for whether he would be honest in the future, Makarov didn't know. But at least, he would be quiet for a while. This million was worth spending. Chapter 1436 3 million tickets. The vast wasteland was shrouded in an inexplicable silence. Facing the ultimate slash that spread to the end of the sight like an abyss. Everyone's heart seemed to be tightened by an invisible big hand. Some people even breathed in the air frantically. It gave people a feeling like drowning. In the minds of many people, an absurd idea emerged. Is this really a simple swordsmanship? Well, the time is almost up. Thank you for your patronage this time. I hope that the sparring service will satisfy you. Uchiha Kainu spoke first. When he sheathed Yan Mo, the endless murderous aura that penetrated his body disappeared. The suffocating feeling also disappeared. As the president, Makarov was the first to force a smile. Manager Qin Yu, this time thanks to you, let everyone see it. Iluza, why don't you come and thank Manager Qin Yu quickly? Also, Laxus, Aren't you planning to fight with Manager Qin Yu? Your grandfather still has some coffin money here, which can allow you to squander it 8 or 10 times. Old man. Laxus's expression suddenly stiffened. He never thought that Makarov would stab him in the back at the critical moment. However, facing the eyes from all around, Laxus had thousands of resentments in his heart. He could only stare back fiercely, surprisingly becoming a good boy and keeping silent. Haha, you guy, I finally found someone to cure you. If you don't accept it in the future, I will spend some money to let Manager Qin Yu teach you well. Makarov laughed. The tense atmosphere in the field was relieved a lot. In particular, seeing Laxus, who always claimed to be the strongest in fairy tale, with a frustrated face but nowhere to vent, some people couldn't help but laugh. As for the thunder gods, I don't know where they hid. Manager Qin Yu, I want to know, was the swordsmanship just performed? Urza's voice suddenly sounded. You once said that I overlooked a fatal weakness. I want to know if it is the swordsmanship you mentioned. The scene fell into silence. Even Laxus, who was unhappy, forgot his unhappiness just now. After all, Urza's question was also a puzzle in their hearts. Especially, after seeing with their own eyes that Uchiha Qin Yu performed this amazing slash with his hands and feet. This subverted their worldview. Iluza, your magic of changing clothes is very strong. You can improve your strength by switching powerful magic armor. Qin Yu said lightly. However, I am sorry to tell you that it is because you rely too much on the power of armor that you neglect your own practice. You do have a knife in your hand, but you don't know the trick of using a knife. What's the difference between that and magic armor falling on Happy? Happy, using magic armor, can it run? Natsu suddenly thought of something wrong. For a person like him who has only one brain, things that require thinking are obviously irrelevant to him. Manager Qin Yu, are you going to let me learn kendo and improve my strength in this way? Urza's expression stagnated and she spoke in a hurry. However, the only person on this continent who can teach me to learn this powerful sword art is probably Manager Qin Yu, right? The nerves of the people present were tense all of a sudden. 1 million per sparring course. This is simply a sky-high price for them. If Qin Yu really charges tuition at this sky-high price, I'm afraid Urza has not yet learned the strongest sword art. The entire fairy tale guild may have to file for bankruptcy early. Sorry, I'm just a traveling merchant. I'm very interested in money, but I don't have the leisure to deal with the troublesome things of guiding people. Qin Yu shook his head lightly. If you don't want to, then why do you tell me your weaknesses and suggest that I learn sword art? Urza was anxious all of a sudden. This feeling is like, just took off your pants, but you told me that you are gay. Manager Qin Yu, do you know where someone can teach Urza kendo? If possible, considering that Hanabi and Lucy are members of Fairy Tail, I hope you can introduce them to one or two. Makarov said hurriedly. As the guild president, no one does not hope that his subordinates can have a natural talent. Especially, there are ambitious people like Laxus in Fairy Tail. At Makarov's advanced age, he hopes that Urza can help her grow. Become the new pillar of Fairy Tail. Hehe, President Makarov, have you forgotten what I do? Qin Yu laughed dryly. I don't know if people outside know kendo, but as the manager of the Wanja store, I will help you solve problems while making suggestions. Urza wants to improve her kendo attainments. My Tiandeo Projection Martial Arts Dojo should be able to help you. Tiandeo Projection Martial Arts Dojo? The people present were stunned. Urza was the first to lose her temper and said, you mean, the martial arts arena that fell from the sky yesterday and costs 3 million to enter? Yes. Qin Yu nodded silently. Perhaps, this kind of martial arts arena is not qualified to offer a 3 million ticket, but I can only tell you that it is worth the money and everything is self-explanatory. Worth the money? Urza's expression froze, and she couldn't speak for a moment. Even the people present had different expressions. They had seen the mystery of the earthen jar. But now, entering a martial arts arena with unknown effects once requires paying 3 million ticket money. This is probably a bit like gambling. The most important thing is that they don't know what is inside and how many times they need to enter. What if Qin Yu organizes a 7-day course, a 1-month course, or a 1-year course? Then I'm afraid even the kingdom of Fiori will be emptied. For a moment, everyone fell into silence, and Rao Urza is no exception. Urza, for the sake of the same guild, I advise you to give it a try. The product of Lord Qin Yu must be a fine product. Hyga Hanabi suddenly spoke. If you don't even dare to try this, how can you be independent and lead a guild in the future? In the eyes of Hyuga Hanabi, she and the people of Fairy Tail don't spend much time together. However, it can also be easily seen that Urza's situation is the same as hers, shouldering the glory of the guild and the family. It is for one reason that Hyuga Hanabi will speak out. Chapter 1437 Laxus attacks again. Love. Natsu, how many fish can you buy with 3 million? Urza, if you give me 3 million to buy fish, I can also teach you the fish swordsmanship. Happy raised the fish in his hand again and gestured. However, it was quickly covered by Natsu's mouth. Feeling the naked gunpowder smell from Urza, the whole body is full of juice. Urza, I have 3 million here. Thank you for supporting me to try yesterday. Now it's my turn to support you. Myra Jane suddenly walked out of the crowd. Looking at the bag of gold coins in her hand, Urza couldn't help but be stunned. Myra, this is the money you saved with great effort. I can't take it. Since Listena's accident, the demon Myra Jane has withdrawn from the front line. Become a waiter of the guild. Although there will be some rewards, it is obviously much slower than when becoming an S-level wizard and getting rewards by completing tasks. And most of the money here comes from Myra Jane taking fashionable underwear photos. Urza, you won't forget that I restored the title of demon yesterday. Myra Jane smiled and stuffed the purse into Urza's hand. Now, as long as I spend a little more time to restore my status as an S-level wizard, and take Elfman and Lissena to take on more tasks, I will be able to make back the money soon. Besides, Manager Qin Yu said that his transactions depend on fate. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid I don't know when you will have to wait. Could it be that, Urza, you don't want to know what the Tiandao projection martial arts field is for? Urza's expression changed one after another. Looking at the purse in her hand, she finally deflated like a balloon and said with a wry smile. Manager Qin Yu, I didn't expect that you have such a strong ability to set a sky-high price, and even your brainwashing skills are very good, so you can make Myra Jane your gold medal sales so quickly. However, since someone is helping to pay, I also want to see what the Tiandao projection martial arts field is for. I'll pay this 3 million. As she spoke, Urza handed the purse in her hand directly to Qin Yu. Hehe, Urza, don't worry. Although I don't know who will guide you, it will definitely be worth it. Qin Yu took the purse and said. It's getting late. Let's wait for you to come back to the Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Hall before we set out to carry out the mission. Now, let's go back first. Day. With the sound of snapping fingers, everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes. When they came back to their senses, they had returned to the front of the Wanji's shop. Looking at this miraculous group teleportation, many people present were still full of surprise. Is this a monster? However, more people are still eager to know what the Tiandao Projection Martial Arts Hall is. Okay, everyone's time is also precious. Manager Qin Yu, please take us in to see what kind of ghost place it is. Laxus was the first to lose his temper. He immediately pulled Urza's thoughts back and subconsciously looked at the building that fell from the sky in front of him. Sorry, this Tiandao Projection Martial Arts field is a trade secret. Only Urza can enter. The others can drink some wine in the guild and wait. Qin Yu smiled and grabbed Urza's shoulder. If there is nothing else, then goodbye. After leaving these words, the people present had no time to react. Qin Yu and Urza disappeared out of thin air like ghosts. You bastard, you dare to ignore my request. Laxus was stunned at first, and then roared angrily. The roar of the thunder dragon. Boom! The dazzling lightning, like a frenzy, burst out and hit the closed door. The huge impact was vented, and the explosive airwave was rolled back to the surroundings. Facing Laxus's sudden attack, the people present changed their expressions drastically. Looking at the door that had endured Laxus's angry blow, it was still motionless, and his face could not help but change. As a wizard, especially in the guild, there is a dragon slayer wizard like Natsu. They know clearly that Laxus, an S-level dragon slayer wizard, will only be stronger than Natsu. Most importantly, Laxus was completely defeated by Qin Yu yesterday. However, the strength shown should not be underestimated. However, now his angry blow can't even shake the door. Is it enough to show that this Tiandao projection martial arts field is definitely not a simple existence? Damn guy, does this door want to bully me too? I just don't believe that you can stop me. Laxus' his face darkened, and he roared again. In his eyes, Being completely defeated by Uchiha Chinyu, who suddenly appeared, was already a shame. If he couldn't even break a door now, he, an S-level wizard, probably didn't need to stay here. When he thought of this, the lightning on Laxus' body exploded again, and the next moment he rushed to the door quickly. Dragon-killing magic thunder dragon's collapse horn. Boom! Laxus's right foot, with dazzling lightning, instantly wrapped around. The next moment, with a lightning-fast gesture, kicked out across the air. Laxus, stop it, this is not a place for you to run wild. Makarov's face changed drastically. After witnessing Uchiha Chinyu's unfathomable means with his own eyes, he didn't want to practice a trumpet again. However, before he could react, a shadow took the lead and appeared in front of the door. The pair of eyes, which were full of blue veins and as white as paper, without any emotion, instantly caught everyone's eyes. Gossip back! Bang! Two equally powerful forces collided with each other. Under the huge impact, Laxus was forced to retreat. He retreated 7 or 8 meters before he suddenly stopped. Looking at Hyuga Hanabi, who suddenly stepped in and blocked his attack, his face couldn't help but darken. You are really not a simple person to be able to follow him. I think the rookie over there probably has a special killer. Laxus said in a deep voice. However, I can't defeat him, but I don't believe that I can't defeat you followers. I am the S-level wizard of Fairy Tail, Thunder Dragon Laxus. Bang! The violent lightning exploded on Laxus' body. Under the splash of lightning, the bandages wrapped around his body were directly torn apart. Seeing Laxus suddenly attacking, Makarov suddenly became anxious and quickly stood in front of him. Chapter 1438, Extracting the Heavenly Deo Projection. Laxus, don't be impulsive. You are injured now. Hanabi and Lucy are two people. If they join forces, you will not get any benefits. If you alarm the store manager Chinyu, I think your legs will be broken next. Makarov warned in a hurry. Seeing that she was dragged into it, Lucy's face was as pale as paper, and the clothes on her back seemed to be soaked. She admitted that Hinata Hanabi was indeed very strong. But Lucy never thought that she would be shot while lying down. She was also labeled as very strong. Love, Lucy, you are leaking juice, did you do something wrong? You didn't tell manager Chinyu and went to have a tryst. Happy, what are you talking about, shut up. The inappropriate mutual criticism eased the depressing atmosphere a little. Hyuga Hanabi, with her eyes rolled, stood in front of the closed door and said indifferently. Laxus, this is the place of Lord Chinyu. I hope you can know your own limits and stop doing stupid things. Otherwise, I don't mind defeating you head-on and making you lose face again. Many people present changed their expressions. In their eyes, Laxus's strength is obvious to all. Hyuga Hanabi, as a newcomer, has not even been evaluated as a wizard. He spoke arrogantly and said such domineering words. This is confusing. Could it be that not only Uchiha Chinyu, the manager of the Wanja shop, could defeat the S-level wizard of their fairy tale? Even the little girl Hyuga Hanabi, who is unknown to the public, is no exception. Or is it that Lucy, who is dripping with juice, is also the same? Feeling the eyes cast on her from time to time, Lucy's legs almost fell to the ground. Facing this unwarranted title of a strong man, she wanted to post a note on her forehead saying, I am a weak person to avoid accidental injury. This kind of life with the strong is really too difficult. Laxus, don't. Makarov shook his head again and said, Iluza is still in training inside. I believe you should also want to know what this Tiendeo projection martial arts field is. Laxus's face was uncertain, looking at his hands that were still powerless to raise, and Hyuga Hanabi, who looked no less proud. Finally, he gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, okay, when I recover, I will definitely see if your strength is as strong as yours. Let's go. After saying this, Laxus turned around and returned to the guild. As for the Thunder Gods, after casting a malicious look, they also turned around and left quickly. Looking at the backs disappearing in front of them, the people present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. President Makarov, I don't know when Urza will be able to complete her training. Let's return to the guild and wait. I believe there will be good news soon. Myra Jane spoke first. Makarov stared at the closed door, and his expression changed several times in succession. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Hyuga Hanabi on the side spoke first. President Makarov, this Wanja store is blessed by the power of Lord Chinyu. Don't worry, no matter who comes, they can't destroy it at all. Possess his power? Makarov was stunned. However, thinking of the amazing sword just now, his face changed slightly, but he sighed. Okay, let's go back first. If Urza comes out, I hope you can notify me. As for the A-level task, I will try to communicate with the client to see if the task acceptance time can be extended by 1 or 2. For Urza, this time accepting Chinyu's kendo guidance. Makarov didn't know what he would gain. But the time required would definitely not be less. President Makarov, there is no need to extend the task acceptance time. I believe that Chinyu's training will be over soon, and he will not fail to take the task acceptance time into account. Hinata Hanabi shook her head again. Looking at the determined expression on his face, Makarov opened his mouth. Finally shook his head and turned away. Okay, I'll wait for Urza's good news. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying this, Makarov also turned and left. After taking another look, the other guild members also returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. For a moment, only Hinata Hanabi and Lucy, who was standing there, were left in the huge open space. As for why Lucy didn't leave with them, she was obviously worried that she, a strong person, would be forcibly challenged in the guild. She didn't want to die inexplicably before she went on a mission. Boom! The heavy door slammed shut. Urza only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and when she came back to her senses, she had appeared in another world. Looking at the boundless sea in front of her, and the sea breeze blowing in her face, she was obviously stunned. Manager Chinyu, did you take me to the seaside hundreds of miles away in an instant? What does this have to do with training? In Urza's eyes, training should not be heavy, or require some harsh environment to quickly tap into people's magic power. Now the appearance of sunshine and beach undoubtedly makes people feel like they are on vacation and sunbathing. No, this is the interior space of the Tiandao projection martial arts field. Chinyu also retracted his surprise. Compared with Urza, he also entered this functional area for the first time. However, Chinyu had a wider range of knowledge and better facial expression management, so he did not show any disgrace. Is this the interior of the room just now? Urza was stunned. When the Tiandao projection martial arts field fell from the sky, she also noticed that this building was only 6 or 7 meters high and 8 or 9 meters wide. It was completely unconnected with the endless beach in front of her. Don't you believe it? Chinyu thought about it, and then raised his hand and waved it down. Urza felt that the whole world was spinning. When she came to her senses, she had come to a wasteland. This is the environment switching mode of the martial arts arena. It is set up to avoid large-scale damage during the training process later. Let's stop talking nonsense. Since I have charged you 3 million, I don't want to lose the title of Wanja Shop. Now, please start drawing and guide your Tiandao projection. Buzz. A magic compass appeared in front of Urza. However, compared with the usual bright plate, this magic compass is completely blind. There is no name on it except the pointer. With such a setting, even Chinyu could not see the size of the extraction this time. Chapter 1439 I'm afraid my life is cheating. Urza was stunned. It can be said that everything in front of her subverted her cognition. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Facing the compass in front of her, she exhaled a deep breath and subconsciously looked at Chinyu. Pour your magic power and thoughts into the compass, and then turn it vigorously. Chinyu hurriedly browsed the instructions and gave instructions. Is it that simple? Urza was stunned for a moment, and looked at Chinyu and nodded again to confirm. Finally, she reached out and pressed on the magic compass. A trace of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes. The next moment, it suddenly turned. Buzz. The magic compass was turned up in an instant. The compass, which was originally a blind plate, quickly lit up one name after another under the infusion of magic power. Yomi Kita, Himura Kenshin, Yabukyo's Hero, Jintoki, Mamakai Zabuza. Looking at a series of names passing by on the compass, Chinyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. He finally understood why this martial arts field was called Tiandao projection. It seems that by paying money, the projection of the 10,000 worlds is extracted with the help of the magic compass and descended into this world. Stop! Urza spoke again. She had just learned the method of manipulation from Chinyu. Looking at each name that suddenly popped up. Although they all felt strange, many of them gave her a strong sense of oppression. Buzz! The magic compass quickly stopped, and when Qin Yu came back to his senses and saw the name the pointer pointed to, he was also a little surprised. 3 million, in exchange for this guy's guidance, Urza made a lot of money. Roro Zoro. Urza was stunned for a moment and said, Manager Qin Yu, is he very strong? Why do I feel a huge pressure on this name, oppression? For Urza, the one who turned the magic compass. She will get the temporary rights granted by the Tiandao projection martial arts field. Can easily feel the projection power that resides in the name. And the strength of the projection power is also related to the projection strength of the 10,000 worlds. This guy, you are also a big winner. Qin Yu smiled and patted Urza on the shoulder. Just now, my demon sword and that sword are actually related to Roro Zoro. As for what to say, we will talk about it after the training is over. What you have to do now is to attack as much as possible, and even defeat him. When the fighting skills are improved, you will be surprised. The inexplicable words made Urza startled. Boom! The roar of the air sounded first. A dazzling beam of light fell from the sky like thunder. By the time Urza reacted, it had hit the earth like a meteor, and the huge wind and waves it set off were like a tide, rolling back. A strong breath. Urza's expression could not help but stagnate. The next moment, a stern and indifferent word came out. One sword flow 180 treble whines. Buzz. The light blue flying slash instantly penetrated the dust that rushed up in the sky. The short distance of more than 10 meters was directly pulled closer and appeared in front of Urza. The sudden scene made Urza's face change drastically. There was no time to think about it, and the magic power in the body was detonated all of a sudden. Red Lotus armor. Buzz. Under the blood-red trousers and the simple bandaged chest binder, Urza suddenly had a demon sword hanging in her hand. Facing the incoming attack, she took a step and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Bang! The flying slash missed and tore the rocky mountain behind. The next moment, Urza had passed through the sand and dust, and while holding Hong Ying tightly with both hands, her speed suddenly increased again. Hong Ying flashed, breaking the kill. Boom! Urza turned into a scarlet beam of light, and in the blink of an eye, she pierced through the glowing figure in front of her. When she appeared again, she was already 7 or 8 meters away. Bang! A crisp sound of shattering suddenly sounded. Urza had just stood firm when she saw the glowing Roro Zoro crack like a mirror, and then shattered directly. A ball of light golden light quietly suspended in the void. The strange scene made Urza's expression stagnate and said, Is this the end? For the Tiandao projection martial arts field, which completely subverted her cognition, Urza had also made many calculations. However, she never thought that things would end so triflingly. No, this is just the beginning. Qin Yu glanced at the golden ball of light indifferently. Try it now, touch this ball of light, and there will be an unexpected surprise. Is there a surprise in this thing? Urza was a little unsure. However, facing Qin Yu's instructions, she did not dare to disobey. After all, she spent a sky-high price of 3 million to get a ticket here. Urza did not want to return empty-handed. Buzz! The moment she got it, Urza felt as if she had touched a ball of warm cotton. However, before she could react, the ball of light suddenly seemed to come alive and immediately drilled into her body. Boom! Urza felt as if there was a roar in her mind. The next moment, fragments of memories that did not belong to her quickly emerged in her mind. Urza suddenly showed a face full of disbelief. Is this the trick of the kendo moves just now? The ball of light just now is Roro Zoro's experience. Manager Qin Yu, are you saying that this Tiandao projection martial arts field can gain the opponent's experience and insights by defeating the opponent? This is too terrifying. A series of words came out of Urza's mouth. In this world of the survival of the fittest, Urza was able to step by step reach the position of an S-level wizard. But she knew clearly how difficult it was to become stronger. Moreover, the more she advanced on the road to becoming stronger, the more difficult it would be. However, now Qin Yu told her that becoming stronger was just a matter of defeating a projection, and she could gain the other party's experience and insights. I'm afraid life is cheating. What else? Hehe, now is just the beginning. You have gained experience, but it does not mean that you can use it immediately. I have a suggestion for you. Give up using magic armor and fight with sword moves. Otherwise, the more you kill projections, the more you will find this key problem. If you want to go again, you may have to buy another ticket. Qin Yu explained calmly. As for the function of the Tiandao projection martial arts field, He had just read the manual and understood it. But after witnessing its function with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel surprised. You can gain experience points and move fragments by defeating the projection. With these alone, you can improve your strength in a short period of time. It is definitely not a difficult task. Chapter 1440 Konoha's Destruction Threat. Kendo. Urza looked at the red tassel in her hand and recalled the experience and move fragments she had just gained. She immediately took a deep breath and relaxed her mind. The next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and with the muscles of her right hand tensed, she slashed through the air. One sword style 180 trebles wind. Buzz. The sound of air being torn apart suddenly sounded. However, what appeared in front of him was only the red tassel quickly cutting through the air. As for the so-called chi and flying slash, there was no trace of them at all. Sure enough, I failed. With my current physique and the use of chi, I still can't perform it. Urza muttered. As an S-level wizard of fairy tale, he was able to be promoted to this level at this age. Urza is not a stupid person, on the contrary, she is very smart. It is precisely because she wants to verify what Jinyu said just now. She took the initiative to test the sword. It seems that you have discovered your own problems. Then, you continue to train. If the time is up, I will let you leave. I hope you can finish the training as soon as possible. After Jinyu said this, he turned around and left. He remembered that today was the Chunin exam in the Naruto world. Faced with such an interesting thing, Jinyu still didn't want to miss it. Manager Jinyu, don't worry, I will hone myself in Kendo next. The next time we meet, you will definitely look at me with new eyes. Urza responded hurriedly. Unfortunately, when she turned around, Jinyu had disappeared like a ghost. In the huge space, only Urza was left. There was also a stack of instructions for using the Tiendao projection martial arts field next to her. Looking at the golden light that appeared again in the void, Urza took a deep breath and removed the red lotus armor on her body, leaving only the red tassel in her hand as a weapon. Looking at the golden light falling from the sky, she knew clearly that the next journey to become stronger would definitely not be that simple. On the other hand, in the world of Naruto, in the Konoha ninja village, Chinyu's figure broke out of the ground like a ghost. Looking at the sun in the sky, Chinyu couldn't help but frowned. It seems that there is still a time difference between the two worlds. The current Chunin exam has reached the final stage. Chinyu's observation haki quickly spread around. He soon discovered that most of the people in the entire Konoha village were gathered in the arena built on the edge of the village. Tens of thousands of seats were already full. In the arena, there were still fierce exchanges and battles. Of course, the intensity here was limited to the genin. Although there was an old saying in the original work that Konoha's genin was not easy to mess with. But it was obviously difficult to apply here. Hey, this breath, I didn't expect that I would meet an old acquaintance. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. Originally, he thought that after more than 20 years, those two guys would be put to an end. Now it seems that everything is not as simple as imagined. This Chunin exam has obviously become more interesting. Thinking of this, Chinyu took a step, and the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Whoosh! 3 sounds of breaking through the air appeared directly in the field. The mask of the Anbu was soon revealed. Hey Yat, quickly use your mind to sense whether there is any strange chakra detected by the defense system here. The Anbu leader said in a deep voice. The Anbu ninja on the side quickly flipped his hands and made seals, and then explored for 7 or 8 seconds, and finally shook his head and said. Sorry, I can't capture any strange chakra, not even a trace, as if no one had appeared here just now. No? The leading Anbu captain said with a slightly changed expression. It's impossible. The perception system activated this time is combined with scientific ninja tools. The tightness of the defense is definitely not comparable to before. If there are no other discoveries, could it be related to the person who issued the death threat a few days ago? The faces of the 3 Anbu members suddenly changed drastically. Recalling the death threats received at the Hokage building that day, it was stated that Konoha village would be destroyed during the Chunin exam. When seeing this crazy declaration of war, most people sneered. In their eyes, the current Konoha village is full of talents. There are 4 Hokages alive. At the same time, there are many powerful people in the new generation. It can be said that the current Konoha village can be called the most powerful moment since the establishment of the village, which is not surprising. Now someone has given such a prank-like death threat at this juncture. This is undoubtedly a joke. If you are not a group of Hokage who gave the order, I am afraid that others will not take this matter to heart. Forget it, our mission is to detect the strange chakra that appeared here. Since no trace of people has been found, let's go back and report. After the captain of the Anbu said this, the three disappeared like ghosts. In the arena, the cheers were like a tidal wave. Watching the fight in the arena, many people were excited. However, compared with the people present, the atmosphere in the seats where the five shadows were watching was a little different. Passing through the seats where the five shadows were sitting, there was a huge hollow hall inside. Originally, the five shadows who were sitting outside watching the game were also inside. Ahem, Naruto, if the juniors knew that the five of you used the clone technique to watch the game, I'm afraid it would hurt their efforts. Kakashi closed the intimate paradise in his hand and spoke first. Teacher Kakashi, this is an extraordinary period. For the sake of Konohagakure, everyone will understand. Naruto replied hurriedly and went straight to the point. However, is there any result for the suspicious chakra sent back by the supervisory department just now? I still can't let go of the threatening declaration that was discovered not long ago. Teacher Kakashi, do you think it was Uchiha Chinyu who did it? A series of questions came out of Naruto's mouth. Everyone present was tense all of a sudden. Whether it was Gaara, Kojuro, or Kuratsuki. After a few days of buffering, they did not encounter Escanor and Uchiha Kainu again. But afterwards, they contacted the older generation in the village through their own channels. The final result was undoubtedly amazing and completely refreshed their three views. Especially everything that happened in the Third and Fourth Ninja World Wars. For them, it was completely a nightmare. In the end, the new shadow-level strongmen of the four major ninja villages also received the same answer. No one can afford to offend this person. Chapter 1441 Sasuke is floating again. The huge conference hall fell into a brief silence. Looking at the only information scattered on the table in front of him, the shadow-level strongmen present frowned. Teacher Kakashi, do you think it's possible that it was done by those dark attackers? Naruto suddenly spoke. The people present were all nervous. Over the years, the ninja world seemed to be quite peaceful. But secretly, it still encountered a lot of troubles. Among them, the Dark Attackers, a special organization. It made the five major countries very anxious. Especially, the large-scale attack on Konoha Ninja Village not long ago. Now thinking about it, even Naruto, the 7th generation Hokage, felt a headache. Not long ago, the Dark Attackers had already attacked our Konoha Ninja Village. The intensity of the attack was far beyond the usual level. I think the threat of destruction this time may come from their hands. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing aside, spoke indifferently. Sasuke, you have been responsible for tracking them down all along. Have you discovered their details and the people behind them? My intuition tells me that in the past few years, the speed at which their strength has grown has undoubtedly accelerated, which proves that the people behind them are definitely not simple people. Especially the puppet army that attacked Konoha a few days ago, which even had the chakra of Shikaku. If it weren't for Brother Yu's unexpected return, I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult for us to deal with it. As an old generation, especially as a member of the Uchiha clan. Compared with Sasuke, who was ignorant since childhood. Uchiha Itachi grew up immersed in Chinyu and his brilliant achievements. Every time they talked about the deeds of Uchiha Chinyu, especially after more than 20 years, they were finally able to point out the deeds in person. This is the most exciting thing for Uchiha Itachi. Humph, that kind of puppet, in fact, I can solve it alone. The current Konoha Ninja Village is not comparable to the past, not to mention that Naruto and I have mastered more powerful powers. Even those guys who like to hide in the dark and steal chickens and dogs from the Dark Attackers are not to be feared at all. Uchiha Sasuke snorted unhappily. For this scene, Gaara and other people from the four countries obviously couldn't help but stagnate. After all, after talking with the old guys in their ninja village, they knew clearly that those old guys didn't know how much they hoped that the movie Emperor of the Ninja World belonged to their own ninja village. Otherwise, the four major countries would not have jointly proposed an agreement that day. Elect Uchiha Kainu to become the movie Emperor respected by the five major countries. In order to use the identity of the movie Emperor, Uchiha Kainu was still a traitor, to weaken the connection with the Konoha Ninja Village and keep the ninja world in balance. Now Uchiha Sasuke's attitude is obviously not knowing how to be blessed. However, when Gaara and others saw Uchiha Itachi and Obito, they couldn't help but remain silent. After all, compared with the four major countries, there are too many strong people in Konoha Ninja Village and even the Uchiha clan during this period. Among them, Uchiha Itachi became the sixth Hokage. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui, who has been away, have the combat power of the Kage level. Counting the new generation Uchiha Sasuke, the existence of 4 Kage-level people in one family, the confidence to speak is also not small. If it weren't for the existence of Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, and Uzumaki Naruto, who are also strong guys, I'm afraid that Konoha village will really become the world of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, shut up, you don't know what level of strength brother Chinyu has reached. Uchiha Itachi's face sank and he shouted coldly. Don't forget, your name was also taken from his mouth. If your father knows that you are disrespectful to brother Chinyu, I'm afraid he will never let you off easily. Now put away your contempt for me. When I have time, I must tell you what kind of existence brother Chinyu's former enemy is. For Uchiha Sasuke and others who have never experienced the darkest era of the ninja world. For Uchiha Itachi, no matter how hard he tried, it felt like a waste of effort. If it weren't for the occasion, Itachi really wanted to give Uchiha Sasuke 2 slaps first to teach him how to be a good person. Then he would preach. Brother, I got it, you keep saying the same thing. Uchiha Sasuke waved his hand in boredom. I will find a time to fight Uchiha Chinyu in a fair fight. If he can still defeat my strongest backup, I will definitely respect him. Well, since everyone can't figure it out, let's put it aside for the time being and go out to watch the game first. Now the game is coming to an end. It seems that the so-called Konoha Destruction Declaration is probably just a joke. After saying this, Uchiha Sasuke turned around and left. You! Uchiha Itachi was furious. Obito on the side sighed helplessly. Itachi, you still dote on Sasuke too much. If you tell him the truth early, I'm afraid he won't have this attitude at all. As a person of the same generation as Uchiha Itachi. Although in the era of Genin, Uchiha Obito was a tail-end existence. But after Chinyu helped him open the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito's life seemed to be on the rise. In just a few years, he was promoted to the level of Kage. Especially when the double Kamui was opened, his strength was even more amazing. If the position of Hokage had not been given to Kakashi, I'm afraid Uchiha Obito would have become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan faster than Uchiha Itachi. Alas, I also regret it a little. I didn't expect that after Sasuke got that power, people's hearts would be more floating. Uchiha Itachi sighed helplessly. As a brother control, Sasuke had a greater influence on him. Otherwise, in the original work, Uchiha Itachi would not have destroyed the entire Uchiha clan for Sasuke. Okay, it's meaningless to say anything now. Let's go out and see the situation first. I hope the Chunin exam can be completed smoothly. Only in this way can we prove that the threat theory is false. As for the facts, let's talk about it later. After saying this, Kakashi turned around and walked to the viewing stand outside. He remembered that the last battle should be related to Escanor. Although the 5 major countries were a little unhappy about the sudden participation of the Iron Country. But when they thought that Tetsuki now had a trading relationship with Escanor, they still acquiesced to the qualification to participate this time. Chapter 1442 The Last Battle of the Chunin Exam. Okay, let's go and take a look. This battle is between Shinki from the Sand Village and Tetsuki from the Iron Country. Kojuro glanced at Gaara on the side and said. This time, it is really surprising that the Sand Village can produce a seedling like Shinki. Unfortunately, the Iron Country was so lucky this time that Tetsuki followed Escanor into the House of Time and Spirit for special training. Otherwise, the most dazzling person in this Chunin exam should be Shinki. After hearing this, the other 3 strong men couldn't help but stagnate. However, when he thought of Shinki's powerful magnetic escape, he obviously felt that he couldn't refute it. Especially Kuratsuki, when he thought of the turtle combination in their rock village, they were directly solved by a detonating tag at the moment of stumbling. The muscles at the corners of Kuratsuki's eyes were still twitching wildly. I wish I could go back and beat them up right now. Haha, 5th Mizukage, you are too serious. Your Kirigaku Kagura is also a top-notch existence. Unfortunately, he has already become a Chunin and can't compete with Tetsuki, who is also good at swordsmanship. Maybe they can still compete. Kankuro laughed dryly and replied quickly. Gaara was obviously not very good at this kind of verbal dispute. Ahem, well, let's go out and see the final battle. As long as this battle is over, we can prove that the threat of Konoha's destruction is false. Kakashi coughed dryly, and was really worried that this group of unruly new generations would fight at this juncture. If the enemy has not arrived yet, let these guys turn Konoha Ninja Village into a battlefield. This is definitely not what Kakashi wants to see. Hehe, fifth Hokage, you can rest assured. There are shadow-level strongmen from our 5 major countries gathered here. We don't believe that these guys who hide their heads and show their tails really have the courage to make trouble at this juncture. Darui laughed loudly. However, they followed him quickly. They might not take this battle seriously. However, they still wanted to know the result urgently. After all, if the other party really chose to attack at this time, it meant that they must be well prepared. Well, now it's the last decisive battle. It can be said that a huge dark horse appeared in today's Chunin exam, that is, the samurai of the Iron Country, Tetsuki. Although this Chunin exam is based on ninjas, after the discussion of the 5 major countries, in order to demonstrate the tolerance of the major countries, the samurai of the Iron Country were allowed to participate in the examination. At the same time, it was also used to motivate the young generation of various countries to work harder in the days to come. The person standing on the high platform and giving the speech had obviously changed from a former ninja to a well-known ninja speaker. After all, after decades of peace, the ninja world has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Is that the samurai of the Iron Country? I had only heard of it before, but I never thought that the warriors of the Iron Kingdom would be so powerful. In this Chunin exam, they defeated the younger generation of our Konohagakure. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't imagine it. Is it because our younger generation is too weak? No way, isn't there the son of the 7th Hokage and the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke? I heard that their strength is first class. The voices of discussion rang out one after another in the venue. Boruto and others standing in the rest area suddenly turned pale. Looking at Tetsubaki standing in the center of the arena, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Yayu, why do you look so indifferent? Don't you want to defeat that arrogant girl? Boruto couldn't help but grit his teeth and said angrily. The thought of being defeated by Tetsubaki again in the arena was a shame for Boruto. Boruto, my father warned me not to have too many conflicts with people related to that guy, otherwise I would be in trouble. Yayu said with a smile. However, Boruto, if you want to defeat her, the quickest way is to find Escanor and learn from him. When your strength improves, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Tetsuki. As the son of Orochimaru. When Yayu informed Orochimaru of Uchiha Kainyu's return, the answer Yayu got was that Orochimaru worked hard for 3 days and 3 nights and finally came out of the laboratory. The first answer is still invincible. Infer based on the known data. Uchiha Kainu is still the god of this world. It can be said that it was the first time that Yayu saw the expression of Orochimaru that day. This is enough to prove that Yayu believes that Uchiha Kainyu's strength is absolutely extraordinary. Humph, I don't want his guidance. I can surpass her with my own efforts. Boruto snorted unhappily, but when he thought of the first fight, he was almost scared to death and his consciousness was destroyed. This result made Boruto lose confidence in the last words. Of course, Boruto's mouth is not soft, but others know it clearly. After seeing the mystery of Uchiha Kainu, if the opportunity is in front of Boruto, I'm afraid there is no shortage of people who are licking dogs. Humph, Boruto, you'd better not need it, so that next time I see Uncle Chinyu, I don't need to plead for you. Sarada snorted unhappily. Uncle Ataka told me that if I want to become a Hokage, if I can get Uncle Chinyu's guidance once, this will be the fastest shortcut. Sister Violet, I think so too. Sarada looked at Uchiha Sumire who was leading the team in front of her. This is Uchiha Ataka's child and also Uchiha Sarada's cousin. She has 3 Megatama Sharingan and long purple hair. Not only did she inherit Uchiha Ataka's cold personality, but she also had a woman's gentleness. She gave people the feeling of a combination of contradictions. As for her appearance, she was enough to be called the village flower of the Uchiha clan and even the Konoha village. She was 70% similar to Uzuki Yujao. Sarada, the next one is the battle between Iron Country Tetsuki and Sand Village Shinki. They are both very strong, especially Tetsuki. She has received guidance from Senior Escanor. You should pay more attention to them instead of being absent here. Uchiha Sumire glanced at them lightly. Only by watching and thinking more can you become stronger faster. As for becoming the 8th generation Hokage, I'm sorry, that must be me. I want to inherit my father and become a strong man in Konoha village, but it trademark a pity that the conditions for opening the Mangekyo Sharingan are too difficult. Chapter 1443. Can you please come together? Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Sarada was stunned at first, and said in a hurry. Sister Violet, I heard that the Uchiha clan can transform into a more powerful Mangekyo Sharingan above the 3 Megatama. Would her it trademark as Uncle Ataki or Uncle Obito, my father also has the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is the symbol of the strongest man of the Uchiha clan. Can you tell me how to open the Mangekyo Sharingan? By the way, Sister Violet, Uncle Ataki said that Uncle Chinyu is the strongest man of the Uchiha clan. Has his Mangekyo Sharingan undergone another transformation that we don't trademark know about? A series of questions came out of Sarada's mouth. Unlike the original work, because of the appearance of Chinyu, Sarada in this new era was obviously born in a huge family. So her personality has become a little more active. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Violet looked a little lonely, and when she thought of the key conditions for opening it, she sighed secretly. Sarada, it's not a good thing for you to understand the Mangekyo Sharingan too early now. The most important thing for you to do now is to completely control the single Megatama Sharingan, and then open the double Megatama and the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Only by consolidating the foundation step by step, will it be a natural thing to open the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Sister Violet, you are right, but Sarada will not give you the 8th generation Hokage. Sarada was startled at first, then said with a determined look. I will definitely find Uncle Chinyu in advance and let him guide me on the road to becoming a strong man faster. By then, I will be able to overtake others and become stronger than Sister Violet. Uchiha Violet was silent for a moment. Especially when she saw Sarada, who was excited and eager to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, she felt like she wanted to say something but stopped. As a strong man of the new generation of the Uchiha clan, Violet's 3 Megatama Sharingan had been mastered for 2 or 3 years, and her strength was perfect. But now is a peaceful era, different from the warring states and the war era. Without the threshold condition of life and death separation and witnessing the tragedy with one's own eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan could not be transformed at all. After all, Violet couldn't let someone kill her father in front of her. It was precisely because of this reason Uchiha Violet was unable to take the key step. No matter how she honed herself, without the blessing of the Mangekyo Sharingan, her strength would still remain at the level of elite Jonin and half shadow. She was still a step away from becoming a real cage-level strongman. It can be said that during this period of time, Uchiha Violet has been very confused, and she has no idea how to continue to become stronger. Until recently, she learned about the existence of Uchiha Chinyu and a series of brilliant deeds from her father Uchiha Ataki. This ignited hope in Uchiha Violet's heart. Or, this uncle who is like a god can solve her problem, right? When she thought of this, Violet couldn't help but clench her fists every time, eager to meet this mysterious uncle. I hope to find an opportunity to become a shadow-level strongman from Uchiha Chinyu. Okay, it's getting late, let's start the next battle. The voice of the broadcast sounded again, pulling back Uchiha Violet's attention. A pair of beautiful eyes with a little purple turned in vain and fell on the battlefield. She has heard a lot about Tai-kun's strength and deeds. But it is precisely because of this reason that she wants to see the battle between Tai-kun and Xingxi more urgently. Only in this way can Uchiha Violet clearly understand whether she can use this uncle she has never met to successfully reach the realm of cage level. Okay, please invite Titsukuni of the Iron Country and Shinki of the Sand Village to the stage. This will be the last battle of this Chunin exam, and it will also be the most intense battle. Only the final winner will be qualified to be directly promoted to Chunin. The voice of the broadcaster sounded again. Soon, 2 figures appeared on the field like ghosts. Compared with Titsukuni, Shinki on the other side still maintained his usual indifference. After looking Titsukuni up and down, Shinki took the lead in speaking. I will definitely get the qualification to be promoted to Chunin this time. Although you have received guidance from an adult, I will do my best to defeat you and win the honor of victory for my father this time. The cold words came out of Shinki's mouth. Faced with this domineering declaration, the entire arena was instantly filled with thunderous applause and cheers. The atmosphere was pushed to the extreme. 5th Kazekage, it seems that you really adopted a good son, who will definitely be a good candidate for the 6th Kazekage in the future. Darui laughed and spoke first. Unfortunately, our cloud village is now in a headache, and there is no good talent to cultivate. As the head of a village, for Darui and others, he is indeed still a new generation, in his prime. However, everyone, as long as they want the ninja village to be strong for a long time, must prepare for the future and cultivate the younger generation as the successor of the next generation of Shadow. It is precisely because in the Rock Village, Onoki believes that the new generation is not as good as the previous generation, especially the turtle trio known as the strongest. They were even wiped out by a detonating tag. This directly made Onoki's artificial human mentality go wild. Now the Sand Village can produce a new XI, who has the strength to rival the senior ninja at such a young age. This is enough to show that his potential in the future is definitely not simple. 5th Reikage, you are laughing at me. Shinki's strength is good, but he still needs to be tempered. This time he was able to meet Titsuki, which can be regarded as a bit of a lesson for him, so that he can understand the truth that there is always someone better. Gaara shook his head lightly. What's more, I saw that the Cloud Village just now also produced a lot of good seedlings. Yurui and the other two are even more proficient in powerful ninjutsu. Once they grow up in the future, they will definitely be able to stand on their own, and perhaps even be able to overpower Shinki. Let's look back at the battle between Titsuki and Shinki first. I don't want Shinki to lose too badly. At this point, Gaara looked at the arena. He was talking in a way that he didn't care about. But through his eyes, anyone could see that Gaara hoped that Shinki could explode his small universe. In the public eye, he reversed the situation and defeated Titsuki. This would also allow the legendary Uchiha Chinyu to look up to the Sand Village. Sorry, do you want to get the qualification of Chunin? Can you please come together? Chapter 1444 The Contest of Iron and Sword. Sorry, do you want to get the qualification of Chunin promotion? Then please come together. A small voice came out of Tai Chun's mouth. At this moment, it seemed as if it was infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, making everyone present stunned. The huge arena, suddenly, they fell into a dead silence. They just couldn't react. Looking at the dwarf, Tai Chun standing in the arena with a cold face. Everyone had only one thought in their mind. Crazy. This is crazy. Facing the super rookie of Sand Village, XI who controls the magnetic escape. Tai Chun was able to say this, which was beyond everyone's expectation. You bastard, you dare to say such words that look down on me in this occasion. Today I must defeat you head on. XI's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted sternly. I want to see where your confidence comes from. Magnetic escape iron sand. Boom. The violent chakra exploded in XI's body. The iron sand covering the body surface opened directly in the void. The next moment, it turned into a rainstorm, bringing a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and attacked Tai Chun head-on. The dark mass suddenly awakened the originally distracted people, and their eyes turned and locked onto Tai Chun. Facing XI's outburst, the onlookers present were eager to see how Tai Chun, who was arrogant, would respond. Hey! Tai Chun grabbed the samurai sword at his waist with his backhand, looking at the iron sand in his pupils that were rapidly enlarged. My confidence comes from Teacher Escanor. Since you think I am arrogant and contemptuous, let me prove how overestimating you are. Secret Technique Snowstorm / Buzz. The crisp sound of the sword rang out without any warning. The next moment, Tai Chun's right hand did not have any fancy moves, and the samurai sword he caught was instantly unsheathed. A violent hurricane of sword energy was like a tornado rising from the sky. Without any fancy moves, the iron sand coming from the front was instantly hit. Clang clang clang. The iron sand in the sky was instantly overturned. The fierce slashing wind rushed towards Xingxi as if it could penetrate every hole. Feeling the oncoming attack, Xingxi's face changed slightly, and his hands suddenly clasped together. Magnetic style, iron sand wall. Boom. The earth roared, and large pieces of iron sand were frantically extracted from the rock layer. The next moment, an airtight wall was formed with Xingxi as the center. At the same time, Xingxi's hands flew up again, and a trace of hysterical fierceness flashed across his face. You arrogant guy, I want to see how you break my absolute defense. Then next, my strongest blow. Magnetic style, iron sand fist. Bang. The flying iron sand in the sky, under Xingxi's control, was once again frantically compressed into a black iron fist. The huge posture of 7 or 8 meters gives people a sense of calmness. When the incoming gale hit the iron sand wall built by Xingxi's body, the iron fist that was waiting for the opportunity to move, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, directly penetrated the storm and crushed the iron pillar. 5th Kazekage, Xingxi is worthy of being your strongest disciple. His skillful method of controlling iron sand is not inferior to yours. It seems that in time, he will definitely become the next Kazekage. Darui laughed and spoke first. However, Lord Mifune, you don't mind. Tetsuzuki was able to receive guidance from Escanor, so it's not excessive to respect him as a teacher. It's just that the warriors of the Iron Country have always used blades as their main weapons. Tetsuzuki is still young, and he is indeed at a disadvantage against Shinki, who controls iron sand and has super defense. According to my inference, if Shinki keeps attacking, Tetsuzuki may still be able to win by trickery. Now Shinki obviously didn't give up defense because of Tetsuzuki's verbal provocation just now. It seems that the next battle will be a tough one. However, it's just right to provide more rich battles for the younger generation. The words of talking came out of Darui's mouth. In the face of this comment, many people present nodded secretly in agreement. It was even spread through the audio set up in the Hokage seat. After all, any comment from a cage-level strongman is enough to push the atmosphere in the field to the extreme. Only Mifune's old face was obviously a little embarrassed, and the corners of his eyes were twitching. Recalling what Teach-shun had said just now, he had actually thrown his life mentor who had been guiding him for more than 10 years out of his mind. This made him feel impatient, and he said with a stiff face. You are right, 5th Raikage, but it's a pity that Teach-shun's provocative words just now were ineffective. It seems that the next battle will be a tough one. As a samurai, it is simply impossible to face the magnetic escape that is as hard as iron. It takes decades of hard work to cut iron before there is a chance to achieve transformation, not to mention the iron sand that is known as absolute defense. The old voice passed through the microphone and spread throughout the arena. Looking at Sanfune, the general of the Iron Country and the head of the samurai, he also gave such a pessimistic comment. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly exploded. There was a little more pity in his eyes when he looked at Teach-shun. After all, they had seen the power of the secret sword Feng Xuzan that Teach-shun had just displayed. But now he was defeated because of the iron sand. This is undoubtedly a bit regrettable. Of course, recalling the arrogant words just now, people can't help but shake their heads. Bang bang bang. The dull collision sound echoed one after another in the field. The fist made of iron sand, with a force of 10,000 kilograms, hit the ground heavily. Every time it fell, the ground was directly smashed out a huge deep pit. As for the opponent, Tetsukuni, who had just made arrogant and fierce remarks, was still holding the hilt of the knife and moving quickly in the eyes of everyone. Sister Violet, do you think Tetsukuni, who has been guided by Senior Escanor, can win? Sarada asked hurriedly. Violet was stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses and said, aren't you using the Sharingan to observe now? What do you think the result will be? Sarada's expression stagnated, and after hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said. Shinki's defense is too abnormal. If there is no way to break the defense instantly, I'm afraid he can't win at all. Tetsukuni's secret sword, Feng Xuzan, is indeed very strong, but General Mifune also said that it takes a long time for a samurai to comprehend the iron cutting. I think Tetsukuni will lose. As the new generation of the Uchiha clan, and the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke, Sarada is obviously placed with high hopes. Chapter 1445 Sorry I embarrassed the teacher. Sister Violet, do you think Tetsuki can win after being taught by Senior Escanor? Sarada asked hurriedly. Violet was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and said, aren't you using the Sharingan to observe now? What do you think the result will be? Sarada's expression froze, and after hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said. Shinki's defense is too abnormal. If there is no way to break the defense instantly, I'm afraid he can't win at all. Tetsuki's secret sword, the Snow and Wind Slash, is indeed very strong, but General Mifune also said that it takes a long time for a samurai to comprehend the iron slashing. I think Tetsuki will lose. As the new generation of the Uchiha clan, and the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke, Sarada is obviously placed with high hopes. Listening to this well-reasoned analysis, Uchiha Violet nodded in tacit agreement and said. Sarah, you are worthy of being Uncle Sasuke's daughter, you have a strong observation ability. As you said, Tetsuki's strength is comparable to that of an ordinary special jonin, but it's a pity that Shinki's strength is no exception. Moreover, Shinki's defense is a bit tricky even for me to break. So, under the premise that Tetsuki didn't understand how to break the iron sand, she lost without complaint. Even if the disciple of the movie Emperor personally guided her, it would be difficult to change this fact. After leaving these words, Uchiha Violet looked at the arena again. The scene she saw made her pupils shrink suddenly. When she saw Tetsuki appear again more than 10 meters away from Shinki, the girl in front of her, who was like a dwarf, clenched the samurai sword at her waist and leaned forward slightly, suddenly gave her a sense of danger. If it is said that the moment before, Tetsuki gave her the feeling that she could not fight back, so now, Violet felt like a blade that was gradually reviving and showing its edge. Sorry, it took a long time to prepare. Teacher Escanor, it's not that you didn't teach me how to cut iron, but I'm dull and it takes a long time to prepare for cutting iron. Tai Chun suddenly raised his head, his eyes like torches, instantly locked on XINXI. The next moment, he took a big step forward, and the whole person seemed to turn into a lightning-fast streak, instantly passing through the attack of Tai Chuan and spanning more than 10 meters. One sword flow fast dead lion song. Buzz. The air pierced with a sound, and it was endless. Everyone just felt that a black streak flashed on the arena. When they reacted, Tai Chun had already appeared behind XINXI. The samurai sword clenched at the waist, half an inch drawn out, returned to the sheath in full view of everyone. She chopped it off, she really chopped off the iron sand. Violet's expression froze, and then she showed an expression of disbelief on her face. With Sarada's single Megatama Sharingan, she might not be able to see everything just now. But Violet has honed the 3 Megatama Sharingan to the extreme. Facing the rapid slash of Tetsubaki, she could vaguely capture the scene that happened just now. A small exclamation exploded like thunder at this moment. With everyone's nerves suddenly pried, Gaara stood up and said in a hurry. No, Shinki will not lose. Bang! As black as ink, the iron sand condensed into an absolute defense like a wall. A low collapse sound came out without any warning. A shocking slash mark cut the iron sand wall in half, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Shinki, who was in absolute defense, just had his head exposed. The flying black hair on his head was cut into a short flat head. This scene seemed to be telling that if Tai Chun had not deliberately deviated from the previous attack, it would not only cut off the iron sand. At the same time, even XINXI's head would have been blown away. I'm sorry, I kept everyone waiting for a long time, and I also embarrassed Teacher Escanor. As his disciple, I need to divide the time for more than 10 breaths to prepare this move. This makes Tai Chun feel very sorry. Tai Chun took a deep breath, feeling that most of the chakra in his body was drained away at once, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This move is the strongest move she learned after staying in the Spirit and Time House for more than half a year. Originally, I thought that if the preparation time was longer, there would be no way to perform it. Now seeing the final result, Tai Chun is undoubtedly relieved. At least, this record, and did not embarrass any adult. Oh my god, didn't Lord Mifune of the Iron Country just say that it would take decades of hard work to learn to cut iron? Now this little girl in front of me is only 13 or 14 years old, and she can cut iron sand. Will her future achievements be comparable to those of the Hokage? SHH, don't be too loud, did you hear it just now? The teacher mentioned by the little warrior of the Iron Country is not Mifune, but Escanor. You think, as a general of the Iron Country, Mifune would not have not even learned to cut iron, so he would have made such a comment just now. I think it's possible. That girl can perform such a powerful method at such a young age. It seems that Escanor is really a very powerful teacher. A series of words echoed in the arena. Facing the battle that seemed to decide the outcome in an instant. The shocking feeling of cutting iron completely exceeded the sum of the previous battles. At least, in their eyes, Teach Shun learned the peerless iron-cutting skills from the mysterious Escanor. Faced with this sudden explosion, all the cage-level strongmen in the Hokage viewing seats became stiff. Especially Darui and Mifune, who had just commented, had their cheek muscles twitching. They wanted to find a big hole to crawl into. This was too embarrassing. However, when they thought about the unexpected blow Teach Shun had just made, they were also shocked by Escanor's guidance. At least, they didn't dare to imagine this method at all. Ahem, it seems that we still underestimated Escanor's ability. When Naruto used scientific ninja tools, he had no way to force Teach-shun to perform an iron-cutting blow. It seems that the younger generation is really underestimated. Kakashi coughed dryly and took the lead in breaking the atmosphere in the field. He changed the subject and said, however, this also further proves that Mr. Escanor, as a disciple of Master Chin-yu, also possesses unpredictable strength. Therefore, when dealing with people and things related to Master Chin-yu, I hope that our 5 major countries can think twice before acting. Most importantly, I believe that everyone also wants to use this time, Master Chin-yu's return, to make the younger generation, and even their own strength, stronger. Chapter 1446 Old Acquaintances from Decades Ago. As a former companion of Uchiha Chin-yu. That day in the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi was also pretentious. Unfortunately, after witnessing the fancy Chidori in Chin-yu's hands, Kakashi understood that the young man in front of him was an existence that he could not surpass. At the same time, the Hotaki swordsmanship obtained from Uchiha Chin-yu and improved at the same time made Kakashi become the white Shunfang that resounded throughout the ninja world. For Kakashi, this has always been a blessing of rebirth. Now it is a rare opportunity to boast in front of a group of younger generations. Kakashi was definitely not willing to let it go. The stern words echoed in the Hokage viewing area. However, this time Kakashi obviously turned off the microphone and opened the barrier to isolate the sound. After all, the existence of Uchiha Chin-yu and the relationship between him and Escanor. At this stage, only the top leaders of the 5 major countries can be allowed to know. As for other people, they are obviously not within the scope of consideration. After all, this is a matter of great importance. Humph, Kakashi teacher, every time you mention that guy, you always look admiring, but don't forget that Titsuki's strength is made with real money, and as for some means and power, he can't guide them either. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and spoke again. Faced with this sudden rebuttal, Kakashi opened his mouth and looked helplessly at Uchiha Itachi, who was obsessed with his brother. Facing Sasuke's floating words, Kakashi certainly knew what means this specifically referred to. If Uchiha Sasuke knew that his pretentious samsara eye was just a trick left by Uchiha Chin-yu, I'm afraid I don't know what his expression would be. God, I'm really sorry, let me explain this matter. Uchiha Itachi sighed helplessly and walked out of the crowd quickly. However, he just took 2 or 3 steps and his expression suddenly changed. There was no time to think about it, and he hurriedly looked up at the sky. Be careful, enemy attack. Bang 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 bang. A series of pale shadows fell from the sky like meteorites. The huge impact force brought a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and quickly swooped down to the surroundings. Looking at this sudden scene, the cage-level strongmen present reacted instantly. Namikaze Minato was the first to attack. The Flying Thunder God Kunao in his hand flew out directly and shot around the arena. Flying Thunder God Barrier. Boom. The barrier suddenly opened, and the pale shadows falling from the sky were instantly diverted. When everything returned to calm, the Flying Thunder God Barrier across the sky was directly dispersed. After all, this method of quickly performing space ninjutsu also consumes a lot of chakra for Minato Namikaze, who did not use the Sage mode. However, Minato Namikaze's attack just now was very fast, but facing the sudden attack, he was also unable to stop it all. When the dust on the arena cleared, the figures of puppets appeared in front of everyone. It's the Dark Attacker. The threat of Konoha's destruction is indeed wrung from their hands. Shikamaru, who was standing by, had a gloomy face and spoke first. Humph, they are just a bunch of guys who hide their heads and show their tails. Leave it to me to deal with them. Uchiha Sasuke's voice suddenly sounded. As he took a step, the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Roar. A puppet like a crocodile roared, opened its bloody mouth, and bit directly at a lost ninja. The sudden attack was obviously beyond the imagination of some ninjas. Looking at the giant puppet that was 2 or 3 times larger than themselves, the only thing they could do was to watch the attack fall. Chidori. Bang. A dazzling blue lightning flashed with an unparalleled sharpness, instantly piercing through the puppet. Under the violent power, the puppet that was originally planning to commit a crime was directly crushed. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke, who had taken action, had no intention of stopping at all. With the precise coordination of Chidori and Sharingan, the whole person was like a lightning streak, piercing through dozens of puppets in succession. The 18th. A hint of pride flashed across Sasuke's cold face. During this period, because of the appearance of Uchiha Chinyu, he, the new generation, was oppressed everywhere. There was a lot of frustration in his heart. Now it is a rare opportunity to show off, which makes Sasuke wish he could kill all the puppets in an instant. The 19th. The Chidori in Sasuke's hand pierced through a puppet figure again. When the Sharingan suddenly turned and planned to find the next target, his expression changed slightly. Two strangers. Looking at the end of the arena, there were two burly and gloomy people standing. The moment he saw himself, he showed a cruel smile. This made Uchiha Sasuke startled at first, and a trace of coldness flashed in the depths of his pupils. The last time he was despised was when he faced Uchiha Chinyu. Now he was despised by two strange men of unknown origin. This is simply a shame for Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, I think you should also be related to these dark attackers who hide their heads and show their tails. Since you came to my door this time, don't blame me for using heavy hands. I will break your hands and feet first, and then send you to the Anbu for interrogation. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, and the chakra dormant in his body exploded again. Bang! The speed of Chidori's activation of body cells soared even more. Looking at the short distance of dozens of meters, Sasuke seemed to be able to see the moment of victory in his eyes. Sarada, Uncle Sasuke is still as powerful as ever. It seems that these two invaders will be solved soon. Uchiha Violet smiled brightly. I heard from my father that Uncle Sasuke got a more powerful method. Do you think this will surpass Witch Lord Chinyu? More powerful means? Uchiha Sarada was stunned at first, then nodded heavily with joy on her face and smiled. Of course, my father is the strongest. A small voice echoed between heaven and earth. The man with a cruel smile on his face became more and more ferocious, and the next moment he roared like crazy. Haha, I didn't expect that after decades, I could still hear this hateful name. You two little girls, just now you said that this brat can surpass that hateful guy. I want to see if he really has this ability. This power is very good, let us enjoy it first. The ferocious words came out. Everyone's nerves were tense, looking at this unknown enemy, and suddenly raised their right hands. A crack spread in the palm of his hand, but Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and others, their faces changed drastically. This is an old acquaintance from decades ago. Chapter 1447 You can't defeat it alone. Little ghost, let's start with you and become our revenge rations. A cruel laugh suddenly sounded. Looking at the scarlet eyeball that appeared in the man's hand, Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly changed drastically. However, at this critical moment, with the help of Chidori active cells, he could not stop at all in the state of crazy acceleration. He could only watch himself crash into the eyeball in the other party's hand. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Sasuke, who was moving at a high speed, only felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he reacted again, his body was suspended in the air and disappeared from the spot. When he saw everything clearly in front of him, Uchiha Sasuke found that he had returned to the high platform. What is going on? Uchiha Sasuke was a little dazed. Especially when he saw the man who raised his eyeball, he felt like he had survived a catastrophe. Sasuke, you are too impulsive. If it weren't for the fourth Hokage who left the Flying Thunder God mark on us, I'm afraid you would have been caught by that guy just now. Uchiha Itachi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but still scolded angrily. As a brother Khan, especially after guessing the origins of the two people in front of him, Uchiha Itachi knew clearly what the consequences would be if he was not careful just now. The fourth Hokage saved me. Uchiha Sasuke came to his senses and looked back. Namikaze Minato beside him suddenly woke up and gritted his teeth. Brother, I was just careless for a moment and underestimated this person's strange methods. But now I know he should not be simple. It is not a difficult task to deal with these invaders. Let me go again. For Uchiha Sasuke, he just made a harsh remark. He wanted to show his strength that surpassed Uchiha Chinyu here. But now he failed in public. This is simply a shame. Humph, it turns out to be a space-time ninjutsu. This trick is really nostalgic. The man snorted disdainfully. A pair of pale eyes looked around the scene and said. However, it seems that the guy still hasn't appeared again. It seems that this time, God is destined to destroy you. Our container and wedge have been completely thawed. As a shame 28 years ago, we will completely wipe out all the creatures in this world, including you hateful ninjas. Boom! A huge amount of chakra dormant in the body exploded. The clouds accumulated in the sky seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible big hands. A huge vortex was formed. As the breath was released, the wind and waves were rolled around. It made people in the arena feel like they were hit by a hurricane. Hurry up, evacuate everyone here and activate the 8 Yang Red formation at the same time. We must not let the next fight affect everything outside. Minato Namikaze roared first. At the same time, his hands flew quickly. As he personally trained them, the Flying Thunder God Squad was formed to deal with the sudden war in front of him. They appeared in all directions of the arena in an instant. When Minato Namikaze suddenly put his hands together, a series of powerful barrier fluctuations rose to the sky in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 8 light beams were quickly connected, and finally formed a huge three-dimensional block barrier, which closed the space in the arena. Is it a barrier? A very good power. The man laughed strangely. Originally, I wanted to taste the wonderful taste of this power first. But since you actually have a ridiculous idea and plan to kill us here. It seems that 28 years have passed, and you low-level creatures are as naive as ever. However, since you have prepared your own coffins, I will let you taste the taste of despair first. At this point, the man suddenly raised his head and opened his right hand suddenly. High Emperor Lingzun 9 Thunder Snake. Boom! The violent lightning rushed out of the black sphere suspended in the palm of his hand. In an instant, it turned into a huge 9-headed thunder snake of dozens of meters, and attacked the Hokage viewing room head-on. The huge posture directly illuminated the entire world. At the same time, the land along the way was directly torn apart. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarged in the pupils. Not to mention the ordinary resident ninjas, even the new generation of strong men such as Uchiha Sasuke also had a stiff expression. However, before they could come to their senses, Kakashi, who had been standing aside. The intimate paradise in his hand had already been put away, and he grabbed the chakra short knife that fell from the scroll with his backhand. The whole person drew a purple lightning, and in an instant, he swept across the attacking 9-headed thunder snake. Purple thunder instant slash. Boom! The lightning flashed, and the 9 thunder snake heads were instantly separated from their bodies. The next moment, it was even more in full view of the public, and it exploded. Endless lightning, crackling, turned into a storm and rolled back. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was Namikaze Minato had already had foresight and set up a barrier in front of the audience seats in the arena to block all the collisions and explosions. Looking at this scene, the resident ninjas who were originally frightened breathed a sigh of relief. Some ninjas from other villages couldn't help but uttered their praises. As expected of the 5th Hokage, with the title of Reikari, he has completely integrated thunder and swordsmanship together. The title of White Fang Instant Body is indeed well deserved. In the eyes of ordinary ninjas, the existence of the cage level is out of reach. Especially for the old generation of strong men in this peaceful era. Now we are fortunate to witness the 5th Hokage, Hitaki Kakashi, personally take action. And he even used his famous skills. This is enough to feast the eyes. 4th Hokage, the people in the spectator seats have been completely evacuated, and the outer barrier team is also on alert. 3 miles outside the arena, a more powerful barrier has been set up, which is enough to withstand any aftermath of the battle. A captain of the Anbu landed beside Minato Namikaze and was the first to report. Looking at this scene, Uchiha Sasuke clapped his fists and said, "Well, now that we have completed the evacuation, it is time to get back at the front. Let me deal with these guys who have always liked to hide in the dark." After saying this, Uchiha Sasuke walked out of the crowd. Seeing this majestic gesture of volunteering, the new generation of ninjas in the field immediately showed extremely excited expressions. Especially Boruto and Sarada, they were no exception. "Sorry Sasuke, you can't defeat them alone." Chapter 1448 Sasuke and Naruto's Trump Card. The small voice, in the wave it came out of Feng Shuman's mouth. Looking at the 4th Hokage who stretched out his hand to block in front of him. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment. If it weren't for the person in front of him, who was the former 4th Hokage, who had just rescued him, I'm afraid Uchiha Sasuke would have turned against him now. As a new generation of strong men in the Uchiha clan, he was actually told in public that he couldn't do it. This is simply a shame. Sasuke, don't be impulsive. The 4th Hokage is right. The two people in front of you are not comparable to the enemies you met in the past. Uchiha Itachi walked out of the crowd and pressed Sasuke's shoulders. He knew clearly how arrogant the younger brother who grew up under his halo was. Brother, what do you mean by this? Do you also think I can't do it? Uchiha Sasuke's face sank and he couldn't help it at all. Have you forgotten that I have a new trump card? I believe that move will kill them instantly. Uchiha Sasuke was not interested in Orochimaru. But when he thought of the Samsara Eye cloned by special means, that made his heart burn. No, Sasuke, we got the conclusion after taking all these into account. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and sighed. It's just that you don't know their identities. They were the real targets of the 5th Ninja World War provoked by Lord Chinyu 28 years ago. Monsters from other worlds who claim to be gods. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing over the entire arena, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. For this unfamiliar name that has been mentioned frequently recently. The faces of the ninjas stationed there, and even the new generation of cage level, couldn't help but change. Looking at the two strange people who suddenly broke in, they showed a shocked expression. Which uncle's former enemy is this? Uchiha Sarada's expression froze, and she couldn't help but mutter. No wonder they give people the feeling of being full of death. But, are they really so powerful that even dad can't be their opponent? In Uchiha Sarada's eyes, her father has always been a strong backing and one of the strongest people in the contemporary era. However, now he has been denied by others again and again. This made Uchiha Sarada a little impatient. Sasuke, I know you are not convinced, but this is indeed the fact. The battle that day, I and the 4th and 5th Hokage witnessed it with my own eyes. You can't imagine the strength of Lord Chinyu, but you can't underestimate these two enemies in front of you. Uchiha Itachi warned coldly. I remember that day, Master Chinyu said that these two guys have the means to absorb chakra attacks, and the only attack that can work is physical skills. So, we will assist next. Kakashi, Naruto, the 4th generation, Sasuke, you will attack first. Now that Master Chinyu is not here, we must completely keep these two hateful guys in front of us, even if it costs our lives. Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned and instantly locked onto the two figures in the arena. The moment his Mangekyo Sharingan turned, he shouted loudly. Do it! Puff! Uchiha Itachi moved first. With a flip of his right hand, two huge scrolls fell into his hand. With the explosion of smoke, the shuriken in the sky turned into a rainstorm and fell towards the Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the two people in the arena. At the same time, the super-large wind demon shuriken in his hand was thrown away suddenly. For a time, the sound of breaking through the air was endless. The sky-high attack directly blocked the retreat of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other two. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who started with the technique of throwing all the shuriken. Although it was not the fire escape and pupil technique that the Uchiha clan was good at. But in this occasion, it was also a visual feast. Let the ninjas who were watching the show in the field turn their eyes and lock on Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other two. They were eager to know how these two would deal with it. Humph, I thought that while we were sleeping, this peaceful era would be able to give birth to some interesting toys, but I didn't expect that this kind of trash would still block the way. Since that guy is still not here, I will kill you all first. I don't believe that he won't show up. Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his right hand disdainfully. The scarlet eyes opened in the palm of his hand, and the hidden true body was quickly revealed. At the same time, the right hand suddenly pressed, and the violent hurricane exploded. Storm strangulation. Boom. The shurikens that were attacking from all over the sky were instantly blown away by the hurricane. Even the two giant wind demon shurikens thrown by Uchiha Itachi himself were no exception. They could not break through the impact of the hurricane at all. Seeing this scene, the faces of the new generation present suddenly changed drastically. Although they had no hope for Uchiha Itachi's attack. But at least they should be able to create some opportunities. However, the result now presented in front of them was unacceptable. Facing these two weird enemies, they could not even use their best ninjutsu attacks when cold weapons could not break through their defense. How to deal with them? Stare and wait for death? Brother, it seems that you have underestimated these two guys. You are responsible for the raid and leave the attack to me and Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke sneered. You just underestimated me, but that's why I can't wait to let you let's see my new power. Naruto, are you ready? Naruto, who had been silent, suddenly opened his eyes. The pupils in his eyes had obviously changed. Don't worry, Sasuke. Although it's a bit unfamiliar to use it in actual combat for the first time, I finally borrowed chakra. Naruto said with a smile. Let's start now. Do it. Uchiha Sasuke shouted coldly. Rinnegan. Kuroma mode. Bang. 2 special chakras exploded in the bodies of the two. Looking at the orange-tailed beast coat on Naruto's body and the changes in Sasuke's right eye, the new generation of ninjas present were shocked. Is this Dad's new power? I knew it a long time ago that Dad would succeed. The chakra aura emitted by Dad is as powerful as Uncle Sasuke. This is the first time I know that Dad has such a method. Boruto and Sarada couldn't help but mutter. In their eyes, the tailed beast coat and the samsara eye are completely beyond their cognition. Most importantly, this unique killer. It should be absolutely powerful. Otherwise it wouldn't be a special existence. Chapter 1449 One strike is enough. On the Hokage rock not far from the arena, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and showed an excited expression. For a crazy scientist like him, nothing is more exciting than getting new experimental data. Hehe, I didn't expect that the 2 cloned bodies can finally play a role after a rare trip. And I met 2 Otsutsuki who died 28 years ago. But only in this way can I verify how great my technology is. With the flesh and blood of which person, the samsara eye and the 9-tailed chakra conductor that were cloned and transformed with difficulty, and the persuasion of the 9-tailed fox, it simply cost me countless brain cells. However, it is so gratifying to see that it has been successfully performed. As for whether they can defeat these 2 guys with this power, it depends on their ability. Looking at the closed multiple barriers in the distance, Orochimaru greedily stuck out his tongue and said. If I can copy more clones, I may be able to create an existence like that guy in the future. When that happens, it will become my greatest masterpiece. Orochimaru grabbed his cheeks, and with too much force, he felt like his skin was being torn off. Orochimaru, you are still the same, so crazy that you don't even love women. By the way, until now, I still can't tell whether you are a man or a woman. The cold and arrogant words sounded without any warning. Orochimaru shuddered, his muscles and cells tensed to the extreme, and he hurriedly looked behind him. The first thing that came into view was a burly figure with golden hair. Looking at this stranger who appeared behind him without any warning, especially the huge power hidden in the other party's body. When Orochimaru opened his eyes and tried to dig deeper, his eyes instantly felt hot and burning. It seemed that as long as he continued to look closely, his eyes would be burned. This strange smell made Orochimaru's spine cold and cold sweat came down. It felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. And this feeling was not encountered for more than 20 years since he felt it on Uchiha Chinyu. Although Orochimaru knew that with his own means, even if he died, he could have multiple backups to revive. However, facing this burly man with an indifferent and arrogant face, as if his arrogant self-esteem was engraved in his bones, he felt a sense of lack of confidence in his heart. The only thing that made Orochimaru feel fortunate was that the man in front of him did not attack just now. You are Escanor. Orochimaru suddenly remembered the information he got from the Konoha ninja village not long ago. There was a description of this man in it. However, thinking back to what he said just now, Orochimaru quickly dispelled the thoughts in his mind and said with an expression of disbelief. No, the way you spoke just now, you are not Escanor, but Uchiha Kainu. You are that crazy kid. Orochimaru exploded, but quickly covered his mouth. He was worried that if he said any wrong word, he would face a devastating blow. After all, in the past, Orochimaru knew clearly that the dead were the best at keeping secrets. Orochimaru now revealed the biggest secret of Escanor in front of him. There is no doubt that it may bring about a fatal disaster. Hehe, Orochimaru, you are still the same as always, except that you are a madman, your mind is still so flexible. Chinyu laughed dryly. But don't worry, Escanor is Escanor, and I am me. I am not in this world now, I just found an interesting toy, so I put the spiritual mark in Escanor's body and use his body to join in the fun. This time I came to talk to you just because I haven't had a good chat with people for a long time, especially old friends. If even one person doesn't know my secret, wouldn't it be boring? The words he talked about echoed over the Hokage rock. Orochimaru's expression suddenly became unnatural. It is easy to listen to secrets, but it is harder to keep secrets than to ascend to heaven. Especially this kind of secret involving major events, it makes people feel like tens of thousands of ants are gnawing at their hearts. If you don't tell it for a lifetime, it would be a nightmare. However, These thoughts only flashed through Orochimaru's mind. As a crazy scientist, he is more concerned about those unknown topics. Uchiha Chinyu, you just said that you are not in this world, so do you have mastered the space jump method with the Otsutsuki clan and can go to other worlds? And what kind of technology are the spiritual imprints you mentioned just now? Can I go to other worlds to see it? A series of questions came out of Orochimaru's mouth like a string of cannonballs. As a crazy scientist, this side of him that is like a child's expectation, even Chinyu has seen it for the first time. Facing this expression that should not belong to Orochimaru at all, even Chinyu's expression could not help but stagnate, and said, "Let's talk about these questions later. It's really disgusting to see you look like a curious baby. Sasuke and Naruto are lucky to have obtained these two powers with your cloning technology. They will be able to stand on their own in the future. But it's still too difficult to defeat Momoshiki who has come back from the dead." After saying this, Chinyu's eyes seemed to have crossed the endless space and landed on the arena. "Uchiha Chinyu, you said that Naruto and Sasuke can't defeat him." Orochimaru spoke again. "However, now that you are not here, can you really kill Otsutsuki Momoshiki again with this body alone? He has been lurking for so many years, I'm afraid his strength is definitely not simple. For an ambitious man like Orochimaru, lying dormant is just a common thing." So he knew clearly that Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who appeared again in front of him, had absolutely no kindness. Don't worry, if Escanor's strength was in his prime, one strike would be enough to kill Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Now I have thought of a way, maybe one strike will be enough. At least, I can't think of a reason why Otsutsuki Momoshiki is not dead. Chinyu spoke again indifferently and arrogantly. The next moment, the muscles of both feet suddenly tightened, and he kicked hard, and the whole person rose into the air like a cannonball. The huge power was released, and the Hokage rock that Chinyu was standing on collapsed. As the spider web-like cracks spread rapidly, Orochimaru suddenly woke up and hurriedly avoided it. However, Orochimaru was still shocked by Chinyu's last words. Chapter 1450 What That Guy Left Behind. In the closed arena, two huge auras exploded. Filled the entire space. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto who had completely changed. Many people present couldn't help but stagnate. This power was too unfamiliar to them. But the powerful aura it exuded made people feel unquestionable. Especially Uchiha Sasuke's Samsara Eye, which made them feel inexplicably captivated. Is this the hidden trump card of Konoha village? No wonder Uchiha Sasuke has such confidence. It seems that these two uninvited guests can be successfully dealt with. Darui was the first to lose his temper. As the Raikage of the Cloud Village, after inheriting the Black Thunder of the third generation Raikage, he has always been a proud person. In particular, facing the existence of the same new generation, relying on the Lightning Chakra mode, the more powerful Black Thunder form, as a trump card. He even wanted to suppress Uchiha Sasuke in the new generation. However, now it seems that everything has gone to waste. At least, above the Samsara Eye, he felt an ominous breath. Haha, Darui, you've said so many things all along, but this is the first time I agree with you so much. Uchiha Sasuke sneered. It's just two enemies, I can solve them in just a moment. At this point, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were once again fixed on the two of Okuri Momoshiki, and he took a step forward. Naruto, you assist me. Whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. With the help of the Samsara Eye and powerful insight, Uchiha Sasuke's instant body technique was obviously brought to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he appeared more than 10 meters away from Okuri Momoshiki. Looking at this sudden scene, Uchiha Itachi was the first to lose his temper. Sasuke, don't be impulsive, that guy also has a Samsara Eye. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. Especially when he saw the cruel smile on Okuri Momoshiki's face, his heart couldn't help but jump. The left hand of Momoshiki Otonoki, which was originally raised, suddenly burst into endless blood color, and the hidden Samsara Eye was instantly unfolded. Haha, you fools, I thought that after 28 years, there would be some interesting toys in your world. It turns out that you treat the things left by that guy as treasures. Since that guy is not here, I will use you first. Tianyin. Buzz. The invisible attraction exploded in the palm of Momoshiki Otonoki. It instantly enveloped Uchiha Sasuke. In the face of this sudden evaluation, there is still a way. Uchiha Sasuke's anus suddenly tightened. No. It should be said that his whole body tightened. He found that the trump card he regarded as a trump card was no longer effective. Sasuke, don't be in a daze. That guy is not an ordinary enemy. Don't show any flaws. Uchiha Itachi roared anxiously. At this moment, he regretted that he was a brother Kon and didn't tell Uchiha Sasuke everything in advance. Otherwise, Sasuke would not have revealed such a big flaw at this critical moment. Looking at this scene, Odori Momoshiki smiled cruelly and tightened the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly. Too late, Shinra Tensei. Simple words came out, and the invisible attraction changed instantly. The next moment, like a raging wave, it exploded with Odori Momoshiki as the center. Uchiha Sasuke, who was 7 or 8 meters away, suddenly woke up. Unfortunately, everything was a little too late. Kamakyu. Buzz. The spatial fluctuations were surging, like a whirlpool, quickly twisting Uchiha Sasuke's body. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. When everyone came to their senses, the repulsive force that was rolling over the sky instantly rushed to the barrier. Flying Thunder God Barrier. Minato Namikaze roared again. With his hands suddenly clasped together, the Flying Thunder God Barrier set up around him was unfolded. With the echo of the sky-high explosion, the invisible repulsive force was barely transferred to a specific place. Looking at the arena covered with dust, Minato Namikaze stumbled, lay on the ground, and panted rapidly. Teacher, are you okay? Kakashi's face changed drastically. Minato Namikaze and him also have the title of 50-50. However, the most fatal weakness is the lack of blue. Although Minato Namikaze can make up for this weakness through the Sage mode. However, facing the battle at the beginning. Moreover, it was Otoji and Momoshiki who were well prepared. Minato Namikaze obviously didn't want to use up all his trump cards too early, thus falling into a passive situation. Don't worry, it's not a big deal for the time being. Minato Namikaze calmed his breath and shook his head and said, however, I can only resist this large-scale attack a few more times. If we can't solve them as soon as possible, once the barrier is broken, then Konoha village will probably suffer. Moreover, my intuition tells me that these 2 guys, who appeared again, are probably well prepared, and may have hidden some trump cards. As the 4th generation Hokage, Minato Namikaze stood out in the war in the talented Konoha village. Not only because of his strength, but also because of his extraordinary mind. In the original work, when Kakashi recklessly used Chidori, he made a judgment and warning early. This alone can show that Minato Namikaze's wisdom is not inferior to Kakashi at all. Teacher, are you saying that Momoshiki Otoki is stronger than when Lord Chinyu defeated him? Kakashi's face suddenly changed, and so was Uchiha Obito, who was not far away. They had witnessed the Gods' War 28 years ago. If the 2 uninvited guests in front of them were stronger than 28 years ago, then they probably wouldn't have much confidence to fight against them, right? We can only take it one step at a time now. Namikaze Minato's face sank slightly and said, Obito, let Sasuke out. There are still some things that must be told to him. Got it. Obito's double Kamui turned suddenly, and the time-space technique was once again pushed to the extreme. With the emergence of space fluctuations, Uchiha Sasuke, who was urgently transferred, appeared in front of everyone again. Unlike the original work, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan was not given to Kakashi. So the time-space ninjutsu of the double Kamui is completely about hitting wherever you point. As long as the pupil power is sufficient, space transfer can be performed wherever the eyes can reach. Feeling the gazes from all around, Uchiha Sasuke grabbed Uchiha Itachi's arm like a wounded bird. Brother Itachi, is what Otoji Momoshiki said just now true? Is the samsara eye that I got with so much difficulty the leftovers of that guy?